It begins with a whisper in the dark, a rumor passed between the massive bone-white exhibits of a museum that holds more than history. You can feel it, can't you? That primal sense of dread as you walk through halls that should be sanctuaries of knowledge, but instead feel like catacombs. This is the world of Relic, the legendary thriller from the minds of Douglas Preston and Lincoln Child. Born from a shared fascination with the hidden corners of the natural world, the authors crafted a story that stalked the bestseller lists. Since its release in 1995, it has resonated with millions of readers worldwide, establishing Preston and Child as masters of the genre. Their work, including the acclaimed The Cabinet of Curiosities, has been celebrated as some of the greatest thrillers ever written, and the sheer terror of Relic was so potent that it was adapted into a major motion picture in 1997. What you are about to experience is a third-person retelling, an immersive journey through its haunting narrative, not a word-for-word reading. The visuals in this video are created using today's technology. They may not always perfectly match every scene from the story, but they are designed to help you visualize the world and atmosphere as you listen. It's a story meant to be felt, a descent into a nightmare where the past refuses to stay buried. We're going to explore not just the plot, but the creation of this modern myth, the chilling facts, the behind-the-scenes details of its adaptation, and the unsettling secrets that lie beneath the museum's grand facade. So find a quiet place and prepare yourself. The story begins. The memory of the previous day's confrontation flickered through Whittlesey's mind, Maxwell's single-minded obsession with those specimens, the way he'd insisted on carrying them back undamaged. A bitter laugh escaped him. Maxwell had been so certain he'd found something monumental, but they were just seed pods, ancient and worthless. If only the man had been a paleobiologist, instead of an anthropologist, he might have known better. The bitter irony wasn't lost on Whittlesey. They'd packed up and abandoned the real discovery, leaving him less than 1,000 yards from the truth. Now Maxwell was gone. The rest of the expedition had followed. Only Carlos and Crocker remained, along with 2 guides, and now it was just Carlos. Whittlesey's hand returned to the letter, completing his instructions with a sense of urgency. He urged Montague to use his notebook and the artifacts to restore his reputation, but the figurine demanded the greatest care. Its anthropological significance was immeasurable, the centerpiece of the MB1 cult. Yet the absence of any other habitation nearby troubled him. It didn't feel right. He paused, the pen hovering. He'd never committed the discovery to his field notes. Even now, the memory resisted his efforts to retrieve it. Crocker had strayed from the trail, drawn by the flash of a jacamar's plumage. Without that distraction, they'd never have found the path, a steep, narrow corridor that plunged between moss-slicked walls into the damp valley below. The hut sat there, half swallowed by ancient trees, light barely filtering through the canopy. The Bodokudo guides fell silent, their usual Tupian chatter dying instantly. When Carlos pressed them, they offered only vague mutterings about a guardian and a curse. And then Whittlesey heard the word for the first time: Kathoga, the shadow people. He'd dismissed the superstition. He'd heard such talk before, usually from men angling for higher wages. But when he'd emerged from the hut, the guides had vanished entirely. The old woman had appeared next, stumbling out of the forest like a creature more spirit than flesh. Probably Yanomamo, he'd thought, not Kathoga. But she knew of them. She had seen them. The warning she'd hinted at carried a weight that unsettled him, and the way she'd slipped back into the foliage with the fluid grace of a jaguar yearling left him with a chill he couldn't shake. Then they'd turned their attention to the hut itself. He allowed himself to remember it now, carefully. 2 stone tablets flanked the entrance, each carved with the same beast crouching on its haunches, its claw clutching something weathered beyond recognition. Behind the structure, an overgrown garden bloomed in impossible colors, a vivid splash of life amid the oppressive green. Inside, the floor had dropped sharply. Crocker nearly broke his neck on the way down. Whittlesey had followed more cautiously, while Carlos knelt at the threshold, unwilling to enter. The air was cool and thick with the smell of earth gone to rot. His flashlight cut through the darkness, illuminating the figurine perched on a tall earthen mound at the chamber's heart. Strange carved discs lay scattered at its base. Then the beam swept the walls. Human skulls. Hundreds of them. He'd approached the nearest, noticing deep scratches that made no sense to him. Ragged holes punched through the tops. The occipital bone at the base smashed and torn away. The squamosal bones were simply gone, as if ripped out by some immense force. His hand shook, and the flashlight died in his grip. Before he could switch it back on, he saw them thousands of empty eye sockets, their dim recesses filled with slowly drifting dust motes suspended in the heavy ancient air. Afterward, Crocker had asked for time alone, a short walk, he'd said, to clear his head. He never returned. Now Whittlesey finished the letter with a final observation about the unusual vegetation, the primordial ferns and cycads that had served as packing material for the crates. He imagined himself at the Explorers Club within a month, toasting his success with dry martinis and a good cigar. The note was meant to reassure Montague, but part of him was lying to himself. He slid the letter under the lid and turned to Carlos, instructing him to take the crate to Puerto de Mos and wait. If he wasn't back in 2 weeks, Carlos was to see Colonel Soto arrange for the shipment to the museum and collect his wages. Carlos's face showed his disbelief. He protested that Whittlesey couldn't stay alone, that he'd die in the forest, his bones left for the howler monkeys. But Whittlesey would not be moved. He'd needed a few days to search for Crocker, he explained, and someone had to ensure the crate made it out. The assistant pleaded, but Whittlesey was already pulling his boot back on and asking for mercurochrome quinine dried beef. Carlos unpacked what he could, his protests turning desperate. He worried the authorities would blame him, accuse Kaburi flies of feasting on his flesh, predicted that malaria would take him again. Whittlesey looked at the man's hair white now, a shock against his sweaty brow. It had been pure black the day before Carlos had looked into that hut. Their eyes met for a moment, then Carlos looked away, his silence speaking louder than any argument. Whittlesey stood, said his farewell, and stepped into the bush. By late afternoon, the low clouds had returned to veil Cerro Gordo. For miles, he'd followed an ancient trail more than just an animal track, he realized. It moved with purpose, working its way through blackwater swamps toward the soggy plateau ahead, and it seemed to point directly toward a steep ravine. Crocker must have followed this same path. The logic of the trail was unmistakably human. Animal tracks might wander, but this path had intention, and it was leading him toward the tepui, the jungle-clotted tableland that rose from the swamp. He adjusted his pack and pressed forward, the weight of what he'd left behind settling over him like the damp canopy above. Whittlesey paused, his fingers unconsciously tracing the familiar shape of the talisman against his chest. A gold arrow layered over a silver one, a charm he'd worn since childhood. The trail was clearly not natural, and aside from that grim hut and an abandoned root-gatherer village days behind them, they'd seen no human presence. Only the Cathoga could have built this path. Ahead, the plateau rose in steep, muddy flanks, water braiding down its slopes in thin cascades. He'd camp at the base tonight and attempt the 1,000-meter ascent in the morning. If he encountered the Cathoga up there, he'd have nowhere to run. But he had no reason to believe they were hostile. The local myths reserved all the savagery for a different creature, imbuing the idea of an unknown beast, controlled by a tribe no one had seen, gnawed at him. Could such a thing exist? The region was virtually unexplored by biologists. A small remnant might well survive. He found himself wishing, not for the first time, that Crocker hadn't taken his rifle when he'd left camp. First, he had to find Crocker. Then, he could search for the Cathoga and prove they hadn't died out centuries ago. The vision of fame swelled in his chest, the discoverer of an ancient people, living in Stone Age isolation atop a plateau that floated above the jungle like Conan Doyle's Lost World. There was no reason to fear them, Except for that hut. Then the smell hit him, sharp and sickly, unmistakably the reek of a large dead animal. He crept forward, the stench intensifying with each step, his pulse quickening. Maybe the Kathoga had butchered prey here. There might be artifacts left behind. He spotted a patch of sunlight above the canopy, a sure sign of a clearing, and tightened his pack, preparing for whatever lay ahead. The brush walls fell back, and he stepped into the clearing. At its far edge, an animal carcass lay propped against a tree, but it was wearing a khaki shirt. A spiral had been carved into the tree's base, a bundle of green parrot feathers resting atop the gaping, greasy ribcage. Flies swarmed in a thick cloud. A severed left arm was lashed to the trunk with fibrous rope, the palm sliced open. Spent cartridge casings littered the ground. Then he saw the head, resting face up beneath the body's armpit, the back of the skull torn away, cloudy eyes staring upward, cheeks grotesquely distended. He had found Crocker. Whittlesey stumbled backward, his mind reeling from the sight of the claw marks that had flayed the body with inhuman strength. The corpse appeared stiff, and he prayed the Kathoga had already departed, if it even was the Kathoga. Then he realized the rainforest had gone utterly silent. He turned sharply toward the jungle's edge, his breath catching. Something was moving in the towering brush, and two slitted eyes of liquid fire took shape between the leaves, watching him. He sobbed, cursed, dragged his sleeve across his face, and when he looked again, the eyes were gone. He had no time. He had to reach the trail, had to run. But then he noticed something on the ground he'd missed before, and from the brush ahead came a ponderous, horrifyingly stealthy movement that froze the blood in his veins. Ven was certain the dock foreman had grown suspicious. He lingered in the warehouse alley's shadows, watching through the misty rain that blurred the freighter's outlines and turned dock lights into hazy pinpoints. Steam rose from the warm deckboards, carrying the smell of creosote, while behind him the port murmured with its usual nocturnal sounds, a dog barking, laughter mixed with Portuguese, calypso drifting from the waterfront bars. The setup had been perfect when he'd first arrived. Miami had grown too hot, and this backwater offered steady work loading small coastal freighters. He'd called himself Ven Stevens, a name no one questioned. They wouldn't have believed Stevenson anyway. He'd honed his instincts in Miami, and they served him well here. He deliberately spoke broken Portuguese so he could watch faces and measure reactions. Recon, the harbormaster's junior assistant, had been his final connection, alerting him when shipments arrived from upriver, providing the names he needed. Ven always knew what to look for, the same boxes every time. He'd ensure they were offloaded, stowed in the warehouse, and loaded last onto the outgoing freighter. Caution had kept him safe. He'd studied the foreman carefully, and whenever that warning bell rang in his head, he'd eased up until it faded. Now he checked his watch. 11. A door opened and closed nearby. Then heavy footsteps passed under a streetlight. When they faded, Ven peered around the corner. The office was dark and empty, just as expected. He edged onto the docks, his empty backpack slapping against his shoulders with each step. A key was clenched in his pocket, an impression he'd had made within days of arriving. He passed a small freighter, its hawsers dripping black water, no watch on deck. The warehouse door lay ahead, and with a quick glance over his shoulder, he unlocked it and slipped inside. He let the door close and waited for his eyes to adjust. Halfway there, he just needed to finish and get out, and quickly. Recon was growing greedy. Money slipping through his fingers too fast, and that morning Ven had overheard him and the foreman talking in low, fast voices, the foreman's gaze landing on him more than once. His instincts screamed that it was time to vanish. The warehouse resolved into a landscape of cargo containers and crates. He couldn't risk a flashlight, but he knew the layout by heart, threading his way through the mountains of freight. Finally, he spotted his landmark, a battered stack of crates, 6 large, 1 small, forgotten in a corner. 2 of the larger ones were stenciled MH New York. Months ago, the quartermaster's boy had told him the story. They'd come downriver from Porto de Mos the previous fall, scheduled for air shipment to a New York museum, but something had happened to the people handling the arrangements. Payment never came through, and the crates had been snarled in red tape ever since. But there was just enough room behind them for Ven to stash his own shipments until the outgoing freighters loaded. He'd heard they were finally being shipped back to the States, but he'd be long gone by then. He checked his cash, just a single box this time, its contents small enough to fit in his backpack. He knew where to sell them, and soon he'd be far from here. He was about to squeeze behind the large crates when he stopped, a strange odor hitting him, earthy, goatish, decaying. Odd cargoes passed through the port, but nothing had ever smelled quite like this. His instincts blared warnings, yet he saw nothing out of place. He slid between the museum cargo and the wall. Then he stopped again. Something was wrong back here, deeply wrong. He heard movement in the cramped space, felt the pungent stench surge forward, and suddenly he was slammed against the wall with crushing force. Pain exploded through his chest and gut. He tried to scream, but something hot rose in his throat, and then a lightning stab tore through his skull, plunging everything into darkness. The morning sun struck Margo Green full in the face as she rounded the corner onto West 72nd Street. She blinked, tossing her brown hair back, and crossed toward the museum's vast Beaux Arts facade, an ancient fortress of granite and limestone that loomed above the row of copper beaches along the avenue. She turned down the cobbled driveway past the loading dock, heading for the granite tunnel that led to the interior courtyards, but slowed as she noticed flickering red light painting the tunnel mouth ahead. At the far end, ambulances and police cars were scattered at odd angles around an emergency services vehicle. Inside the tunnel, she approached the glass pillbox, where old Curly usually dozed at this hour, pipe resting on his ample front. Today he was standing, awake and alert, sliding the door open to greet her with his usual, "Morning, doctor." When she asked what was happening, he admitted he didn't know they'd arrived only minutes before, but he asked to see her ID. She rummaged through her carryall, annoyed at herself for not having cleaned out last winter's debris. Her bag had recently been crowned the messiest in the museum by her anthro department friends. She found the id and held it up, but Curly's attention had been caught by the ringing telephone, his eyes widening as he listened. He hung up without a word, rigid and pale. When she pressed him, he simply told her she didn't want to know, then grabbed the phone again as it rang once more. Margo shrugged, dropped the id back into her bag, and walked on. Her dissertation chapter was due, and she couldn't afford to lose another day. The previous week had been consumed by her father's service and all the grim formalities that followed. Now she had to push forward. She crossed the courtyard, entered through the staff door, and hurried down a long basement corridor toward the anthropology department. The offices were dark, as they always were until the senior staff drifted in around 9:30 or 10. The corridor bent sharply, and Margo stopped short. A band of yellow plastic tape stretched across her path, emblazoned with the words "NYPD crime scene, do not cross." Jimmy, a guard she recognized from the Peruvian Gold Hall, stood in front of it alongside Gregory Kawakita, a young assistant curator from evolutionary biology. When she asked what was happening, Kawakita offered a wry observation about museum efficiency, explaining they'd been locked out of their own workspaces. The guard nervously admitted he'd only been told to keep everyone out. Kawakita pressed, mentioning an upcoming presentation to the NSF and the long day ahead, but Jimmy held his ground, insisting he was just following orders. Margo suggested they head to the staff lounge for coffee, hoping someone there might have answers, though Kawakita first wanted to find a men's room that wasn't sealed off, promising to meet her later. The staff lounge door, usually propped open, was closed. Margo hesitated briefly, then pushed it open. She wasn't about to wait for Kawakita's backup. Inside, two policemen had their backs to her, their conversation punctuated by sniggering remarks she couldn't quite follow. As they moved aside, she saw the lounge was otherwise empty except for Charlie Prying, the conservation expert hired 6 months earlier, leaning over the far sink. He spat, wiped his mouth, and turned his face ashen and expressionless. The officers moved to his side, propelling him forward. Margo stepped aside as they passed, and her gaze dropped instinctively to his feet. His shoes were soaked in blood. Prying caught her staring, followed her eyes, and froze so abruptly that the officer behind him collided with his back. His eyes went wide and white, and when the policeman grabbed his arms, he resisted with a panicked animal sound. They hurried him out. Margo leaned against the wall, willing her heart to slow, as Kawakita entered with several others, complaining that half the museum seemed sealed off. The pause system crackled to life, summoning all non-support personnel to the staff lounge. More staff trickled in, lab technicians and junior curators, the senior figures still absent. Within 10 minutes the room was packed, everyone talking at once, a mix of outrage and excitement. In a museum where nothing ever happened, they were savoring the drama. Kawakita made a face at the coffee, then asked Margo why she'd gone silent. Haltingly, she told him about prying. His expression darkened as he wondered what could have happened. Just then, the room's chatter died away as a heavy-set balding man in a brown suit entered, a police radio bulging from his jacket pocket, and an unlit cigar clamped between his teeth. He positioned himself at the front, hitched up his pants, removed the cigar and cleared his throat, asking for their attention. A situation had arisen, he said, that would require their patience. Frank Freed, a testy ichthyology curator, demanded to know what was happening. The man identified himself as Lieutenant D'Agosta of the NYPD and explained that a body had been found under circumstances they were investigating. But before he could finish, the room erupted. He held up his hand, waiting for silence, then told them a homicide squad was on the scene, the museum was closed, and no one could enter or leave. There was a possibility the killer was still inside, and they'd need to remain for an hour or two while a sweep was conducted. He left, closing the door behind him, and a policeman dragged a chair against it. The conversations resumed, Freed's outrage rising above the din. Margo breathed a horrified question about whether prying could be the murderer, and Kawakita admitted it was a scary thought, but not as scary as being unprepared for his presentation. Image was everything these days, he added. Pure science alone no longer secured the grants. Margo nodded, but her thoughts kept circling back to the blood on prying's shoes. An hour later, the policeman announced they were free to go, warning them to stay clear of the yellow-taped areas. Margo raised her head to find Bill Smithback's hand on her shoulder, the lanky journalist with his perpetually disheveled hair, chewed pencil and grimy tie, looking like a caricature he probably cultivated. He'd been commissioned to write a book about the museum, focused on the upcoming superstition exhibition. He folded into the chair beside her, his notebook spilling papers and diskettes across the table, and muttered darkly about unnatural doings. When she told him they'd heard nothing, he sighed and revealed that Charlie Prying had only found the body, or rather, them. He paused for effect, then admitted 2 young boys had been found dead in the old building basement that morning. Margo pressed a hand to her mouth, and Kawakita demanded to know how Smithback had learned all this. The journalist explained that while they'd been confined, the press had gathered outside, and Wright was about to give a press conference in the Great Rotunda to quell rumors about zoo animals. When Margo asked what he meant by zoo talk, Smithback's grin suggested he was enjoying the drama immensely. Margo left the public areas behind, descending into the museum's deeper corridors, until she reached Broadway, a hallway that stretched the full 6-block length of the building, said to be the longest in New York City. Old oaken cabinets lined its walls, punctuated by frosted glass doors bearing curators' names in gold leaf. As a graduate student, she rated only a metal desk and a bookshelf in one of the basement labs, but at least she had an office unlike a friend in mammalogy who worked wedged between 2 massive freezers, wearing heavy sweaters even in August. A security guard waved her through at the bottom of a stairwell, and she moved down a dim tunnel flanked by horse skeletons in ancient glass cases, relieved to see no police tape. Her office was cluttered with South Seas artifacts, Maori shields, war canoes, cane arrows stuffed into green cabinets, and dominated by a 100-gallon fish tank from the Animal Behavior Department, its murky water so overgrown with algae she'd rarely spotted a fish inside. A conservator worked in sullen silence at the long table, moving at a pace that would take 2 centuries to finish the 5,000 mask collection, a fact no one seemed to notice. Margo logged onto her terminal, the familiar green message swimming into focus as she connected to MuseNet. No messages waited. She called up her notes, preparing for her weekly meeting with Frock, but her advisor often seemed distracted, and she was constantly scrambling for something new. Usually there wasn't anything, just more articles read and filed, more lab work, perhaps another few pages of her dissertation. She understood how easily someone could become a permanent ABD, stuck on the government grant treadmill. When Frock had agreed to advise her 2 years earlier, she'd half suspected a mistake. He was the mind behind the Callisto effect, holder of the Cadwallader Chair at Columbia, chairman of the museum's evolutionary biology department, an honor awarded to only a handful of students each year. Confined to a wheelchair by childhood polio, he'd still done pioneering fieldwork, and after malaria ended his field research, he'd channeled his energy into evolutionary theory. In the mid-'80s, he'd ignited controversy with a radical proposal combining chaos theory and Darwinism, arguing that evolution wasn't always gradual, that monster species could emerge as sudden offshoots, driven by environmental pressures rather than random selection. The scientific world remained dubious, demanding to know where such bizarre life forms were hiding. Frock countered that his theory predicted rapid extinction as well as rapid development. The popular press embraced the idea, dubbing it the Callisto effect after the myth of a woman transformed into a beast, and though Frock deplored the misconceptions, he shrewdly used his celebrity to advance his academic work. He was consumed by his research. Sometimes Margo suspected everything else bored him. The conservator left for lunch without a word, signaling it was nearly 11. Margo scribbled notes, cleared her screen, and gathered her notebook. Frock's office was in the southwest tower, at the end of an elegant 5th-floor corridor far from the labs and workstations. The heavy oak door bore his name in simple lettering. She knocked, heard the rumble of his wheelchair, and the door opened to reveal his ruddy face, bushy brows knitted in surprise that quickly brightened into recognition. He invited her in, his low voice warm as he touched her wrist and motioned her to an overstuffed chair, his somber suit and paisley tie as rumpled as his thick white hair. The walls of Frock's office were lined with glass-fronted bookcases filled with relics from his early fieldwork, while towering stacks of books crowded against the walls. 2 bow windows offered a view of the Hudson River, and Victorian chairs sat on the faded Persian carpet. On his desk lay copies of his latest book, Fractal Evolution. Margo recognized a large chunk of gray sandstone nearby, a fossil footprint, according to Frock, the single piece of physical evidence for his theory of aberrant evolution. Most scientists dismissed it as Frock's folly, and most had never even seen it. He gestured for her to clear a chair and sit down, then offered sherry before remembering she never drank. She moved aside the journals and manuscript, settled in, and wondered if he'd mentioned the deaths of the 2 boys. He looked at her silently for a long moment, then blinked and sighed, signaling it was time to begin. Disappointed, Margo opened her notebook and launched into her analysis of Kiribati plant classification, explaining how it connected to her next dissertation chapter. As she spoke, Frock's head drooped, and his eyes closed, but she knew he was listening with intense focus. When she finished, he roused himself and murmured thoughtfully about classifying medicinal plants by use rather than appearance, then launched into a reminiscence about the Key tribe of Bechuanaland. They had once used a bush bark for headaches, but by the time Frock arrived decades later, they'd abandoned the remedy, believing headaches were caused by sorcery. The cure was for the victim's kin to identify and murder the sorcerer, whose kin would then avenge the death by killing the original headache sufferer. The result, Frock noted with a chuckle, was a medical miracle. People stopped getting headaches. Margo laughed, realizing it was the first time she had all day. He grew wistful, recalling when fieldwork was still fun, then mentioned that the new superstition exhibition would include a section on the Key tribe, though it would be played up for mass consumption by some young Harvard curator who knew more about computers and marketing than pure science. He assured Margo her work would make a fine addition to her dissertation and suggested she obtain Kiribati plant samples from the herbarium. As she gathered her papers, he returned to the morning's tragedy. She nodded, assuming he meant the 2 brothers, and assured him things would die down soon. He disagreed, saying he'd heard something about the condition of the bodies the force used was of a non-normal nature. When she asked if he thought a wild animal was involved, he smiled enigmatically, making no assumptions but hoping the unpleasantness wouldn't influence her decision to leave the museum. He'd heard about her father's death, he added, and praised her gifts as a researcher, knowing what to look for, where to look, and having the zeal to see theories through. Academic zeal was as important as fieldwork zeal. He insisted it would be a shame to lose someone of her talents. She thanked him, feeling a mix of gratitude and resentment, and said goodbye. But at the door, his voice stopped her, asking her to please be watchful. Outside, she nearly collided with Smithback, who winked and invited her to lunch. She refused, but he tempted her with more grisly details about the murders. Despite her irritation, her curiosity stirred, and he steered her toward the cafeteria, promising aged lasagna. The lunchroom was crowded with curators, guards, and technicians. One curator was passing around jars of pickled parasitic worms to admiring colleagues. They sat down, and Margo struggled to cut through her crusty lasagna while Smithback devoured his, casually revealing that the police had confirmed 2 murders, and there was a chance the victims had been mauled by a wild animal, literally shredded, he said, and a special coroner, an expert on big cats, had been enlisted. Margo snapped at him, sick of his cavalier attitude and gory details while she was trying to eat. He ignored her, continuing about the coroner, Dr. Matilda Zewitz, and his amusement at her name. Despite herself, Margo suppressed a smile. Smithback was a jerk, but a funny one. She shoved her tray aside and asked where he'd heard all this. Margo shook her head, observing that Rickman wanted nothing but a snow job for the museum. The 2 of them would never see eye to eye. Smithback groaned, explaining she was driving him crazy, cutting anything controversial, and trying to steer him toward the curator of the exhibition, a man who would only repeat what his boss Cuthbert told him to say. He leaned forward, calling him the worst company man he'd ever seen, and then groaned again as the subject of his complaint appeared at their table. A young, slightly overweight man with horn-rimmed glasses stood there, balancing his tray on a leather briefcase. He shyly asked if he could join them, noting it was practically the only seat left. Smithback invited him, introducing George Moriarty, the curator of the Superstition exhibition, and immediately thrust his manuscript at him, showing what Rickman had done. Moriarty scanned it with childlike gravity and expressed no surprise, asking why they'd want to air the museum's dirty laundry anyway. Smithback protested that such details made for an interesting story. Moriarty turned to Margo, recognizing her as the graduate student working in ethnopharmacology. He'd been interested in the subject, he explained, and the exhibition had several pharmacology and medicine cases. He wanted to talk to her about one of them. Flattered, she agreed, studying him more closely, average in every way, from his height to his rumpled tweed jacket, except for his unusual sundial-shaped wristwatch and his clear hazel eyes, which shone with intelligence behind his horn rims. Smithback, growing restless, announced he had to leave for an interview, warning Moriarty not to sign any movie contracts without consulting him first, then threaded his way out of the cafeteria. D'Agosta announced they were heading into the sub-basement, consulting the blueprints and motioning for a flashlight. The stairs gave way to a tunnel of herringbone brickwork, its arched ceiling barely high enough for a man to stand. The tracker moved forward with the dogs, followed by D'Agosta and Ham, with 2 policemen bringing up the rear. Ham noted water on the floor, but D'Agosta dismissed his concern, explaining it only flooded when it rained, and it hadn't rained. At a junction of 4 tunnels, D'Agosta stopped to consult the blueprints, and Ham made a pointed remark about expecting that. D'Agosta countered with a surprise: the blueprints didn't cover the sub-basement. When one of the dogs whined and began sniffing furiously, Ham snapped to attention, directing them to follow quickly. The hounds had caught a clear scent, their hackles rising as they strained forward. Noses up, Ham urged the officers to keep the light steady, excited by the air scent he could feel on his cheek. He wished he'd brought spaniels instead. The policeman moved ahead, and the tunnel forked again. The dogs lunged right, breaking into a trot. D'Agosta called for caution, but the hounds erupted into deafening baying, ignoring their handler's commands to heel. One dog bolted into the darkness, and they rushed after it. Ham stopped short, asking if they could smell it. A pungent, goatish odor enveloped them. The other dog broke free, frantic with excitement. D'Agosta ordered everyone to hold position, telling the officers to get in front and release their safeties. The barking faltered, then stopped entirely, followed by a moment of silence, and then a terrible, unearthly shriek that echoed from the tunnel. Ham cried out in horror, certain his dog had been hurt, while D'Agosta barked at him to get back. A shape hurtled toward them from the darkness, met by 2 deafening shotgun blasts. When the echoes died, Ham realized in quiet fury that one of the officers had shot his hound. D'Agosta silenced the officer's excuse, warning that something was still out there. They found the other dog 100 yards down the tunnel, torn nearly in half, its guts strewn in crazy patterns. Beyond the body, the tunnel branched. D'Agosta stared at the dog and admitted that without the hounds, they had no way of knowing which way the killer had gone. He ordered everyone out, leaving the mess for forensics. Ham said nothing. Moriarty, now alone with Margo, seemed even more uncomfortable, but he confessed he truly had wanted to talk to her indirectly about a primitive medicine case for the exhibition. They had a collection of shamanistic plants and artifacts from the Cameroons, badly documented, and he asked if she'd be willing to take a look. She agreed eagerly, and they headed out. They moved through a basement hall lined with rumbling steam pipes and padlocked doors, one labeled for dinosaur storage, the heavy fossils stored here to prevent the upper floors from collapsing. Moriarty apologized as they entered a service elevator, explaining the collection was on the 6th floor, a warren of storage rooms he hoped he could find again. Margo asked about Charlie Prine. He'd heard little, only that Prine wasn't a suspect but was severely traumatized and unlikely to return soon. On the 5th floor, they climbed metal stairs to narrow catwalks built directly beneath the museum's pitched roofs, flanked by low metal doors sealing the hermetically vaulted anthropology collections. They passed carved war canoes, totems, and slitted log drums stacked against the walls. Even with 1 million square feet of storage, every inch was utilized of 50 million artifacts. Only 5% were on display, the rest reserved for scientists and researchers. The museum wasn't a single building, but a sprawling, rambling patchwork of structures joined together over decades, and as Margo and Moriarty walked from one section into another, the ceiling vaulted upward above them, the narrow catwalk branching into a wider corridor. Dim daylight struggled through grimy skylights high overhead, casting a weak glow across shelves crammed with plaster casts of aboriginal faces, their hollow eye sockets and frozen expressions seeming to watch her pass. She felt a sudden cold knot of fear tighten in her chest, a sharp awareness that she was 7 floors above the dark hidden spaces where 2 boys had met their end. The sheer immensity of the place pressed in on her, and she found a grim comfort in the altitude separating her from that basement. Moriarty explained the museum held that title with casual pride as he worked a key into a door marked with a stenciled label for Central Africa. He pushed it open and fumbled for a switch, and a single naked bulb cast a harsh, inadequate light over a cramped room that felt more like a forgotten shrine than a storage space. Masks with gaping mouths and sightless eyes stared back at her from every surface. Shamans' rattles lay heaped beside painted and beaded skins. A cluster of long poles, each topped with a grimacing carved head, leaned against one wall like a silent, macabre congregation. He gestured toward a row of wooden cabinets, explaining that the plant specimens were stored inside, while the rest of the clutter represented the shaman's paraphernalia. He admitted the collection was remarkable, but the anthropologist who had assembled it, an Eastman, she gathered, had been notoriously careless with his documentation. Margo breathed out an odd exclamation, the words dying in her throat, as she tried to absorb the sheer density of the objects, the sense of a culture compressed into this tiny, forgotten space. Her surprise was genuine. Before she could finish, Moriarty cut in, his voice suddenly more animated. He told her that when they'd begun researching the exhibition, they'd made discoveries that seemed almost unbelievable. There were nearly 100 anthropology vaults in this section alone, and some hadn't been opened in 40 years. She noticed the change in him, the shyness falling away, replaced by a focused enthusiasm. He was almost transformed, she thought, with a different wardrobe and a bit less weight. He might even be attractive, but he was already moving on, describing how just the previous week they'd stumbled upon one of the only known examples of Yukager pictograph writing, a find he planned to publish in the Journal of American Anthropology as soon as time permitted. His excitement was palpable, and she smiled, amused by his conviction that a discovery so obscure could matter so intensely. She doubted more than a handful of specialists would ever care, but his passion was genuinely refreshing. Then he got to the point, pushing his glasses up his nose and explaining that he needed someone to help make sense of the Cameroon artifacts for the exhibition's display case. He drew a document from his briefcase, a rough script outlining what the case was supposed to convey, the storyline, as he called it. Her job, he said, would be to flesh it out, integrating the artifacts and plants into a coherent narrative. She scanned the pages, and a prickle of unease began to form as she realized the scope of the task was larger than she'd anticipated. She asked how long it would take, and he answered airily that 10 to 15 hours, maximum, should suffice. He had all the accession listings and notes ready, but the opening was only days away, he added, and the urgency in his voice made her hesitate. Then the weight of her own deadline crashed back into her thoughts. The next chapter of her dissertation was looming, demanding attention she couldn't spare. She told him flatly that this was a substantial job, and she had her own work to finish. The dismay that flooded his face was so exaggerated, so comically unexpected, that she almost felt guilty. He looked utterly blindsided, as if the possibility of refusal had never crossed his mind. She relented with a murmured concession that she might be able to fit it in somehow, and his expression brightened instantly. Eager to capitalize on her agreement, he offered to show her some of the other treasures stored on the 6th floor. He led her to another vault, worked a key into the lock, and pulled the door open with a harsh rasp. Inside, the space was a dazzling chaos of painted buffalo skulls, rattles, feather bundles, and a row of raven skeletons tied together with rawhide. She could only manage an exclamation of disbelief, the scene too vivid and strange to process. Moriarty told her with obvious pride that a whole religion was packed into this room. What she was seeing was just the surplus, the items that hadn't made it into the exhibition itself. He pointed out one of the finest Sundance shirts in existence, then pulled open a drawer to reveal original wax cylinder recordings of the Sundance songs, each one recorded in 1901. They'd been transferred to tape, he said, and would play in the Sioux Room during the show. He beamed at her, asking what she thought. She answered cautiously, observing that the exhibition had certainly stirred up a fair amount of controversy. He dismissed that, arguing that science and entertainment didn't have to be at odds. She couldn't resist needling him, suggesting that her boss Cuthbert must have put him up to that line. Moriarty admitted Cuthbert believed exhibitions should be more accessible to the public. People would come expecting ghosts and a spooky show, and they'd get exactly that. But they'd also leave with more substance than they'd anticipated. Besides, he added, the exhibition would generate significant revenue for the museum, and he saw nothing wrong with that. She smiled, deciding to save the sharper baiting for Smithback. But Moriarty pressed on, acknowledging that the word superstition carried a negative connotation for some, that it smacked of exploitation. He admitted some of the effects they'd designed were a bit sensational, but argued that a more sober title like Aboriginal Religion simply wouldn't draw the crowds. He looked to her, seeking some validation. She told him she didn't think anyone objected to the title itself, but perhaps there were those who questioned whether the ends were truly scientific. He shook his head, dismissing the opposition as the usual suspects, crusty old curators and crackpots. He named Frock as an example, pointing out that Cuthbert's proposal for an evolution exhibition had been passed over in favor of superstition, so of course Frock had nothing good to say about it. Her smile faded. She countered that Frock was a brilliant anthropologist, but Moriarty parried with the claim that Frock had gone off the deep end. He adopted a mocking Scottish accent, echoing Cuthbert's dismissive phrase, "The man was bloody daft." She shot back that Cuthbert wasn't half the genius Moriarty seemed to think, but he insisted Cuthbert was top-rate. She challenged him directly, invoking the Callisto effect as cutting-edge work. Moriarty dismissed it as theoretical hype, demanding to know if there was any proof. Had she ever seen evidence of a monstrous, unknown species roaming the earth? He shook his head again, his glasses sliding dangerously down his nose. He accused Frock's sidekick, Greg Kawakita, of encouraging these delusions with his extrapolation program for reasons of his own. It was sad, he concluded, to see a great mind take such a bad detour. He cited Frock's book, Fractal Evolution, as an example. Even the title, he scoffed, sounded more like a kid's computer game than legitimate science. Her indignation rose with each word, and she remembered Smithback's earlier assessment of Moriarty. She cut him off, her voice sharp, saying she didn't suppose he'd want her help with his exhibit. Given her affiliation with Frock, she might add too much sensationalism to the script. Then she turned and walked briskly out the door, her heels clicking on the metal catwalk as she strode down the corridor. Moriarty, looking stricken, realized his blunder too late. He'd forgotten that Frock was her advisor. He scrambled after her, stammering apologies, insisting he'd just been repeating the institutional rivalry and that Frock and Cuthbert had never gotten along. He looked so genuinely horrified that her anger began to dissolve. She slowed, allowing him to catch up, and asked if the feud between Frock and Cuthbert was that deep. He confirmed it was, dating back years ever since Frock had advanced the Callisto effect. His star had fallen, leaving him a department head in name only while Cuthbert pulled the strings. He admitted he'd only heard one side of the story, and repeated his apology, pleading for her to take on the case. She agreed, on one condition: he had to guide her out of this maze so she could get back to work. He agreed quickly, his earlier confidence evaporating, and as they retraced their steps toward the 5th floor, he fell into a chastened silence. To ease the awkwardness, she asked him to tell her more about the exhibition. She'd heard rumors of some fabulously rare artifacts, she said. He guessed she meant the Cathoga material. Only one expedition had ever found traces of that vanished tribe, and the figurine of their mythical beast, Mbibivan, was one of the show's centerpieces. He hesitated, then corrected himself. It would be, once it was finally placed on display. She pressed him on why it was being held back until the last minute, and he admitted the situation was unusual, then lowered his voice as they walked the catwalks. There had been intense high-level interest in the Cathoga artifacts recently, he said, from Rickman and Cuthbert, and even Director Wright. Controversy swirled over whether the material should be included at all. She must have heard the stories, he added, about the curse on the figurine. She admitted she knew little about it. He explained that the expedition that had discovered the material had met with tragedy, and the crates had sat untouched for years, until just the previous week, when they'd been moved from the basement to the secure area. Since then, no one had been allowed access, and he hadn't been able to prepare the final displays. She asked why they were moved, and he waited until they were inside the elevator, the door sliding shut, before he answered. He said the crates had apparently been tampered with. She gasped, asking if someone had broken in. He stared back at her, his owlish face frozen in its perpetual expression of surprise, and told her he hadn't said that. Then he turned the key, and the elevator lurched downward, carrying them into the depths of the museum. The double chili cheeseburger sat in D'Agosta's stomach like a lead weight, a decision he was already regretting despite the fact it hadn't yet begun to rebel. The familiar stench of the place hit him as soon as he'd walked in that particular reek that all morgues seemed to share, a sour amalgam of disinfectant and something older, something that no amount of bleach could entirely erase. The vomit-green walls did nothing to improve the atmosphere, and the empty gurney parked under the harsh lights of the autopsy suite felt like an uninvited guest, waiting with silent patience. A large woman swept in, trailed by 2 men, and D'Agosta's attention snapped to her. She wore stylish glasses, and strands of blonde hair escaped from beneath her surgeon's cap. Her grip was crushing as she introduced herself as Dr. Zewitz and confirmed his identity, then gestured to her assistant and photographer in quick succession. He found himself grasping for small talk, anything to delay what was coming, and asked if she frequented the place. She answered with a sane professional smile, claiming the medical examiner's office was her second home. Her specialty was special forensics for a wide range of agencies, and she simply did the work and shipped the bodies back out, learning about the broader implications from newspaper accounts afterward. She gave him an appraising look, asking if he'd seen this kind of thing before. He assured her he had, all the time, even as the burger in his gut felt heavier by the second. He silently cursed himself for not remembering his afternoon schedule before eating like a hog. She checked her clipboard, confirmed parental consent was in order, and instructed her assistant to start with the fifth body in the B row. She began pulling on gloves 3 pairs, she noted, and a mask and goggles and a plastic apron, and D'Agosta followed suit, his movements mechanical. Gross wheeled the gurney to the morgue bank and slid out the designated tray. Under the plastic, the shape looked disturbingly short to D'Agosta, with an odd bulge at one end. Gross transferred the cadaver to the main gurney, positioned it under the lights, checked the toe tag, locked the wheels, and placed a stainless steel bucket beneath the outlet pipe. XIII fussed with the overhead microphone, testing it and finding it dead. Her assistant bent over the reel-to-reel recorder, puzzled, insisting everything was powered on. D'Agosta cleared his throat and pointed out it was unplugged. A brief silence followed, and XIII acknowledged the help with a dry comment about the value of non-scientists in the room, then instructed him to state his name clearly toward the microphone if he had any questions. Everything was being recorded. He replied tonelessly that he understood. The plastic covering crackled as XIII removed it, and D'Agosta felt a flash of memory that gutted dog from the morning search. He forced himself to think about something else, anything else not about his son Vinny, whose birthday was just next week. XIII took a deep breath and began her description, her voice clinical and steady. The body was a Caucasian male, a boy of perhaps 10 to 12, though height was impossible to determine because the head was missing. Weight was approximate, maybe 90 pounds. No identifying marks were visible, and facial features were indeterminate due to massive head trauma. She noted no wounds on the feet, legs, or genitals, then described a massive laceration, perhaps 2 feet long and a foot wide, starting at the left chest and angling downward through the ribs and sternum. The pectoral muscles were separated, the rib cage exposed, the sternal process split. She instructed her assistant to clean the edge of the thoracic cavity, noting that the stomach and intestines were clearly protruding. Sponging the neck area revealed trauma, bruising, possible spinal dislocation. Then she reached the head, and her voice faltered with a murmured exclamation. In the silence, her assistant cleared his throat. She continued, describing how the head had been decapitated between the upper vertebrae, and the entire back portion of the skull and part of the parietal bone had been crushed or punched through, leaving a hole perhaps 10 inches in diameter. The skull was empty. The brain had fallen out or been extracted through the hole, and what remained was in a pan beside the head. D'Agosta interjected that it had been found in pieces near the body. XIII thanked him, then pressed, "Where was the rest of it?" He told her that was all there was. She insisted something was missing, and asked if they had full scene of crime photographs. He confirmed they did, trying to mask his irritation. She described the brain as severely traumatized, then called for instruments. The brain appeared severed at the medulla, with the pons intact but separate, and the cerebellum showing surface lacerations. Little bleeding indicated post-mortem trauma. Then she paused, noting that the cerebrum had been completely severed from the midbrain, and the midbrain itself bisected. She pointed out that the thalamoid region was gone, and so was the pituitary. That was what was missing. D'Agosta forced himself to look more closely, but all he could see was a gray, bloody mess that seemed more liquid than solid. He turned away, retreating into a mental image of a baseball game, a pitch, the crack of a bat, anything to distance himself. XIII explained that the missing parts were the thalamus and hypothalamus, the body's regulator. She elaborated on their functions, regulating temperature, blood pressure, heartbeat, metabolism, the sleep-wake cycle. She hinted that it held the centers of pleasure and pain, and when he mumbled a dutiful question about how it did all that, she answered with a single word: hormones. She called her assistant over to examine the brain pan, and he hesitated, uncertain. She coaxed him, and he ventured that it looked almost like a bite had been taken out. XIII seized on the observation and called the photographer forward to document it, comparing it to a child taking a bite out of a cake. D'Agosta leaned in but still saw nothing remarkable. She noted the indentation was semicircular, roughly human in shape, but larger and more ragged than expected, and ordered sections taken to test for Salivas enzymes. Her assistant left for the lab, and she continued her work, bisecting the cerebrum and pointing out lacerations on the surface, 3 parallel incisions about 4 millimeters apart and half an inch deep. She asked D'Agosta what he thought, noting how the marks started wide and converged. He admitted he didn't know, retreating again into the thought that it was just a dead brain. She speculated about long fingernails, sharpened nails, a homicidal psychopath. Her assistant returned from the lab, and they continued working on the brain for what felt like an eternity to D'Agosta, until she finally instructed that it be placed in refrigeration. She turned to the hands, removing a plastic bag from the right hand and resealing it carefully. She lifted the hand, rotated it, and examined the fingernails, finding foreign matter under the thumb, index, and ring fingers. She called for slides. D'Agosta offered the observation that he was just a kid, and you'd expect his fingernails to be dirty. XIII met his comment with a dry acknowledgement and scraped the material from each finger into separate depressions on the slides. She called for the stereo zoom microscope and placed the first slide on the stage, peering down and adjusting the focus. After a moment she pronounced it normal fingernail dirt, same for the others, but ordered a full analysis regardless, just to be thorough. The left hand yielded nothing of interest. She announced she would now examine the longitudinal trauma to the anterior portion of the body, directing the photographer to capture images of the wound and close-ups of the penetration areas. She noted that the killer had effectively performed their Y incision for them. D'Agosta swallowed hard and agreed tonelessly. A series of rapid flashes lit the room. She called for forceps and described 3 ragged lacerations beginning above the left nipple in the pectoral muscle, penetrating and separating the tissue. She began probing the first laceration at the point of entry and found unidentified foreign matter clothing material, possibly from the victim's shirt. She called for a glassine envelope, and the photographer captured the moment as she held up a small piece of bloody lint and dropped it in. She continued probing in silence for several moments, then found a second piece of foreign material deep in the muscle, about 4 centimeters below the right nipple, lodged on a rib. It was hard, she noted, and called for a photograph and a marker flag. She extracted the object with the forceps, holding it up as a bloody lump. D'Agosta ventured forward, asking what it was, and suggesting they rinse it off to see. She gave him a slight smile and called for a beaker of sterile water. As she dipped the object in and stirred, the water turned a murky brownish red. She held her find to the light and announced they'd keep the water for further analysis. D'Agosta's voice broke through with an exclamation of shock. It was a claw. A fucking claw. XIII turned to her assistant with a dry comment about what a charming snippet that would make for their tape. Margo dumped her books and papers onto the sofa and checked the clock on the television. 10:15. She shook her head, exhausted and frustrated. The long extra hours had yielded only 3 new paragraphs on her dissertation, and she still had Moriarty's display case copy to finish. She sighed, regretting ever agreeing to the project. Neon light from a liquor store across the avenue bled through her lone window, painting the room in electric blue shadows. She switched on the small overhead light and leaned against the door, surveying the chaos. Normally she was neat to excess, but a week of neglect had turned the apartment into a disaster zone. Textbooks, letters of sympathy, legal documents, shoes, and sweaters were scattered across the furniture. Empty Chinese takeout cartons sat abandoned in the sink, and her old Royal typewriter and a fan of research papers were spread across the hardwood floor. The shabby neighborhood, Upper Amsterdam Avenue, not yet gentrified, had been one of her father's arguments for her return to Boston. She remembered his voice. using her childhood nickname Midge, telling her it was no place for a girl like her to live, and a museum was no place to work, cooped up with dead, stuffed creatures and things in jars. He'd urged her to come back and work for him, promising a house in Beverly or Marblehead, insisting she'd be happier there. Her answering machine was blinking. She pressed the button and heard her friend Jan's voice, just back in town, expressing condolences and promising to call back. Then another message, her mother's voice, followed by a click. Margo squeezed her eyes shut, then took a deep breath. She wouldn't call Jan, not yet, and she wouldn't return her mother's call until tomorrow at least. She knew what her mother would say. She had to come home, take over the business. It was what her father would have wanted. She owed it to both of them. Turning away, she settled cross-legged in front of the typewriter and stared at the curator's notes, catalog data, and accession listings Moriarty had given her. It was due the day after tomorrow, he'd said, and her dissertation chapter was due the following Monday. She spent a moment gathering her thoughts, then began to type. But a few moments later she stopped, staring into the dusk. She remembered her father making omelets on Sunday mornings, the only thing he knew how to cook, and his familiar refrain about not being bad for an old ex-bachelor. Outside, shop lights were shutting off one by one. She looked down at the graffiti, the boarded-up windows, and wondered if her father had been right. Poverty wasn't much fun. The memory of her mother's face, speaking that word in the cool, dark office of her father's executor, came back to her. All the complex reasons why his debt-to-equity ratio and lack of estate planning were forcing liquidation, unless a family member stepped in. Her thoughts drifted to the parents of the two little boys. They must have had high hopes for their children too, she thought. Now, they'd never know disappointment or happiness. Then she thought of Prine, and the blood on his shoes. She got up and turned on more lights. Time to start dinner. Tomorrow, she'd lock herself in her office and finish that chapter, work on Moriarty's write-up, and put off making a decision for one more day at least. By next week's meeting with Frock, she promised herself, she'd have made up her mind. The telephone rang. Automatically, she picked it up, said hello, and listened for a moment. Then she responded, her voice flat. "Oh, hello, Mother." Bill Smithback sat in the heavy chair, watching Lavinia Rickman's sharp, angular figure as she read his rumpled manuscript behind her birchwood desk. Her two bright red fingernails tapped against the glossy finish, and he knew that rhythm didn't bode well. Outside the windows, a very gray Tuesday morning pressed in. The office itself was unlike any other in a museum. No untidy stacks of papers or journals, no clutter of books. Instead, the shelves and desk were decorated with carefully arranged knickknacks from around the world, a storyteller doll from New Mexico, a brass Buddha from Tibet, Indonesian puppets. The walls were painted a light institutional green, and the air carried the sharp, artificial scent of pine air freshener. Additional curios flanked her desk like formal French garden shrubs, an agate paperweight, a bone letter opener, a Japanese netsuke. At the center of the arrangement sat Rickman herself, bent primly over his pages. Her stiff, swirled orange hair, he thought, clashed badly with the green walls. The tapping quickened, then slowed as she turned pages. Finally, she flicked over the last sheet, gathered the loose pages together, and squared them precisely in the center of the desk. She looked up with a bright smile and announced she had a few small suggestions. He responded with a wary, non-committal sound. She singled out his section on Aztec human sacrifice, declaring it much too controversial, and licked her finger delicately to find the page. He started to protest that the exhibition dealt with the subject, but she cut him off, insisting the exhibition was tasteful while his manuscript was not far too graphic. She zipped a magic marker across his work. He winced inwardly and argued that it was entirely accurate. She dismissed accuracy as secondary to emphasis, reminding him that New York had a large Hispanic population that might take offense. He tried to press the point, but she moved on, declaring the section on the Gilborg expedition had to go. He asked why, and she leaned back, explaining that Gilborg had been a grotesque failure, an expedition searching for a non-existent island, with one member who had raped a native woman, a detail he'd been zealous in pointing out. They'd carefully kept all mention of Gilborg out of the exhibition, and she questioned whether it was really necessary to document the museum's failures. He protested weakly that the collections had been superb. She questioned whether he understood the nature of the assignment at all, the tapping resuming. Did he really think the museum had hired him to document failure and controversy? He started to argue that failure and controversy were part of science, and who would read a book without them, but she interrupted, citing corporations that donated money to the museum and volatile ethnic groups that might take strong exception. He tried to counter that they were talking about events from 100 years ago, but she raised her voice slightly, the effect startling, and the room fell silent. She told him frankly that it seemed to be taking him longer than expected to come around to their point of view. He wasn't writing for a commercial publisher. And bluntly, they wanted the same kind of favorable treatment he'd given the Boston Aquarium in his previous assignment. She moved around the desk, perched stiffly on its edge, and ticked off their expectations on her fingers. No controversy, nothing that might offend ethnic groups, nothing that might harm the museum's reputation. She asked if that was so unreasonable, then lowered her voice and squeezed his hand with her dry one. He struggled with an overwhelming urge to withdraw, but managed to agree. She moved back behind the desk, slid the manuscript over to him, and raised another matter. There were spots where he'd quoted comments from people close to the exhibition without identifying his sources. She wanted a list for her files. Nothing more. Alarms rang in his head, but he replied carefully, citing the ethics of journalism and shrugging in feigned helplessness. Her smile faded quickly, but the phone rang, and he gathered his manuscript to leave. As he closed the door, he heard a sharp intake of breath and an exclamation of dismay from her. Then the door hissed shut. As 5 o'clock approached, the early spring sun was already setting, and inside the museum the crowds began to thin. Tourists, schoolchildren, and harried parents streamed down the marble staircases toward the exits, and soon the echoes and shouts and clatter of footsteps in the vaulted halls died away. One by one, the exhibit cases went dark, and as the night deepened, the remaining lights threw crazed shadows across the marble floors. A lone guard wandered along the hall, making his rounds, swinging a long keychain and humming. It was the beginning of his shift, and he was dressed in the standard museum-issue blue and black uniform. The novelty of the place had long since worn off. He thought to himself that the whole joint gave him the creeps, all that native shit, curses on half of it. Who would pay to look at this stuff? A mask leered at him from a dark case as he hurried past, and he moved on to the next station, turning a key in a box that recorded the time 10:23 p.m. As he walked into the next hall, he felt the unsettling impression, familiar by now, that his own echoing footfalls were being carefully duplicated by some unseen presence. He reached the next station, turned the key, and the box clicked, registering 10:34. It had taken only 4 minutes to get there, which left him 6 minutes for a toque. He ducked into a stairwell, closing and locking the door behind him, and peered down toward the darkened basement where another door opened onto an interior courtyard. His hand reached for the light switch, but withdrew, no sense calling attention to himself. He gripped the metal handrail tightly as he crept downward. In the basement, he groped along the wall until he found a long horizontal handle, pushed, and a rush of frigid night air streamed in. He wedged the door open and lit a joint, inhaling the bitter smoke with pleasure as he leaned out into the courtyard. A thin light from the deserted cloister beyond cast a pale illumination over his movements, and the faint hum of passing traffic, muffled by so many intervening walls and passages, seemed to come from another planet. The warm rush of cannabis spread through him, making another long night bearable. When he finished, he flicked the roach into the dark, ran his fingers through his crew cut, and stretched. Halfway up the stairs, he heard the door slam shut below. He stopped, a sudden chill running through him. Had he left it open? No! What if someone had seen him toke up? But they couldn't have smelled the smoke, and in the dark it would have looked like a cigarette. Then he noticed a strange, rotten odor in the air, nothing to do with weed. No light flicked on, no footsteps sounded on the metal steps. He started up toward the landing above. Just as he reached it, he sensed a swift movement on the stairs behind him. He spun around, and a hard jerk on his chest shoved him backward against the wall. The last thing he saw were his own shadowy entrails rolling and slipping down the stairs. After a moment, he stopped wondering where all that gore had suddenly come from. Dagosta had never grown comfortable with the Hall of the Great Apes. The stuffed chimps hung from fake trees, their hairy arms and disturbingly realistic anatomy on full display, their big human hands tipped with real fingernails. He wondered why it had taken scientists so long to figure out the connection should have been obvious the first time anyone laid eyes on a chimp. And he'd heard they were just like humans, violent, excitable, always beating the hell out of each other, even murdering and eating one another. He wished there was another route through the museum that didn't force him to pass through this hall. The guard led him toward a stairway, warning that it was pretty awful, but Dagosta cut him off. He'd hear the details later. After what he'd seen with the boy, he was ready for anything. He asked if the victim was wearing a guard's uniform, and if the guard recognized him. The man wasn't sure. It was hard to tell. The guard pointed down the dim stairs toward a courtyard, where the body lay at the bottom in shadow. Everything was streaked and splattered in black. The floor, the walls, the overhead light, and Dagosta knew exactly what that black was. He turned to one of the policemen following him, and ordered lights brought in, the scene dusted and swept for fibers. Asked if the SOC unit was on its way, and instructed them to keep the ambulance people out for now. Then he looked down the stairs again, and spotted footprints tracking through the pool of blood. He demanded to know whose they were, and the guard Eric Norris admitted they were his. Dagosta told him to take his shoes off, handing them over to forensics. He didn't want another prying on his hands, someone tracking blood all over a crime scene. The guard would have to walk back in his socks. One of the cops behind him snickered, and Dagosta snapped at him. It wasn't funny. The guard had tracked blood everywhere. He moved halfway down the stairwell. The head lay in a far corner, face down. He couldn't see it clearly, but he knew what he'd find: the top of the skull punched out, the brains somewhere in the gore. A short man announced himself as Sock, followed by a photographer and several lab-coated men. Dagosta barked orders for lights and perimeter setup, demanding every speck of lint and grain of sand be collected, tracecam used on everything, every test known to man run, and no fuck-ups. He turned to ask about the crime lab team and coroner's investigator, patting his pocket for a cigar that wasn't there. He told them to put cardboard over the footprints and squeegee a trail around the body so they could walk without tracking blood. Then he heard a low, mellifluous voice behind him, praising his approach. He spun around to face a tall, slender man in a crisp black suit, leaning against the top of the stairwell, with hair so blonde it was almost white and pale blue eyes. Dagosta asked if he was the Undertaker. The man stepped down, extending his hand, and introduced himself as Pendergast. Dagosta demanded to know why he was there, and Pendergast smiled, identifying himself as a special agent with the FBI. Dagosta asked why they didn't phone ahead and where the rest of them were. Pendergast withdrew his hand and admitted he was alone. Dagosta didn't believe it. FBI types always traveled in packs. The lights snapped on, bathing the scene in brilliance. Everything that had seemed black was suddenly illuminated in all its varied shades of gore. Something that looked like Norris's breakfast was visible among the body fluids, and Dagosta's jaw started working involuntarily. Then he spotted a piece of skull with a dead guard's crew cut still attached, lying 5 feet from the body. He stepped back, muttering an exclamation, and then he lost it right in front of the FBI agent, the SOC team, and the photographer. 22 years on the job, and it was happening at the worst possible moment. A young woman in a white coat and plastic apron appeared, introducing herself as Dr. Collins, the coroner's investigator, and asked who was in charge. Dagosta wiped his mouth, and said he was for a few more minutes anyway. She and her assistant moved to the squeegeed area near the body, instructing the photographer to get a full series as she turned the body over. Dagosta averted his gaze and told Pendergast they had work to do, pointing at the vomit and ordering it left untouched until Sock finished with the stairs. Everyone nodded. He wanted ingress and egress identified as soon as possible, the body ID'd, and Ippolito called down if it was a guard. He suggested they go up to the command post to get coordinated, then return for a look-see when the team was done. Pendergast agreed with a single word: capital. and D'Agosta thought the guy sounded deep south. He'd met types like this before, and they were hopeless in New York. Pendergast leaned in, quietly noting that the blood splattered on the wall was interesting and suggesting ballistics analysis. D'Agosta agreed, and barked orders for close-up photos and a ballistic analysis to pinpoint the source, speed, and force, demanding a full report on his desk in 30 minutes. The technician looked unhappy. Pendergast had no more ideas, so D'Agosta led the way. In the temporary command post, everything was in place, not a single loose paper or misplaced file, not a tape recorder out of position. D'Agosta had always seen to that, and now he was glad. Everyone was busy, the phones lit up, but things were under control. Pendergast slipped into a chair, moving like a cat despite his formal appearance. D'Agosta gave him an overview of the investigation and asked about his jurisdiction. Had they screwed up? Were they out? Pendergast smiled and said, "No, he wouldn't have done anything differently." The FBI had been in the case from the beginning, only they hadn't realized it. He explained he was from the New Orleans field office, working on a series of odd killings there years ago. The victims had the backs of their skulls removed, and their brains extracted. Same mo. They'd gone unsolved, first handled by ATF, then by the FBI when the trail went cold. But when he'd read the wire service report about the double murder in New York, the MO was too peculiar not to connect, so he'd flown up the night before. He wasn't even officially there yet, although he would be tomorrow. D'Agosta relaxed, realizing Pendergast was from Louisiana rather than the New York office. Pendergast confirmed that the local agents would arrive after his report that night, but he himself would be in charge of the case. D'Agosta scoffed. No way that would fly in New York City. Pendergast smiled, and insisted he would be in charge, having pursued the case for years and being intensely interested in it. Something in the way he said "interested" sent a strange sensation down D'Agosta's back. Pendergast assured him he was ready to work side by side, in a different way than the New York office might, and asked for D'Agosta's cooperation. D'Agosta shook his hand, agreeing to the deal, and offered to introduce him around, starting with Security Director Ippolito. He asked one question. What about the bite marks and the claw fragment from the older boy's brain? Pendergast replied that the ME had only been speculating about the bite marks, and he'd be interested in the salivas results. He asked if the claw was being tested. D'Agosta realized later that his question had been only half answered, but for now he simply confirmed the testing was underway that day. Pendergast leaned back, tenting his fingers, and mentioned he'd need to visit Dr. Ziewitz when she examined the latest victim. D'Agosta asked if he was related to Andy Warhol. Pendergast dismissed the question with a remark about not caring for modern art. The crime scene was packed but orderly, everyone moving swiftly and speaking in undertones. The morgue crew had arrived but stood out of the way, observing. Pendergast stood with D'Agosta and Ippolito, instructing the photographer to take specific shots from certain angles, emphasizing line, shadow, and light. The photographer looked at him carefully, then moved off. Pendergast turned to Ippolito, asking why the guard Fred Jolly had been down here in the first place, since it wasn't part of his rounds. Ippolito confirmed it wasn't. D'Agosta shrugged, offering no answer. Pendergast looked out into the small, deep courtyard, its brick walls rising on 3 sides, and noted that Jolly had locked the door behind himself. He speculated about the torrid meteor shower peaking the previous night, but dismissed the idea that Jolly was an aspiring astronomer. He stood still for a moment, then announced he believed he could explain why. D'Agosta thought he was a real Sherlock Holmes, and suggested Jolly had come down to smoke marijuana. The courtyard was isolated and well ventilated, a perfect spot. Pendergast pointed out a roach near the door jamb, and D'Agosta couldn't see it, so he ordered one of his men to check. The man confirmed it was a joint. D'Agosta snapped at his team for missing it, then looked at Pendergast, thinking he was lucky it probably wasn't even the guard's joint. Pendergast asked Ippolito if drug use among staff was common, but Ippolito insisted it wasn't, though he wasn't convinced it was Jolly's. Pendergast waved him off, and asked about the footprints. D'Agosta said they belonged to the guard who found the body. Pendergast bent down, frowning, and noted that the footprints had covered any local evidence, suggesting Ippolito should train his men better in preserving crime scenes. Ippolito opened his mouth to respond, then closed it, and D'Agosta suppressed a smirk. Pendergast walked under the stairwell to a partially open metal door and asked where it led. Ippolito said it was a hallway leading to the secure area, but insisted the killer couldn't have gone that way. Pendergast contradicted him, stating the killer did go that way, and guessed that beyond the secure area was the old basement where the two children were found. D'Agosta confirmed it with a single word. Pendergast suggested they take a stroll. Beyond the rusty door, a row of light bulbs stretched down a long basement corridor with shabby linoleum floors and walls hung with murals of southwestern Pueblo Indians. Pendergast admired them, identifying them as early Fremont Ellis, and lamented that they were hidden down here. Ippolito explained. They used to hang in the hall of the Southwest, which closed in the 1920s. Pendergast scrutinized one of the murals, praising its depiction of light on an adobe facade. Ippolito asked how he knew the killer came through here, and Pendergast admitted he'd been guessing it was a bad habit to contradict anyone who said something was impossible. But now, he said, they did know. When Ippolito pressed for how, Pendergast pointed to a streak of blood smeared waist-high across the painting of old Santa Fe, noting that the mountains didn't look that red. Naturally, it was fresh blood. D'Agosta swore under his breath as he saw it. Pendergast observed that murder was messy, and they'd likely find traces of blood all along the corridor, calling for the crime lab to process it. He suggested they continue the tour and then call the lab in. They came to a locked door, marked restricted the secure area. Pendergast asked about its purpose, and Ippolito explained it stored especially rare and valuable objects, boasting that it was the best protected museum in the country with a system of sliding metal doors linked to a computer. Pendergast cut him off and examined the old copper-sheathed door, noting fresh dents. Then he pointed downward, and D'Agosta saw the wooden door frame was scored and gouged with fresh splinters, as if something with claws had been scrabbling at it. Pendergast ordered the entire door analyzed and asked Ippolito to open it without getting his hands all over it. Ippolito protested that he wasn't supposed to let anyone in without clearance. D'Agosta stared at him in disbelief, asking if they'd need a warrant. Ippolito stammered a denial, and Pendergast observed that he'd forgotten the key. They'd wait. Ippolito's footsteps echoed back down the corridor as he hurried away. Once he was out of earshot, D'Agosta turned to Pendergast and admitted, despite himself, that he liked the way the agent worked the business with the painting, the way he'd handled Ippolito. He wished him luck with the New York boys. Pendergast looked amused, returning the compliment and expressing relief at working with someone like D'Agosta, rather than a harder-edged type. He noted that D'Agosta still had a heart, still a normal human being, judging from what had happened back there. D'Agosta laughed it off, blaming his reaction on the scrambled eggs with ham, cheese, and ketchup he'd had for breakfast, and that crew cut. He hated crew cuts. Margo knocked on the herbarium door, which was shut as usual despite the sign instructing otherwise. She called out, knowing Bailey Smith was inside, and knocked again, louder. A querulous voice responded, and the door opened. The old curatorial assistant sat back down with an enormous sigh of irritation and began shuffling through his mail. Margo stepped forward resolutely. Smith seemed to consider his job a gross imposition, and when he finally got around to things it was hard to shut him up. Normally she'd have sent a requisition slip to avoid the ordeal, but she needed to examine the Kiribitu plant specimens as soon as possible for her dissertation chapter. Moriarty's write-up was still unfinished, and rumors were circulating about another killing that might shut the museum down for the rest of the day. Smith hummed, ignoring her. Though nearly 80, she suspected he only feigned deafness to annoy people. She called out again, pushing a list over the counter and asking for the specimens right away. He grunted, rose, picked up the list, scanned it disapprovingly, and warned it might take a while. "How about tomorrow morning?" she pressed, explaining that the museum might close at any moment, and she really needed them. Scenting gossip, the old man softened. He shook his head, calling it terrible business. In his 42 years, he'd never seen anything like it, though he couldn't say he was surprised. She said nothing, not wanting to encourage him. He added that it wasn't the first, and probably not the last, then peered at the list and questioned one of the specimens, claiming they didn't have it. A voice behind her interrupted. Not the first? It was Gregory Kawakita, the young assistant curator from the staff lounge the previous morning. Margo had read his bio. Orphaned young, raised in England, educated at Oxford and MIT, now Frock's brilliant protégé. She occasionally resented him for that. He didn't seem like the type to ally with a controversial iconoclast like Frock, yet he was working with him on a genetic mutation model no one else fully understood. With Frock's guidance, Kawakita was developing the Extrapolator, a program that could compare and combine genetic codes, though it was so demanding that running it reduced the museum's powerful computer to hand calculator mode. Smith asked what he meant by, not the first, and Margo flashed Kawakita a warning glance, but he pressed on, repeating Smith's comment about the murder not being the first. She groaned under her breath, realizing she'd never get her specimens now. Smith leaned on the counter, claiming he wasn't superstitious, but this wasn't the first time a creature had prowled the museum halls, so people said. Not that he believed a word of it. Kawakita echoed the word creature, and Margo kicked him lightly in the shins. Smith continued, repeating rumors that the creature lived in the basement, eating rats and mice, which explained why there were none loose in the museum. Kawakita admitted he hadn't noticed, but would make a special effort to check it out. Smith mentioned a researcher named Sloan, who'd been breeding cats for an experiment one day. A dozen escaped, and were never seen again. Kawakita suggested they'd left because there weren't any mice to eat, but Smith ignored him, and added that some said it hatched from dinosaur eggs brought back from Siberia. Kawakita tried to suppress a grin, asking if there were dinosaurs loose in the museum. Smith shrugged, saying others thought it was something brought back from a grave, with a curse like King Tut's, and opined that archaeologists and anthropologists were just grave robbers. Kawakita agreed, and pressed him about the murders not being the first. Smith lowered his voice conspiratorially, telling them about a curator who'd vanished 5 years back, involved in a disastrous Amazon expedition. The man had simply disappeared, and people whispered that a guard had found his body horribly mutilated in the basement. Kawakita asked if he thought the museum beast had done it. Smith insisted he didn't think anything, just repeated what he'd heard. Kawakita, still stifling a smile, asked if anyone had actually seen the creature. Smith cited old Carl Conover in the metal shop, who'd seen it slouching around a basement corner 3 years ago, plain as day. When Kawakita asked what it looked like, Smith paused, finally noticing the amusement, and retorted that it probably looked like Mr. Jim Beam. Kawakita was puzzled, and Margo explained that Conover had been drunk. Kawakita stiffened, his good humor vanishing. Margo thought he didn't like having the joke turned on him. He could dish it out but couldn't take it. Kawakita briskly announced he needed some specimens, pushing his own list onto the counter. Margo protested, but the old man eyed the list and peered at Kawakita, asking if week after next would be okay. Several floors above, Lieutenant D'Agosta sat in a huge leather sofa in the curator's study, smacking his lips contentedly and propping one leg over the other. He looked around at the oak paneling with its century of patina, the delicate gilded lights, the massive Audubon painting of snowy egrets in a gold rococo frame, and the elaborate dolomite limestone fireplace. He thought it was a nice place. Old money, old New York, class but not the place to smoke a 2-bit cigar. He lit one anyway. Pendergast was absorbed in a book of lithographs, reclining in an armchair behind the desk. D'Agosta noted it was past 2:30 and wondered where Wright was. Pendergast shrugged, suggesting the director was trying to intimidate them. D'Agosta commented that museum big shots thought they could keep anyone waiting, treating them like second-class citizens since the previous morning. Pendergast murmured about the museum's complete collection of Piranesi's forum sketches, and D'Agosta snorted to himself. Over lunch, he'd made surreptitious calls to bureau friends who'd heard of Pendergast rumors of graduating with honors from an English university. Being a Special Forces officer captured in Vietnam, who later walked out of the jungle, the only survivor of a Cambodian death camp. D'Agosta wasn't sure about that last one, but he was revising his opinion. The massive door opened silently and Wright entered, the security director at his heels. Wright sat down opposite Pendergast, identified him with a sigh, and urged them to get it over with. D'Agosta sat back to watch. A long silence stretched as Pendergast turned pages, ignoring him. Wright shifted irritably and offered to come back another time, but Pendergast's voice emerged from behind the book, saying, "Now was a good time," and continued turning pages at a leisurely pace. D'Agosta watched with amusement as the director reddened. Pendergast stated that the security director wasn't needed for the meeting. Wright protested that Ippolito was part of the investigation, but Pendergast's eyes appeared over the spine of the book as he quietly asserted he was in charge, and if Ippolito would be so kind. Ippolito glanced nervously at Wright, who flicked his hand in dismissal. With the door closed, Wright insisted he had a museum to run and little time, hoping the meeting could be brief. Pendergast laid the open book on the desk and mused about Piranesi's early classicist work being his best, asking if Wright agreed. Wright stammered, failing to see the relevance. Pendergast continued, dismissing the later work as too fantastical. Wright started to lecture, but Pendergast slammed the book shut, his courtly manner gone, telling Wright it was time to forget what he'd always thought they were going to play a game, and Pendergast would talk while Wright listened. Wright's face mottled with anger as he protested the tone, but Pendergast cut him off, ticking off the facts: 3 grisly murders in 48 hours, press speculation about a ferocious beast, attendance down 50%, staff upset and traveling in groups, maintenance avoiding the old basement. Yet Wright acted as if nothing were wrong. Something was extremely wrong, Pendergast said, leaning forward with menace, his pale eyes cold. D'Agosta held his breath. Pendergast outlined 3 ways to handle it: Wright's way, his way, or the Bureau's way. Wright's way had been far too evident: investigations obstructed, phone calls returned late, staff unavailable, and Ippolito not particularly useful. As of now, Wright's way was no longer acceptable. Pendergast continued, explaining that the Bureau's way would mean closing the museum and canceling exhibitions, bad publicity and expensive, but his way was more hospitable. The museum could remain open with conditions. Number 1. Complete cooperation from personnel, interviews with everyone who worked near the murders, no exceptions, a schedule to be set. Wright started to protest about the number of employees, but Pendergast continued. Number 2. Employee access would be limited starting tomorrow, a curfew for staff safety. Wright tried to interject about vital research, but Pendergast went on. Number 3. From time to time, they might need to close the museum fully, or in part with short notice, and cooperation would be expected. Wright's fury mounted. The museum was closed only 3 days a year. This was unprecedented, and would look terrible. He questioned Pendergast's authority, but Pendergast picked up the telephone and suggested they discuss it with the Attorney General. Wright demanded. He put the phone down, agreeing to cooperate fully within reason. Pendergast replaced the receiver gently, warning that if Wright ever found anything unreasonable, they could always repeat the process. Wright insisted that if he was going to cooperate, he had a right to know what progress had been made. Pendergast consulted papers and summarized the most recent victim. Jolly had died shortly after 10:30 the previous night, lacerated like the others. He'd been killed while making his rounds, though the stairwell wasn't part of his route, possibly investigating a noise or stopping for a joint, as a recently smoked marijuana cigarette was found near the stairwell exit. They'd test the body for drugs, Wright muttered. That was all they needed, and pressed about useful clues and the wild animal business. Pendergast held up his palm, preferring not to speculate without consulting experts, including some from Wright's own staff. He noted they'd found no signs of any animal in the vicinity. He described the body's location and the blood evidence, then slid a glossy photograph across the table. Wright stared, exclaiming in horror. Pendergast handed him another photograph of the blood-splattered wall. Pendergast explained that ballistics analysis on splattered blood was straightforward, and in this case, the evidence was consistent with a massive downward blow that had disemboweled the victim instantly. He replaced the photographs, checked his watch, and told Wright that Lieutenant D'Agosta would follow up to ensure everything proceeded as discussed. Then he asked one last question: which curator knew the most about the anthropology collections? Wright seemed not to have heard, but finally answered in a barely audible voice, "Dr. Frock." Pendergast acknowledged this, then warned that if anyone else died inside the museum, it would have to be shut down immediately, and the matter would be out of his hands. Wright nodded after a long moment. Pendergast added that he was aware of the upcoming superstition exhibition opening and the large preview planned for Friday evening. He'd like it to proceed unvexed, but everything depended on what they discovered in the next 24 hours, and prudence might require delaying the opening. Wright's eyelid twitched as he protested that it was impossible. Their entire marketing campaign would be derailed, the publicity devastating. Pendergast replied they would see, and dismissed him. Wright, drained of color, stood and walked stiffly out without a word. D'Agosta grinned as the door closed, remarking that Pendergast had softened the bastard up nicely. Pendergast leaned back in the leather chair, picking up the book with renewed enthusiasm and asking what D'Agosta meant. D'Agosta gave him a cadgy look, suggesting he could drop the genteel act when it suited him. Pendergast blinked innocently, apologizing for any unseemly behavior. He simply couldn't stand pompous, bureaucratic individuals and could become quite short with them. He raised the book, noting it was a bad habit but very hard to break. The laboratory overlooked the East River and the decaying industrial buildings of Long Island City. Louis Theroux stood at the window, watching an enormous garbage barge surrounded by seagulls being pushed out to sea, and thought it was probably 1 minute's worth of New York City trash. He turned away with a sigh. He hated New York, but choices had to be made: endure the city for one of the best genetic labs in the country, or work in some half-assed facility in a nice rural spot. He'd chosen the city so far, but his patience was running out. A low beeping and the soft hiss of a mini-printer announced the results were coming through. The $3 million Omega-9 parallel processing computer, a special hardwired model for sequencing DNA and mapping genes, fell silent. He'd come to the lab 6 months before specifically for this machine. He fetched the paper from the bin and scanned the first page, a summary of results, followed by nucleic acid sequences and columns identifying primer sequences and mapped genes from the target group. The target group was unusual: big cats, Asiatic tiger, jaguar, leopard, bobcat, and cheetah. The outgroup was Homo sapiens, a control to check accuracy. He scanned the summary. The sample matched the outgroup far more than the target group. Only a 4% chance it was from a big cat, but a 33% chance it was from a human. That was low, but within possibility. He'd need to run it against GenLab, the international DNA database, to see what it really was: something close to human, not enough for an ape, maybe a lemur. His curiosity was piqued. He hadn't even known his lab did work for the police. What made them think it was a big cat? The results ran to 80 pages, with identified nucleotides in columnar format. Most sequences would be unidentified since only E. coli had a complete genetic map. He scanned the figures, frowning. Too much unidentified DNA, probably a degraded sample. Then he stopped flipping pages. The program had identified a large chunk of DNA as belonging to Hemidactylus tursicus. He queried the biological nomenclature database and learned it was the Turkish gecko, a medium-sized nocturnal arboreal lizard from the gecko family, lacking movable eyelids, originally from northern Africa, but now found in Florida, Brazil, Asia Minor, and northern Africa. It was pure nonsense: lizard and human DNA in the same sample? But this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. The procedure was inexact, and only small fractions of any organism's DNA sequences were known. Less than 50% of the matches were human, low, but not out of the question for a degraded sample. Contamination was possible. A stray cell or two could ruin an entire run. That seemed increasingly likely. He continued scanning and found another long sequence: Tarentula mauritanica, the wall gecko. He started to laugh. It was a joke. He didn't think old Buchholz had it in him. Well, he had a sense of humor too. He began his report, typing a summary that identified the sample conclusively as Homo geckopians, common name gecko man. Frock sat in his wheelchair, dabbing his forehead with a Gucci handkerchief, and asked Margo to sit down, thanking her for coming so promptly. He lamented that it was dreadful, just dreadful. She assumed he meant the dead guard. since that was all anyone in the museum was talking about. But Frock looked up, dismissing the guard as a tragedy, and held up a memorandum that was what he meant. "New rules," he said. "Very inconvenient staff only allowed in the building between 10 and 5. No working late or Sundays. Guards stationed in each department, signing in and out of anthropology daily. EDs required at all times." He continued reading. "Stay in assigned sections as much as possible. Avoid isolated areas alone. Go with someone if necessary. Police interviews for anyone who worked in the old basement. Hers scheduled for early next week, and various sections posted off limits." He pushed the memo across the desk, with a floor plan attached showing the restricted areas in red. He noted her office was just outside the area, which she found little comfort, just outside where the murderer was probably lurking. She asked why they didn't just close the whole museum. Frock said they'd tried, but Wright had talked them out of it. If Superstition didn't open on schedule, the museum would be in deep trouble. She nodded, thinking it already was her office mate, and half the staff had called in sick, and those who showed up spent their time at coffee machines and photocopiers, trading rumors and staying in groups. The exhibit halls were nearly empty, attracting mostly ghoulish rubberneckers. Frock asked if she'd obtained any of the Kiribitu plants for her chapter, suggesting they run them through the extrapolator. The phone rang, and he answered irritably, then asked if it was necessary, paused, and concluded with a sigh that he'd comply. The authorities wanted him in the basement, someone named Pendergast, and he asked Margo to wheel him down. In the elevator, she mentioned she'd gotten a few specimens from the herbarium, but didn't understand why he wanted to run them through the GSE. He confirmed, depending on the plant's condition, and asked if there was printable material. She admitted the plants were mostly in good condition, but didn't see the use, wondering if she was just jealous of Kawakita. Frock exclaimed that her situation was tailor-made. She could simulate evolution with computers, and perhaps the plants were genetically allied along the same lines the Kiribitu shamans had developed. It would make an interesting sidebar for her dissertation. She hadn't thought of that. He urged her to talk to Kawakita about working together, but she privately doubted Kawakita was the type to share his spotlight or research. The elevator opened onto a checkpoint manned by armed police, who confirmed her identity and escorted them through several intersections to a second checkpoint. Behind the barricade stood 2 more policemen and a tall, thin man in a somber black suit, with blonde-white hair combed severely back. He stepped forward, introduced himself as Special Agent Pendergast, and apologized for not coming to Frock's office. He'd been expecting another visitor. His accent struck Margo as Alabaman, and he didn't look like any FBI agent she'd imagined. Frock, mollified by the courtesy, introduced her. Pendergast took her hand. It felt cool, and expressed honor at meeting such a distinguished scientist, hoping to read Frock's latest book. He asked if Frock applied the gambler's ruin scenario to his theory of evolution, noting it backed up his hypothesis well, especially assuming most genera start close to the absorbing boundary. Frock sat up, surprised, stammering that he'd planned references to that in his next book. Pendergast nodded to the officers and lowered his tone, saying he needed Frock's help. Thoreau finished his report, identifying the sample as Homo geckopians, common name Gecko Man, and sent it upstairs. He went out for coffee, still chuckling, proud of how he'd handled it. He wondered where Buchholz had gotten his gecko samples, probably pet stores, and imagined Buchholz blending cells from 2 or 3 geckos with his own blood. Let's see what our new man makes of this, he'd probably thought. Thoreau returned with coffee, laughing out loud, only to find Buchholz waiting for him in the lab, and Buchholz wasn't laughing. Pendergast's easy rapport with Frock surprised Margo, watching how quickly the old curator had shed his earlier wariness. The agent asked for their discretion, and both she and Frock agreed without hesitation. Then Pendergast signaled an officer, who produced an evidence bag and withdrew a small dark object, a latex cast of a claw, no more than 1 inch long, curved and jagged. Frock took it, examining it closely, and declared it looked like a fake. Pendergast acknowledged the uncertainty, mentioning that matter found in the claw's root canal was being sequenced for DNA, though results remained ambiguous. Frock's eyebrows lifted with interest. Pendergast then presented a larger cast, a reconstruction of the instrument that had raped one of the murdered children. Margo found it repulsive at one end. The latex was mottled and crude, but the other end was precise, ending in 3 hooked claws, a large central one flanked by 2 shorter talons. Frock studied it and pronounced it dinosaurian, specifically an ornithischian forelimb, noting the thickened central digit and undersized talons. Pendergast admitted they had been leaning toward a mammalian carnivore, but Frock countered that all mammalian predators have 5 digits. Pendergast then proposed a theory the killer might be using this as a weapon, a carved artifact made from a jaguar or lion forelimb, possibly an old museum relic that had been stolen and later used for murder. Frock fell silent, head bowed, then asked whether the guard's wounds showed any sign of a broken claw. Pendergast produced another cast, a long rectangle with 3 jagged ridges, a vile thing that made Margo shudder. Frock noted the deep penetration but saw no indication of a broken claw, which suggested to him that 2 such artifacts were in use. Pendergast seemed uneasy but nodded. Frock then observed how the claw marks drew together slightly, like a hand clenching into a fist, indicating flexibility. Pendergast conceded the point, but cautioned that human flesh distorts easily. He asked whether any artifact matching this description was missing from the collection. Frock replied with a faint smile that no such artifact existed. The claw's conical shape, enclosed root, and tripyramidal cross-section appeared only in birds or dinosaurs, and since this was too large for a bird, it was dinosaurian. He conceded that a clever forger could have shaped something like it, but Pendergast confirmed the fragment was genuine biological material, and the DNA from the root canal was real. The final report on the DNA's origin was still pending. Frock asked why the museum's own DNA lab wasn't being used. Pendergast explained that procedural rules forbade it, pointing out the risk of contamination or even tampering by the murderer himself. Then he pressed Frock to consider whether the weapon might have been constructed from anthropology relics and to think about what artifact or artifacts it most closely resembled. Frock agreed to consider it, and Pendergast asked about obtaining a printed inventory of the anthropology collection. Frock offered the computer catalog instead, and Pendergast accepted, noting his command post was in an unused gallery. At that moment footsteps approached, and Margo turned to see the tall, lean figure of Dr. Ian Cuthbert, the museum's deputy director, followed by 2 officers. Cuthbert complained about the delay, then recognized Frock with irritation. Pendergast briskly took charge, informing Frock that this was the man he'd been waiting for, and invited Cuthbert to step inside the secure area. Cuthbert grudgingly agreed, mentioning his exhibition deadline. Frock's tone was sardonic, as he echoed the word exhibition, and motioned Margo to wheel him forward. Pendergast politely asked for the cast back. Inside, the copper-sheathed door to the secure area had been replaced with a steel one. Margo wheeled Frock into the narrow walkway, past vaults holding valuable artifacts, sapphires, ivory, extinct bones, Zuni war gods. 2 men in dark suits stood at the far end and straightened when Pendergast entered. Pendergast stopped at an open vault door inside. A harsh bulb illuminated metal walls and several crates, one small and one large with its lid removed, and excelsior-like stuffing protruding. Pendergast explained that the guard's murder had occurred nearby, and the killer had tried possibly more than once to break down the secure area door without success. He added that nothing had come in or out of the secure area for 6 months, except these crates, moved into the vault just the previous week on Cuthbert's orders. Cuthbert began to protest, but Pendergast cut him off. Pendergast pointed to the damaged crate, drawing their attention to the 2x6 slats deeply scored by claw marks. His forensic people believed the marks on the victims were made by the same object or instrument. He fixed Cuthbert with an intense stare, and Cuthbert stammered that he'd had no idea nothing had been taken, he'd merely thought. His voice trailed off. Pendergast asked for the history of the crates, and Cuthbert explained they were from an old expedition, the Whittlesey expedition, which had taken place over 5 years ago in South America, and had not been entirely successful. Frock interjected with derision, calling it a disaster that had caused a scandal at the time the expedition broke up early due to personality conflicts. Some members were killed by hostile tribesmen, the rest died in a plane crash, and there were rumors of a curse. Cuthbert snapped back that it was an exaggeration, that there had been no scandal. Pendergast asked about the crates, and Cuthbert said they'd been shipped back separately, then dismissed the topic as beside the point, mentioning a unique figurine from an extinct tribe that was to be a centerpiece of the superstition exhibition. Pendergast urged him to continue, and Cuthbert explained that when they'd gone to retrieve the figurine the previous week, they'd found one crate broken into, so he'd ordered all of them moved to the secure area. Nothing had been taken. The figurine, worth a fortune, was still there. The only thing missing seemed to be seed pods, packed by a scientist named Maxwell who had died in the crash. Pendergast pressed for more details about the expedition, and Cuthbert summarized the team had assembled to search for traces of the Cathoga tribe in a remote rainforest where 95% of plant species were unknown to science. Whittlesey, an anthropologist, led the group, which included a paleontologist, a mammalogist, a physical anthropologist, and others. Whittlesey and an assistant named Crocker disappeared and were presumed killed by tribesmen. The rest died in the plane crash. Only the figurine had documentation from Whittlesey's journal. The rest was a mystery with no locality data. Pendergast asked why the material had sat in crates so long instead of being unpacked and catalogued. Cuthbert deflected the question to Frock, who explained that the collections were enormous, and it took tremendous time and money to curate such things, but in this specific case, the anthropology department had been forbidden to curate the crates upon their return. Cuthbert retorted that that had been years ago. Pendergast asked how they knew there were no rare artifacts in the unopened boxes, and Cuthbert said Whittlesey's journal implied the figurine was the only item of importance. When Pendergast asked to see the journal, Cuthbert shook his head. It had gone missing. Pendergast inquired whether Cuthbert had moved the crates on his own authority. Cuthbert said he'd suggested it to Dr. Wright after learning the crates had been tampered with, and that keeping them together in original crates was standard museum procedure. Pendergast murmured that the crates had been moved late the previous week, just before the killing of the two boys, and wondered aloud what the killer could have been after. He asked Cuthbert again about the missing seed pods. Cuthbert, shrugging, said he wasn't sure what they were. They looked like seed pods to him, big, round, heavy rugose on the outside, light brown, but he wasn't a botanist. He'd only seen the inside of the crate twice, once when it first came back, and then the previous week when looking for the figurine, which he called Imbuwun. Pendergast asked where the figurine was now. Cuthbert said it was being curated and should be on display already, as they were sealing the exhibition that day. He hadn't removed anything else from the box. Pendergast requested to see it, but Cuthbert told him he could see it when the show opened, then questioned why Pendergast was wasting time on a broken crate when a serial killer was still at large. Frock cleared his throat and asked Margo to wheel him closer to the crates. He bent forward with a grunt to scrutinize the broken boards while everyone watched. When he straightened up, he pointed out that the boards were scored on the inside as well as the outside, and asked Pendergast whether they weren't making an assumption. Pendergast smiled and said he never made assumptions. Frock persisted, saying they were all assuming that someone or something had broken into the crate. A sudden silence fell in the vault. Margo could smell dust and the faint odor of excelsior. Then Cuthbert began to laugh raucously, the sound swelling harshly through the chamber. Later, as they approached Frock's office, the curator was unusually animated. He asked Margo if she'd seen that cast avian attributes, dinosaurian morphology. This could be exactly what he'd been looking for. He could scarcely contain himself. Margo quickly reminded him that Pendergast believed it was constructed as a weapon of some sort, realizing as she said it that she wanted to believe it too. Frock snorted dismissively, asking if she hadn't sensed something tantalizingly familiar yet utterly foreign in the cast an evolutionary aberration, the vindication of his theory. Inside his office, he immediately produced a notebook and started scribbling. Margo began to ask how such a creature could exist, but stopped as she felt Frock's hand close over hers with extraordinary strength. His voice low but trembling with excitement, he quoted Hamlet about there being more things in heaven and earth than are dreamt of in philosophy. It wasn't always for them to speculate. Sometimes they must simply observe. They couldn't miss this opportunity. Damn his steel prison of a wheelchair. She had to be his eyes and ears, go everywhere, search up and down, be an extension of his fingers. They must not let this chance pass them by. He gripped her hand tighter, asking if she was willing. The freight elevator in Section 28 had a permanent reek of decay, and Smithback found himself breathing through his mouth to avoid it. The car was as large as a Manhattan studio, and its operator, a man in his 60s with an orange toupee, had decorated it with a table, chair, and a gallery of pictures cut from the museum's Nature magazine, all depicting animals mating, displaying, or otherwise engaged in natural history's more prurient moments. The operator leered and asked if he liked the art. Smithback answered with sarcasm, noting it was nice to see someone so interested in natural history. Stepping out, the smell of rotting flesh intensified, filling the air like a thick fog. He gasped to the operator, asking how he could stand it. But the man seemed genuinely confused by the question and simply rolled the door shut. A cheerful, heavily accented voice rang down the corridor. Jost von Oster, the elderly Austrian who ran the osteological preparation lab where animal carcasses were reduced to bones. Despite being over 80, he looked pink and plump, far younger than his years. He greeted Smithback warmly, mentioning they were only cooking zebra that day and that he'd missed the rhinoceros. Von Oster had started at the museum in the late 20s, preparing skeletons for display. His horse skeletons, mounted walking, trotting, and galloping, had revolutionized animal exhibition. Later, he'd created lifelike habitat groups down to the finest detail, but that era had passed, and he'd been relegated to the bug room. Still, he'd never retired, and his old skills had been called upon for a shaman life group in the superstition exhibition, precisely the subject Smithback wanted to cover in his book. The workshop looked like a bizarre industrial kitchen. Stainless steel tanks along one wall, massive pulleys and chains overhead for handling large carcasses, a drain in the floor with a small broken bone caught in its grill. In a far corner, a gurney held what had once been a Sargasso sea dugong, now almost fully decomposed, with picks, pliers, and tiny knives arrayed around it. Von Oster showed him the maceration tank containing the zebra, lifting the lid with pride despite the overpowering smell. Smithback peered at the soupy brown liquid and the liquefying flesh beneath, weakly commenting that it was a little ripe. Von Oster dismissed this, proudly explaining the process. Gut the carcass, let it rot in 95-degree water for 2 weeks, drain it, then boil the bones with alum to soften them, and finally wash them with benzene to make them pure white. Smithback knew he had to redirect the interview before the smell overwhelmed him, so he asked about the shaman group, reminding von Oster of their conversation. The old man enthusiastically pulled out drawings and described the process of painting backgrounds on double-curved surfaces for illusion of depth, gesturing broadly and taking deep breaths between sentences. When he finished, he asked if Smithback wanted to see the bugs, a famous process von Oster had invented, where dermestid beetles stripped small carcasses down to perfectly articulated skeletons. The safe room was hot, humid, and cramped, with white porcelain tubs full of beetles, slowly crawling over rows of skin bats for Dr. Huysmans. Between the odors and the bugs, Smithback had had enough. He stood up, thanked von Oster for the interview, and began to leave. But the old man suddenly realized he'd been interviewed and asked who the book was for. Smithback said it was for the museum, with Rickman in charge. Von Oster's eyes narrowed, and when Smithback mentioned she was mostly just interfering, the old man broke into a pink grin, calling her poison and clapping his hands at the idea of her making trouble everywhere, especially with the exhibition. Smithback pressed for details, and von Oster explained that Rickman was in the exhibition every day, complaining about everything, and just the previous afternoon had caused a commotion over the Cathoga tribe stuff, ordering everyone to leave while they brought in the figurine. Smithback asked which figurine and why it was so sensitive. Von Oster said it was the Mbun figurine, a big deal in the exhibition, and there was lots of talk about it, very, very bad talk, though he tried not to listen. Smithback listened to the old man for quite a while longer, then backed out of the workshop, von Oster pursuing him as far as the elevator, still talking about how unlucky Smithback was to be working for her. But Smithback didn't hear him. He was already busy thinking. As the afternoon wound down, Margo finished Moriarty's case right up and sent it to the printer, rubbing her tired eyes. The work was rougher than she'd have liked, but she'd spent enough time on it. Still, she felt a quiet satisfaction and was eager to deliver the printout to Moriarty's office in the Butterfield Observatory. She called Exhibition Central, but the person who answered said Moriarty was down at the exhibition and they were locking up for the day. She glanced at her watch. Almost 5. Curfew time, but the exhibition opened Friday evening, and she'd promised him the material. She remembered Frock's suggestion to call Greg Kawakita, and sighed, picking up the phone again. He answered, and she explained that Frock had suggested she run some Kiribitu plant specimens through his extrapolator program. It might find genetic correspondences in the samples and serve as a useful test of the program itself. Kawakita paused, then said he'd like to help, but the extrapolator wasn't ready for just anyone to use. He was still chasing bugs and couldn't vouch for the results. Her face burned at the phrase, just anybody, though he quickly apologized for the poor choice of words. He was too busy. The curfew didn't help, and he suggested she check back in a week or two before hanging up. She knew he was putting her off indefinitely. To hell with Kawakita. She'd find Moriarty herself and deliver the copy, and maybe get that guided tour of the exhibition while she was at it. She grabbed her jacket and purse, and headed out. Crossing the deserted Selous Memorial Hall, she passed 2 guards and a docent locking up for the night, while 3 policemen talked beneath the bronze statue of Selous, oblivious to her. Her thoughts drifted back to Frock's morning talk. If the killer wasn't found, security would tighten. Her dissertation defense could be delayed, or the whole museum might close. If that happened, she was Massachusetts bound for sure. At the Walker Gallery, she found the rear entrance to Superstition blocked by iron doors and a velvet rope, with a policeman named F. Beauregard standing guard. She explained she needed to see George Moriarty inside the exhibition galleries, brandishing her printout, but the officer told her it was past 5, and the exhibition was sealed until the opening. She protested briefly, then turned back toward the rotunda with a sigh. Rounding a corner, she saw the dim vastness of the hall ahead and glanced back. Beauregard was out of sight. On impulse, she veered through a low passage into a parallel walkway, climbed a wide flight of stairs, and moved through a vaulted insect hall and then a gallery overlooking the marine hall. The museum felt eerie and deserted. She descended a sweeping staircase past a life-size walrus habitat and a model of an underwater reef dioramas that could no longer be made, too expensive to produce. At the far end of the hall she reached the Wiseman Gallery, where Superstition was being mounted. Black paper covered the inside of the double glass doors, with a sign reading "Gallery Closed." The left door was locked, but the right one pushed open easily. She looked over her shoulder, nobody, and slipped inside. The door hissed shut behind her, and she found herself in a narrow crawl space between the outer walls and the back of the exhibition. Plywood, nails, and electrical cables were scattered everywhere. A huge sheetrock structure with wooden buttresses looked like the backside of a Hollywood set. Moving carefully through the poor light, she spotted a gap between the wooden panels and squeezed through into a large, 6-sided anteroom. Gothic arches in 3 walls framed dark passages, and backlit photos of shamans provided most of the light. She had no idea where she was in the exhibition, where it began or ended, and called out softly for Moriarty, her voice swallowed by the silence and gloom. She took the central passage into a longer, darker hall crowded with exhibits. Brilliant spots illuminated artifacts that seemed to float in velvet darkness: masks, bone knives, strange carvings covered with nails. The walls narrowed ahead, and she had the odd sensation of walking back into a deep cave. Manipulative, she thought, and she could see why Frock was upset. She went deeper, hearing only her own footsteps on thick carpet, unable to see exhibits, until she was almost on top of them. She wondered how she'd retrace her steps, hoping for a well-lit, unlocked exit somewhere ahead. The hall forked, and she chose the right-hand passage, passing alcoves with grotesque artifacts. The silence was so intense, she found herself holding her breath. The hall widened into a chamber where she stopped before a set of Maori tattooed heads, not shrunken but smoked, the skulls still inside, eye sockets stuffed with fibers, mahogany-colored skins glistening, shriveled lips drawn back from teeth. 6 of them bobbed in the night, their blue tattoos breathtakingly complex, spiraling in endless patterns around cheeks, noses, chins. The tattooing had been done in life, the label said, and the heads preserved as a sign of respect. Beyond, the gallery narrowed to a point where a massive squat totem pole stood lit from beneath by pale orange light, its shadows giant wolf heads and cruel-beaked birds splashing across the ceiling. Certain she'd reached a dead end, she approached unwillingly, then noticed a small opening ahead, and to the left, leading into an alcove. She moved slowly, quietly, any thought of calling for Moriarty long gone. Thank God she wasn't near the old basement. The alcove held fetishes, simple animal-shaped stones, but mostly monsters depicting superstition's darker side. Another opening brought her into a long, narrow room lined with black felt, dim blue light filtering from hidden recesses, the ceiling low enough that Smithback would have to crawl. The room opened into an octagonal space beneath a high-groined vault, gappled light filtering through stained-glass depictions of medieval underworlds. Large windows dominated each wall. Margo approached the closest, and found herself looking into a Mayan tomb. A skeleton lay in the center under a layer of dust, a gold breastplate on its ribcage, gold rings on its fingers, painted pots arranged around the skull, one containing tiny dried corn cobs. The next window showed an Eskimo rock burial with a mummy bundle wrapped in skins. The third was more startling, a lidless, rotting European-style coffin with a corpse dressed in decayed frock coat, tie, and tails, its head bent stiffly toward her as if about to speak, eye sockets bulging, mouth frozen in a rictus of pain. She stepped back, horrified that this was someone's great-grandfather, and noted how the matter-of-fact label describing 19th-century burial rituals belied the scene's visual hideousness. The museum was definitely taking risks with material this strong. She skipped the remaining windows and passed through a low archway into a forked passage. To her left was a small cul-de-sac, to her right, a long, slender corridor into darkness. She didn't want to go that way yet, so she wandered into the dead-end room and stopped, then moved closer to examine one of the cases. This gallery dealt with ultimate evil in its mythic forms, images of a medieval devil, the Eskimo evil spirit Tornarsuk. But what arrested her was a crude stone altar in the center, lit by a yellow spot, holding a small figurine carved in such detail, it took her breath away. Covered in scales, it crouched on all fours, yet its long forearms and the angle of its head were disturbingly human. She shuddered. What kind of imagination created a being with both scales and hair? The label read, Umwu, a representation of the mad god of the Kathoga tribe, he who walks on all fours, feared by other tribes, said to be conjured at will for destruction. Very few Kathoga artifacts existed, and this was the sole known image of Mboom. A chill crept over her. She looked closer, repulsed by the reptilian features, the small wicked eyes and the talons, 3 on each forelimb. Oh dear God, it couldn't be! Suddenly, every instinct told her to keep absolutely still. A minute passed, then 2. Then it came again, the sound that had galvanized her, an odd rustling, slow, deliberate, maddeningly soft. On the thick carpet, the footsteps had to be close. A horrible, goatish stench threatened to choke her. She looked around wildly, fighting panic, searching for the safest exit. The darkness was complete. As quietly as possible, she moved out of the cul-de-sac and across the fork. Another rustling noise, and she was running headlong through the darkness, past ghoulish displays and leering statues that seemed to leap out of the blackness, down twisting forks and passages, always taking the most hidden path. At last, thoroughly lost and out of breath, she ducked into an alcove with a display on primitive medicine, crouching behind a case holding a trepanned human skull on an iron pole. She hid in its shadow, listening. Nothing, no noise, no movement. She waited. As her breath slowed and reason returned, there was nothing out there. It had been her overzealous imagination, fueled by the nightmarish tour. She'd been foolish to sneak in. Now she didn't know if she'd ever want to come back, even on the busiest Saturday. She had to find a way out. It was late, and she hoped people were still around to hear her knocking if she encountered a locked exit. Embarrassing, having to explain herself to a guard or policeman, but at least she'd be out. She peeked over the case lid. Even if it had all been imagination, she didn't want to go back the same direction. She stepped out quietly, listened nothing, and turned left, moving slowly down the corridor, searching for a route out. At a large fork she stopped, eyes straining in the darkness, debating which way to go. Shouldn't there be exit signs? Best they hadn't been installed yet. Typical. The hall to her left looked promising, opening into what seemed like a large foyer ahead. Then movement registered in her peripheral vision. Limbs frozen, she glanced hesitatingly to the right. A shadow, black against black, was gliding stealthily toward her, moving with inky sinuousness over the display cases and grinning artifacts. With speed born of horror, she shot down the passage, feeling the walls roll back and widen around her. Twin slits of vertical light appeared ahead, outlining a large double doorway. She threw herself against it, the doors flying back as something clattered on the far side. Dim red light rushed in the subdued glow of a museum at night, and cool air touched her cheek. Weeping, she slammed the doors closed and leaned against them, eyes shut, forehead pressed against cold metal, sobbing, fighting to catch her breath. From the crimson gloom behind her came the unmistakable sound of something clearing its throat. A stern voice demanded to know what was going on. Margo whirled around and nearly collapsed with relief. It was Officer Beauregard riding the brass posts her swinging door had knocked over. He recognized her as the woman who'd tried to get in earlier and asked if she couldn't take no for an answer. She tried to explain, but the words caught in her throat. He stepped back, arms folded, waiting, then noticed her state and asked if she was okay. She was slumped over, laughing or crying. She wasn't sure which, wiping tears from her face. He took her arm and said she should come with him. The thought of sitting in a room full of policemen repeating her story, possibly having Frock or Wright called in, having to go back into that exhibition, forced her to straighten up. They'd think she was crazy. She insisted it wasn't necessary, that she'd just had a scare. Beauregard looked unconvinced, said they should talk to Lieutenant D'Agosta, and pulled out a notebook to take her name for her report. She gave it Margo Green, graduate student under Frock, doing an assignment for Moriarty, and gently freed her arm, backing away towards Sellis Memorial Hall, still talking. He shrugged and started writing. Back in the hall she paused. She couldn't return to her office. It was almost 6, and the curfew would be enforced. She didn't want to go home, not just yet. She checked her carryalls still there, with Moriarty's copy. She walked to the deserted information kiosk and called him. He answered, and she explained. She was in Sellis Hall, had just come from the exhibition, and had been looking for him to deliver the Cameroon copy. She asked if he'd been in there, panic rising. He said no, the exhibition was sealed for Friday's opening, and asked why. She tried to control her breathing, her hands trembling against the receiver. He asked what she'd thought of it, and a hysterical giggle escaped her, scary. He explained. They'd brought in experts for lighting and visuals. Even the designer of Fantasy World's haunted mausoleum, considered the best in the world. She finally trusted herself to speak again, saying something had been in the exhibition with her. A security guard spotted her from across the hall and was walking toward her. Moriarty asked what she meant, and she insisted exactly that, the bitter taste of terror flooding back. He told her to stop shouting, and suggested they go to the Bones to talk it over, since they were both supposed to be out of the museum anyway. He didn't understand what she was saying. The Bones, known to locals as the Blarney Stone Tavern, sat across 72nd Street from the museum's southern entrance. Its owner, Boylan, had covered every surface with bones, femurs, and tibias lined the walls. Metatarsals and scapulas traced mosaics across the ceiling. Strange craniums lodged in every niche. Where he got them was a mystery, but he'd only say people brought them in. It was a favorite museum staff hangout. The place was busy, and Margo and Moriarty pushed through the crowd to an empty booth. She spotted Smith back at the bar, talking animatedly to a slender blonde. Moriarty asked her to repeat what she'd said over the phone. She took a deep breath and explained she'd gone to the exhibition to deliver the copy. It was dark. Something was in there following her, chasing her. He pressed her on the word something, and she shook her head impatiently, unable to explain padded steps, stealthy and deliberate, and a horrible, strange smell. He suggested the exhibition was designed to be creepy, that she'd told him Frock and others considered it too sensational, and he could imagine what it must have been like alone in the dark. She laughed mirthlessly, saying he was implying she'd imagined it, and she'd like to believe that. Their drinks arrived, light beer for her, Guinness for him. He sipped it critically and said with all the killings and rumors, he probably would have reacted the same way. Calmer now, she asked about the Kathoga figurine in the exhibition. He asked about Imbibunji. She noted its front legs had 3 claws. He acknowledged it, calling it a marvelous sculpture, and one of the show's highlights, though he admitted its biggest attraction was probably the curse. She took a sip of beer and asked him to tell her everything he knew about the Mbuon curse. Smithback appeared out of the smoky gloom, carrying notebooks, his hair backlit and sticking out at odd angles, the blonde woman gone. He called it a meeting of the shutouts, complained about the curfew, and slid into the booth next to Margo uninvited. He mentioned the police were interviewing those working near the murders that meant Margo. She said hers was set for next week. Moriarty hadn't heard anything. Smithback told Moriarty he didn't have much to worry about up in his garret, since the museum beast probably couldn't climb stairs. Margo asked if Rickman had amputated another part of his manuscript, but he ignored her and focused on Moriarty, ordering a Macallan straight up, then asking what the story was behind the Mbumvuan figurine. There was a stunned silence. He looked from one to the other, asking what he'd said. Margo said they'd just been talking about Umbuwon. He remarked it was a small world, explaining that von Oster had told him Rickman was kicking up a fuss about Umbuwon being displayed, something about sensitive issues. So he'd done some digging. His scotch arrived. He toasted silently and tossed it off. He'd obtained some background the Kathoga tribe along the upper Jingmu, a bad lot into supernatural dabbling and human sacrifice, assumed extinct centuries ago, with only myths remaining. Moriarty began to say he knew something of this, that he and Margo had been discussing it, but Smithback cut him off impatiently. Moriarty settled back, looking annoyed, more used to lecturing than listening. Smithback continued several years ago. A museum man named Whittlesey mounted an expedition to the upper Jinggu, supposedly to search for traces of the Kathoga artifacts, dwelling sites, whatever. But what he hadn't told anyone was that he was actually searching for the tribe itself, convinced they still existed, and he'd developed something called myth triangulation. Moriarty interrupted to explain the concept, locating spots on a map where legends about a people or place were heard, identifying areas where legends were most detailed and consistent, and finding the exact center of the myth region where the source was most likely to be. Smithback looked at him, said no kidding, and went on. Whittlesey went off in 1987 and disappeared into the Amazon, never to be seen again. Moriarty rolled his eyes, calling von Oster a tiresome old guy. Smithback countered that he might be tiresome, but he knew a lot about the museum. There'd been a big confrontation in the jungle. Most of the expedition started back early. They'd found something so important they wanted to leave immediately, but Whittlesey disagreed and stayed with a fellow named Crocker. Both apparently died in the jungle. When Smithback asked von Oster for more details about the MB1 figurine, he'd clammed up. Now Smithback would have to find someone who'd been part of that expedition. Margo told him they were all killed in a plane crash coming back. Smithback peered at her intently, surprised, and asked how she knew. She hesitated, remembering Pendergast's request for confidentiality, then thought of Frock gripping her hand that morning, insisting they couldn't miss this opportunity. She said she'd tell what she knew, but they had to keep it to themselves, and agree to help her. Moriarty cautioned her to be careful. Smithback readily agreed, and asked what they were helping with. Hesitantly, She told them about the meeting with Pendergast in the secure room, the casts of the claw unwound, the crates, Cuthbert's story. Then she described the Embu-1 sculpture she'd seen in the exhibition, omitting her panic and flight, knowing Smithback wouldn't believe her any more than Moriarty had. She concluded by asking Moriarty what he knew about the Cathoga curse. Moriarty shrugged. Not much, really. In local legend, the Cathoga were a shadowy witch-doctor cult who could control demons. There was a creature, a familiar they used for vengeance killings, Mbuvun, he who walks on all fours. Whittlesey found the figurine and other objects, packed them up, sent them back to the museum. Disturbing sacred objects had been done countless times before, but then Whittlesey disappeared in the jungle and never came out, and the rest of the expedition died on the return trip. Hence the curse. Margo noted that now people were dying in the museum. Moriarty asked if she was saying the One curse, the stories of a museum beast, and the killings were all linked, and told her not to read too much into it. She pressed. Hadn't he told her Cuthbert kept the figurine out of the exhibition until the last minute? He confirmed that Cuthbert handled all work on the relic himself, not unusual for such a valuable piece, and that delaying its placement had been Rickman's idea, probably to generate more interest. Smithback doubted that Rickman's mind didn't work that way. If anything, she was trying to avoid interest. Scandal made her shrivel up like a moth in a flame. Moriarty demanded what Smithback's interest was, and Smithback asked if a dusty old artifact couldn't interest him. Margo noted Rickman wouldn't let him write about it, and Smithback made a face, saying it might offend all the ethnic Cathoga tribesmen in New York. Actually, he'd heard from Von Oster that Rickman was bent out of shape about it, so he thought he'd dig up some dirt to improve his bargaining position, threatening to take the Whittlesey story to Smithsonian Magazine. Margo warned him. She hadn't shared her confidence just so he could make money. They needed to learn more about the crates, to find out what the killer was after. Smithback said they needed to find that journal. Margo said Cuthbert claimed it was lost. Smithback asked if she'd checked the accession database. She hadn't, and her security rating was rock bottom. She also told them about her brush-off from Kawakita. Smithback suggested Moriarty as an assistant curator with high security access. Moriarty drew back, dignified, insisting they should let the authorities handle it. This wasn't for them to mess with. Margo pleaded that nobody knew what they were dealing with. People's lives and the museum's future were at stake. Moriarty said he knew her motives were good, but he didn't trust Bill's. Smithback retorted that his motives were pure, that Rickman was storming the citadel of journalistic truth, and he was just defending the ramparts. Moriarty asked if it wouldn't be easier to do what Rickman wanted, calling his vendetta childish and saying he wouldn't win. The drinks arrived. Smithback tossed his off with gusto and declared that someday he'd get that bitch. Meanwhile, Beauregard finished his entry and stuffed his notebook away. He knew he should call the incident in, but the girl had looked so scared, obviously not up to anything. He'd make his report later. He didn't like door-shaker duty, but it beat directing traffic and made a good impression down at Orion's. He could say he was assigned to the museum case. The place was quiet, though normally it would be bustling. It hadn't been normal since Sunday. Staff had been coming and going from the exhibition halls during the day, but now it was sealed for the opening. Unless you had written permission from Cuthbert, you couldn't get in without being police or security on official business. His shift ended at 6, and he had 2 days off a solo fishing trip to the Catskills he'd been looking forward to for weeks. He ran his hand along his holster, ready for action, with capstan on his other hip. Behind him, he heard a muffled pattering sound. He spun around, heart racing, faced the closed exhibition doors, unlocked them, and peered in, calling out, "Only a cool breeze." He let the doors close and tested the lock. You could come out but not go in. The girl must have gone through the front entrance. But wasn't that locked too? They never told him anything. The sound came again. He decided it wasn't his job to check inside. He couldn't let anyone in, but nobody said anything about anyone coming out. He started humming, tapping the beat. 10 more minutes, and he'd be out of this spook house. The sound came again. He unlocked the doors and stuck his head deep inside, seeing dim shapes, exhibition cases, a gloomy entranceway. He identified himself as a police officer and asked if anyone was there. No answer. He withdrew and radioed ops, reporting noises at the exhibition's rear exit. The dispatcher, TDM, asked what kind. Beauregard said uncertain, sounded like someone was in there. D'Agosta glanced at Pendergast lounging in the shabby back seat, thinking a man like him deserved at least a late-model town car, but instead he'd been given a 4-year-old Buick with a driver who barely spoke English. Pendergast's eyes were half closed as D'Agosta barked directions: turn on 86th, take the Central Park Transverse, then 5th to 65th, 1 block north on 3rd, right at 66th. The driver, with a thick Middle Eastern accent, insisted 59th was faster, but D'Agosta shouted back that it wasn't during evening rush hour. The car swerved and rattled past 65th, and D'Agosta exploded. The driver had missed it. The man apologized and turned down 61st into a massive traffic jam. D'Agosta told Pendergast he should have the Joker fired. Pendergast smiled, eyes still half closed, saying the driver was a gift of the New York office, but the delay gave them a chance to talk. Pendergast had spent the afternoon at Jolly's autopsy. D'Agosta had declined the invitation. The lab had found several kinds of DNA, in the sample one human, the other from a gecko. D'Agosta asked what a gecko was. Pendergast explained. It was a harmless lizard that liked to bask on walls, recalling a summer in a Mediterranean villa covered with them. The results had surprised the lab technician so much, he thought it was a joke. Pendergast pulled out the autopsy report. Same body mauled, thalamoid region removed. The coroner estimated that the force required for such deep lacerations in a single stroke exceeded twice what a strong human male could achieve. Silivas enzyme tests on brain sections from the older boy and from Jolly both tested positive for saliva. D'Agosta was horrified. The killer was eating the brain. Pendergast noted that the killer was also slobbering over the food, clearly lacking manners, and asked for the SOC report. D'Agosta handed it over. No surprises, the blood on the painting was Jolly's, with traces leading past the secure area into a stairwell to the sub-basement. But last night's rain had flushed everything out. Pendergast scanned the document and noted the report on the vault door. Someone had done a lot of pounding, possibly with a blunt instrument, and there were 3 pronged scratches consistent with those on the victims, again with considerable force. He handed the files back and said they needed to devote more attention to the sub-basement. The DNA was their best chance for a solid lead, which was why he'd asked for this meeting. The car pulled up at a warren of ivy-covered red brick buildings overlooking the East River, and a guard ushered them into a side entrance. Inside the lab, Pendergast took charge, chatting with the scientists Buchholz, small and bald, and his assistant Thoreau. D'Agosta admired how easily the Southerner could command a scene. Pendergast explained they wanted to understand the DNA sequencing process and how the results were arrived at, and whether further analysis was needed. Buchholz confirmed that Thoreau had done the analysis. Thoreau stepped forward nervously and described the process they'd been asked to identify whether the sample came from a large carnivorous mammal, specifically a big cat. They compared the sample's DNA to likely matches and also used an outgroup A control species, definitely not the sample, usually human DNA, since so much of it had been mapped. They did a polymerase chain reaction to make thousands of copies of the genes, then used a pulsed field gel electrophoresis machine where portions of the sample migrated through gel according to molecular weight, showing up as dark bands. By the pattern of bands in computer analysis, they could identify genes present. The reading on big cat genes was extremely negative to their surprise. They got a positive reading on the outgroup Homo sapiens and identified DNA strands from several species of gecko. Most of the sample's genes remained unidentified. Pendergast asked if that was why they'd presumed contamination. Thoreau confirmed it: contamination or degradation, with repeated base pairs suggesting genetic damage. Pendergast asked about genetic damage, and Thoreau explained that damaged DNA often uncontrollably replicates long repeating sequences caused by viruses, radiation, or chemicals. Thoreau explained that damaged or defective DNA often uncontrollably replicates long repeating sequences of the same base pair, caused by viruses, radiation, chemicals, or even cancer. Pendergast roamed the lab with cat-like curiosity and asked about the gecko genes. What did they mean exactly? Thoreau admitted, that was the big mystery. They were rare genes, unlike common ones like cytochrome B found in everything from periwinkles to humans. These gecko genes were unknown to them. D'Agosta asked if that meant the DNA didn't come from an animal at all. Buchholz clarified not from any large carnivorous mammal they knew of. They'd tested all relevant taxa, and there weren't enough matches to say it came from a gecko. By elimination, it probably came from a human, but degraded or contaminated. The results were ambiguous. D'Agosta mentioned the sample was found in the body of a murdered boy, and Thoreau seized on that, saying it could easily explain contamination with human genetic material. It would have been easier if they'd known that beforehand. Pendergast frowned, noting the sample had been removed from the root canal of a claw by the forensic pathologist, with every effort to prevent contamination. Thoreau countered that one cell was all it took, and proposed an idea: the claw might be from a lizard heavily contaminated by blood from its human victim. Any lizard, not necessarily a gecko. The only reason they'd identified some DNA as gecko was because a researcher in Baton Rouge had done gecko genetics work and logged results in GenLab. Otherwise, it would have turned up unknown like most of the sample. Pendergast requested further tests to determine what those gecko genes actually did. Thoreau frowned, saying the chance of success wasn't high, and it could take weeks. The mystery already seemed solved. But Buchholz clapped him on the back, saying they shouldn't second-guess Agent Pendergast, especially since the police were paying for the expensive procedure. Pendergast smiled broadly, glad Buchholz had mentioned that, and wrote down an address: Director of Special Operations, FBI, telling them to send the bill there. Cost no consideration whatsoever. D'Agosta grinned, recognizing what Pendergast was doing, getting even for the lousy car. What a devil! Thursday brought more chaos. At 11:15, a man claiming to be the living incarnation of the Egyptian pharaoh, Thoth, ran amok in the antiquities wing, knocking over displays, breaking a case, and pulling a mummy from its tomb. 3 policemen restrained him, and curators spent the rest of the day replacing bandages and collecting ancient dust. Less than an hour later, a woman ran screaming from the Hall of Great Apes, babbling about something crouched in a dark bathroom corner, and a television team waiting for Wright captured her hysterical exit on film. Around lunchtime, a group calling itself the Alliance Against Racism picketed outside, calling for a boycott of the Superstition exhibition. Early that afternoon, philanthropist and big game hunter Anthony McFarlane offered a $500,000 reward for the capture and safe delivery of the museum beast. The museum immediately disclaimed any connection. These events made the press. What didn't? By noon, 4 employees had quit without notice, 35 had taken unscheduled vacations, and nearly 300 had called in sick. Shortly after lunch, a junior preparator in vertebrate paleontology collapsed at her lab table and was taken to medical, demanding extended leave and workers' compensation for severe emotional and physical stress. By 3 p.m., security had responded to 7 requests for investigations of suspicious noises in remote sections. By curfew, police had responded to 4 unverified sightings. Later, the switchboard tabulated 107 creature-related calls that day, crank messages, bomb threats, and offers of assistance from exterminators to spiritualists. Smithbank eased open a grimy door and peered into the skeleton room, one of the museum's more macabre places, the storage area of the Physical Anthropology Laboratory. The museum had one of the largest skeleton collections in the country, second only to the Smithsonian, with 12,000 in this room alone, mostly North and South American, Indian, or African from the 19th century. Tiers of metal drawers rose to the ceiling, each containing at least a portion of a human skeleton, with yellowed labels bearing numbers, tribal names, sometimes a short history, other times just chilling anonymity. Smithback had once spent an afternoon wandering among the boxes, reading faded elegant scripts, jotting notes: Walks in Cloud, Yankton Sioux, killed 1880 Maggie Lost Horse, Northern Cheyenne Anasazi, from Canyon del Muerto Luo, from Lake Victoria Alet, provenance unknown. A strange graveyard indeed. Beyond the storage area lay the Physical Anthropology Lab. In earlier days, physical anthropologists measured bones to determine racial relationships and human origins. Now, much more complex biochemical and epidemiological research was done there. Several years earlier, at Frock's insistence, the museum had merged its genetics research and DNA labs with this one, creating a spotless assortment of centrifuges, autoclaves, electrophoresis apparatus, monitors, distillation columns, and titration setups. One of the most advanced technical facilities of its kind. It was in a no-man's land between old and new that Greg Kawakita had set up shop. Smithback stood among the towering metal shelves, peering through the gaps toward the laboratory doors. The morning was still early, just past 10, and the vast storage room felt cavernous and still, its silence broken only by the distant hum of fluorescent lights. Through the open racks, he caught a glimpse of Greg Kawakita in the next aisle over, making strange, precise movements with his left arm. Then came the unmistakable zing of a fishing line and the soft whir of a reel. Smithback couldn't suppress a surprised laugh. The man was fly fishing. He called out across the shelves, his voice echoing in the quiet space. The effect was immediate. A sharp exclamation, the clatter of a dropped rod, and then Kawakita's voice cutting through the racks with a mix of irritation and amusement. The scientist chided him for sneaking around, joking that he might have been armed, though the tone beneath the complaint held no real heat. Kawakita emerged from his aisle, reeling in his line with practiced ease, his expression a scowl that didn't quite reach his eyes. Smithback ribbed him about working in a bone-filled morgue and losing his mind, and Kawakita responded by demonstrating his peculiar skill, flicking his rod with a snap of his wrist. The line shot out, and the tiny fly tapped against a drawer labeled with the name of someone long dead. Smithback's whistle of appreciation was genuine. Kawakita repeated the trick with another drawer, his aim perfect, each fly striking its target with casual precision. As the scientist disassembled his bamboo rod, he admitted it wasn't quite like fishing a river, but the confined space made for excellent practice, a way to relax between bouts of work. He slid the rod into its battered case, then led Smithback deeper into the cramped aisles toward a large desk buried under papers, monographs, and shallow trays of sand that held human bones. Kawakita slid an antique engraving across the desk, an illustrated family tree of human evolution, beautiful but scientifically laughable, a mid-19th century artifact he was writing about for a scholarly journal. Smithback admired it briefly, then steered the conversation toward Kawakita's real work, but the scientist waved off the connection with a laugh. The chart was just a diversion, after-hours fun. Then he turned the tables, asking about Smithback's own writing project and the harassment from Rickman. Smithback admitted his struggles under the public relations director were well known, but he hadn't come to talk about his own troubles. He'd come to discuss Margo Green. Kawakita's interest sharpened, his posture shifting with wariness. Smithback explained that Margo needed help with the extrapolation program, but Kawakita deflected, claiming it wasn't ready, that he was too busy to guide anyone through it. Smithback pushed back, emphasizing that Margo was no scientific novice, that she was doing heavy genetics work of her own, and that she deserved a break. He mentioned her father's recent death, the pressure she was under, the possibility she might leave the museum entirely. The news gave Kawakita pause. He frowned, considered, then leaned back with a knowing look. He teased Smithback about playing the Good Samaritan, an uncharacteristic role, and pressed him on his true motive. Smithback hesitated, then admitted he was also trying to dig up information about the Whittlesey expedition, the one that had brought back the embalmed figurine for the new exhibition. Recognition flickered across Kawakita's face. He'd heard the old herbarium curator mention something about it recently, but when Smithback hinted at a link between the expedition and the recent museum murders, Kawakita's skepticism flared. He dismissed the idea as more museum beast nonsense. Smithback tried to clarify, saying he'd heard strange rumors and that Rickman was nervous about the figurine. The expedition had yielded more than just that relic. There were crates, other objects, and he wanted to learn more. Kawakita asked pointedly what any of this had to do with him. Smithback explained that as an assistant curator, Kawakita had high-level computer access. He could search the XIII database for information about those crates. Kawakita doubted the material had even been logged, but Smithback remained undeterred. With a laugh, Kawakita excused himself briefly, then returned with a freshly opened internal memo from Lavinia Rickman's office. The memorandum was explicit. All staff were forbidden to speak with journalists or assist anyone preparing books or articles about the museum without prior clearance from public relations. Violations would result in disciplinary action. Smithback read the memo with growing outrage. Kawakita confirmed what he already suspected: it was aimed directly at him. His hands were tied, Kawakita said, citing his career and upcoming tenure review. He couldn't risk making waves. Smithback would have to find another way. The writer nodded, resigned, accepting the situation with a heavy sigh, even as his mind already began searching for alternatives. D'Agosta was on the far side of the museum, his feet aching from another long day of chasing shadows, when the radio crackled with yet another report: an emergency sighting in Section 18, the computer room. He sighed, shoving the radio back into its holster, weary of the endless parade of frightened employees imagining things in the dark. Everyone in this place was seeing bogeymen. Outside the computer room, a cluster of a dozen staffers crowded the hallway, their nervous chatter punctuated by forced laughter. 2 uniformed officers stood by the closed door. D'Agosta unwrapped a fresh cigar and asked who had raised the alarm. A young man stepped forward, slope-shouldered, thick glasses, lab coat, calculator, and pager dangling from his belt like badges of office. He was the perfect picture of a computer geek, and D'Agosta inwardly groaned. The man hadn't actually seen anything, he explained, but there had been a loud thumping from the electrical systems room, rhythmic and insistent, like someone trying to force their way through the door. D'Agosta gestured to the officers and moved to investigate. Someone produced a key, explaining they'd locked the door as a precaution, not wanting anything to come out. D'Agosta waved away the explanation, irritated by the mounting absurdity. Everyone was spooked. How could they possibly be planning a big opening party for the following night? The place should have been shut down after the first murders. Inside, the computer room was large and circular, almost unnaturally clean. A 5-foot-tall white cylinder, the museum's mainframe, stood on a pedestal in the center, bathed in neon light, humming softly. Terminals and workstations ringed the space, along with tables and bookcases. 2 closed doors faced them at the far end. D'Agosta sent his men to search the area, telling them to check behind the equipment, while he stepped back out to interview the shift supervisor. The young man identified himself as Roger Thrumcap and corrected D'Agosta's assumption about data processing. This was the computer room itself, the heart of the hardware and systems work. The noises, Thrumcap explained, had started just after 10, while they were finishing their daily journal backup special permission, allowing them to start at 6 in the morning. The sounds had come from behind a door adjacent to the mainframe, the electrical room. D'Agosta re-entered the computer room, feeling the oppressive heat, and gestured toward the electrical room door. He instructed Thrumcap to keep the staff outside while he and his officers took a look. The electrical room door swung open, releasing a wave of stale, warm air laced with the acrid smell of hot wiring and ozone. D'Agosta fumbled along the wall, found a switch, and flooded the space with light. He conducted a visual inspection by the book transformers, grills over ventilation ducts, cables snaking through the space, several large air conditioning units. Nothing but hot air and humming machinery. He ordered his men to check behind the equipment, and they did so thoroughly, returning with shrugs and empty hands. Satisfied, D'Agosta walked back into the main computer room and declared it clean. He told Thrumcap the staff could return, but he was posting an officer for the next 36 hours. One of the men emerging from the electrical room, a younger officer named Waters. D'Agosta noted with grim humor that if these sightings kept up, he'd run out of officers to assign. Thrumcap approved of the idea, launching into a proud litany of the room's importance. It was the museum's brain, running telephones, the physical plant, the network, printing, email, the security system. D'Agosta tuned him out, privately wondering if this was the same security system that couldn't even produce an accurate blueprint of the sub-basement. As the staff filed back in and resumed their positions at the terminals, D'Agosta mopped his brow, feeling the stifling heat. He turned to leave and paused as a voice behind him announced a problem. Thrumcap was staring at a monitor, alarmed. The system was doing a hex dump, an automatic and abnormal behavior, and there was confusion about whether the master terminal had been left in backup mode, triggering a low-level dump. Attempts to abort it failed. The system wasn't responding. Was the operating system down? Then a high-pitched alarm cut through the room, insistent and sharp. D'Agosta noticed a red light flashing above the mainframe. He hesitated, thinking he'd better stick around. Thrumcap called out, demanding to know the alarm code. The short, buck-toothed technician who had spoken earlier flipped through a manual with growing urgency, finding the entry 2291, a heat alarm. The machine was overheating. Maintenance had to be called immediately. D'Agosta shrugged, concluding the thumping they'd heard earlier was probably failing air conditioner compressors, hardly a mystery. It must have been 90 degrees in there. He started down the hallway, passing two maintenance men hurrying in the opposite direction. The museum's MP3 supercomputer was robust, able to function above recommended temperatures for longer periods than older mainframes, but a third-party interface had been installed outside the manufacturer's specifications, tying the security system into the hardware. When a room's temperature reached 94 degrees, the tolerances of the ROM chips governing the automatic disaster control system were exceeded. Failure came 90 seconds later. Waters stood in a corner of the room, an hour after the maintenance men had left, the air now pleasantly cool. Everything returned to normal. The only sounds were the computer's hum and the relentless clicking of keyboards. He idly glanced at an unoccupied terminal screen and saw a cryptic blinking message about external array failure at a specific memory address. He couldn't make sense of it. It was like reading a foreign language. He hated computers. They'd never done him any good except to mess up his name on bills, and he despised the smug technicians who thought they were so smart. If anything was wrong, he decided, let them deal with it. He wasn't going to waste his time. Smithback settled into his favorite carrel. Tucked deep in the stacks with a dim light and cramped space, offered a refuge from the museum's grander, more public spaces. He dropped his notebooks beside him, squeezed his laptop onto the scarred wooden desk, and switched on the small overhead lamp. Just beyond the stacks lay the oak-paneled reading room with its red leather chairs and marble fireplace. But Smithback had always preferred these narrow, scuffed niches, especially the ones hidden far from view, where he could examine temporarily liberated documents or even steal a nap without interruption. The museum's library was unparalleled, its collection of natural history texts so vast and so swollen with private bequests that the card catalog was perpetually out of date. Yet Smithback knew the place better than most librarians, able to unearth obscure facts with surprising speed. He sat for a moment thinking. Moriarty had proven too cautious, Kawakita had been a dead end, and he knew no one else with the access he needed to the XIII database. But there were other ways to approach a puzzle. At the microfilm card file, he began working backward through the New York Times index, searching for any mention of the Whittlesey expedition. He pushed as far as 1975, then moved on to anthropological and natural history journals. Nothing. The museum's internal periodicals yielded no results either, and the 1985 staff directory offered only a 2-line biography of Whittlesey, nothing he didn't already know. Frustration gnawed at him. The man was more elusive than Oak Island's legendary treasure. He returned the volumes to their racks, looking around carefully. Then he tore a few sheets from his notebook, strolled casually to the reference desk, and approached a librarian he'd never seen before. He spun a quick story about needing to return materials to the archives, claiming he was on rotation from the science library. The librarian squinted at him with suspicion, but a ringing phone distracted her, and she handed him a clipboard and a key on a long blue cord, telling him to sign in. The library archives were tucked behind an unmarked gray door in a remote corner, and Smithback knew he was taking a gamble. He'd been inside once before on legitimate business, and he knew the library's holdings were limited. But something was nagging at him, a thread he couldn't let go of. Inside, he scanned the shelves and labeled boxes, working methodically down one side of the room before stopping near the end of the opposite wall. He reached up and brought down a box labeled Central Refugee, SHPG Air Cargo Receipts, squatting to sift through its contents. He checked as far back as 1975, found nothing, and was about to return it when his eye caught another label, Bills of Lading, 1970 to 1990. He glanced at his watch. He couldn't risk more than a few more minutes. His finger stopped near the end of the pile, and he pulled out a smudged sheet with a quiet murmur of satisfaction. From his pocket, he extracted his microcassette recorder and spoke the relevant details into it. Bellarmine, Port of New Orleans, Brooklyn, and the ship's name, the Estrella de Venezuela, Star of Venezuela. He noted the long layover in New Orleans with a flicker of curiosity. Back at the main desk, the librarian watched him return the key, remarking on his pleased expression. Smithback offered a polite farewell, signed the clipboard with a pseudonym, and walked away. At the microfilm catalog, he paused. He remembered the New Orleans newspaper had an unusual name, Times-Picayune, something like that. He found it in the catalog and loaded the 1988 reel, scanning through the months until he reached October. Then he stopped cold. A massive banner headline, 72 points at least, stared back at him from the viewer. He breathed a single stunned word. He now knew, beyond any doubt, why the Whittlesey crates had languished so long in New Orleans. Across the museum, Margo Green sat in her office, phone pressed to her ear, listening to Frock's secretary explain that his door was still closed. She would give him the message as soon as possible. Margo thanked her and hung up with a sigh of frustration. How could she serve as Frock's eyes and ears if she couldn't even reach him? When he was deep in a project, he often locked himself away, and his secretary knew better than to disturb him. She'd already tried twice that morning, with no idea when he might emerge. She glanced at her watch, 11:20. The morning was nearly gone. She turned to her terminal and logged on, wading through the usual system messages, including a notice about a restore at noon following the morning's outage, and found a single email waiting. It was from George Moriarty, thanking her for the label copy, saying it looked perfect, and would be included in the finishing touches before the public opening. He also asked if she'd like to have lunch. Her phone rang before she could reply. It was Moriarty himself, cheerful and appreciative. She was glad to help, she said, though she'd just received his message. They exchanged pleasantries, and as the conversation wound down, she found herself wondering how to steer it toward more urgent matters. Moriarty hesitated on the phone, then asked again about lunch. Margo had to decline. She was waiting for a call from Frock, which might come at any moment or not at all. She could sense his disappointment through the silence. To soften the refusal, she suggested he stop by her office on his way to the cafeteria. If Frock called in the meantime, she'd be free. If not, he could keep her company and help with the crossword while she waited. Moriarty brightened at the idea, and she took the opening to suggest they also take a quick look at the XIII database for information on the Whittlesey crates. He hesitated, then agreed, saying he'd stop by around 12. Half an hour later, a knock came at her locked door, but the voice that answered wasn't Moriarty's. She opened it to find Smithback, who slipped inside quickly, shutting the door behind him. He announced he'd been busy, and she countered that Moriarty would be arriving any minute to help her access the database. Smithback looked surprised, but she offered no explanation. When Moriarty arrived and spotted the journalist, his expression soured, but Smithback waved off his concern with a breezy assurance that he wasn't in a biting mood. Margo dismissed the tension, and Moriarty reluctantly took the seat at her terminal, casting suspicious glances at both of them. He guessed they wanted him to check the accession records, and Margo confirmed it, though she felt the journalist's presence made the request seem more conspiratorial than intended. Smithback was asked to turn away for the password, and Moriarty began tapping keys with obvious reluctance, noting he could face reprimand for this and wondering why Margo hadn't simply asked Frock. She reminded him she couldn't reach him. Moriarty found the entry and called them over. The screen displayed the accession record for the Whittlesey expedition, catalogued by a man named Montague in April 1989. 7 crates had arrived, 6 packed by Maxwell and 1 by Whittlesey. Whittlesey and his companion Crocker were presumed dead. Maxwell and the rest of the party had perished in a plane crash. Only Whittlesey's crate had been partially catalogued, with descriptions drawn from a journal. The listing showed 7 artifacts, a blowgun and dart, the personal journal, 2 grass bundles, a carved figurine of a beast identified as M.B. Boone, a wooden plant press, an incised disc, and assorted spear points. Notes indicated all crates had been moved to a secure vault on March 20th. Moriarty explained the status codes C for crated, OE for on exhibit, TR for temporarily removed. Margo pointed out that the journal's status, TR, seemed vague. Moriarty said there should be a detailed record showing who removed it and for what purpose, and he attempted to step down a level. He frowned. The detail record for the journal was missing an invalid record error. He pulled up the detail record for the figurine instead, which showed 2 removals, one by Cuthbert on March 17th for the exhibition, and another by a curator named Depardieu in October 1990 for initial curating. Margo pressed him on the journal, and he confirmed that even a lost artifact should have a record. After checking further, he found the detailed record had been deleted entirely. Smithback asked if that was even possible, and Moriarty confirmed it was, but only with a high-security ID. Moriarty confirmed that deleting a record required high-level security clearance. Margo pressed further, wondering if the morning system problems could have caused the deletion. He shook his head, explaining that a file compare indicated the deletion had occurred before the previous night's backup. Smithback noted the convenience of the timing with dark satisfaction, hinting at a pattern, but Moriarty dismissed his conspiracy talk. Margo asked about accidental deletion, but Moriarty said the database's integrity checks would have flagged an error. He had no other explanation, and when Smithback pressed him, he grew offended and announced he was leaving for lunch. After the door closed, Margo turned on Smithback, accusing him of ruining their only lead. He brushed her off, saying they'd learn nothing useful anyway. Then he produced a folded photocopy from his pocket with a smug look, a newspaper article from the New Orleans Times-Picayune, dated October 1988. The headline announced a ghost freighter found beached near New Orleans, its entire crew brutally slain. A witness described corpses strewn across the deck, the scene like a slaughterhouse. Margo read the article with growing horror. Smithback pointed out the wounds described in the article matched those of the recent museum killings. She countered that the event was nearly 7 years old, a coincidence at best, until Smithback revealed that the Whittlesey crates had been on board that very ship. He'd tracked down the bills of lading. The crates had been shipped from Brazil in August 1988, languishing in New Orleans customs for over a year while the investigation ran its course. The ritual murders had followed the crates from the Amazon to the museum. The phone rang, startling them both. It was Frock, finally emerging from his work, and Margo arranged to meet him at 1 o'clock. When she turned to share the news with Smithback, he had already vanished. 10 minutes before her appointment, another knock came. It was Moriarty, apologizing for walking out. Margo assured him it wasn't his fault, and she decided not to mention the newspaper article. But Moriarty had news of his own. He'd realized there might be a way to recover the deleted record for Whittlesey's journal. The system had done a full restore at noon from backup tapes, which held 2 to 3 months' worth of archives. If the deletion had occurred within that window, he could resurrect the record. Margo urged him to try, despite the risk of being traced to her terminal. She confessed her fear she didn't know what they were dealing with, a serial killer or something else entirely, and that uncertainty terrified her. She squeezed his hand in earnest appeal, then quickly withdrew it when she noticed him blushing. Moriarty smiled shyly and set to work, accessing the backup tape through a roundabout route to avoid detection. The seek rate was painfully slow and the protocol glitchy, but finally, he announced he had it. The screen filled with a recovered detail record for the journal. It showed the journal had been removed on March 15th by Lavinia Rickman, with Cuthbert's approval, for personal supervision, no return date listed. Below that, an older removal record from October 1990 had been corrupted into gibberish. Moriarty frowned, noting the protocol problems had produced garbled data. Margo stared at the screen, her mind racing with the implications. Moriarty swore softly, frustrated. The recovered record was corrupted, partially overwritten with garbage data. But Margo had spotted the crucial detail: the journal had been removed by Rickman 2 weeks earlier, with Cuthbert's approval, and no return date had been logged. She pointed out that Cuthbert had claimed the journal was lost, and now someone had deleted the record to conceal that fact. Moriarty cautioned her against jumping to conclusions. There could be innocent explanations, but Margo rejected that, her voice rising. He tried to steer her away from the investigation, suggesting she focus on her own life instead, and made the mistake of mentioning her father. She flared up, then caught the time, and realized she was late for her meeting with Frock. She grabbed her bag and left, promising to speak with him later. Alone, Moriarty slumped at the darkened terminal, wondering that if even Margo Green, a plant genetics student, was starting to believe something monstrous was loose, what must the rest of the museum be thinking? In Frock's office, Margo watched the professor fumble his sherry, staining his shirt front with the dark liquid. He dabbed at it with his handkerchief, then looked up at her with growing excitement. He praised her discovery, and expressed eagerness to examine the figurine, though Pendergast was due to arrive soon and would likely delay them. Margo privately was relieved at the prospect of postponing another visit to the exhibition, but Frock pressed on, explaining that the One figurine could be the proof he'd been searching for if her observation about the claws matching the victim's wounds was accurate. She asked how such a creature could be loose in the museum, and Frock deflected with a riddle, asking what was Rugo's bumpy, ridged. Reptilian eggs, he explained. Dinosaur eggs. Then he connected the dots. Cuthbert had described the missing seed pods as Rugos. Were they really pods? Or were they eggs? And where had they gone? Had they been stolen, or had something else happened to them? Margo pressed him. If something had hatched from the crates, how did that explain the killings on the freighter that brought the crates from South America? Frock laughed, calling it a riddle wrapped in a mystery, and insisted they needed to gather more facts without delay. A soft knock interrupted them. Pendergast entered, immaculate and composed, his white blonde hair swept back, carrying a briefcase. He greeted them both and, when Frock gestured to a chair, seated himself with quiet elegance. Margo noted that he looked as collected as ever, as if he had no idea of the turmoil churning beneath the surface of the investigation. Pendergast reminded them of the need for confidentiality, then got straight to the point. He wanted to know if Frock had located any artifact that could have served as the murder weapon. Frock had searched the database thoroughly and found nothing resembling the claw imprint. Pendergast admitted the investigation was proving difficult, flooded with false leads and witness reports, but frustratingly slow to yield a solid connection. Frock shifted the conversation, observing that they were both in similar predicaments and noting that Museum Director Wright was eager to proceed with the exhibition despite the risk. The museum had invested heavily, and admissions were vital to its financial survival. Pendergast seemed to absorb this, turning over a fossil from the desk as he listened. He admitted he couldn't share his findings openly, but asked if Frock was an expert on DNA. Frock confirmed that he studied genetics and its effects on morphology, and that he supervised graduate students in that field, including Margo and Kawakita. Pendergast produced a thick computer printout from his briefcase, a DNA report from the claw fragment found in one of the victims. He couldn't officially show it, he said, but he wanted to know if Frock could help. He laid out his working theory: a madman loose in the museum, killing in a ritualistic pattern, removing the back of the skull, and extracting the hypothalamus. When Frock asked why, Pendergast hesitated, then said they believed the killer ate it. Margo gasped, the implication landing like a physical blow. Pendergast continued, laying out his reasoning. The killer, he believed, was hiding in the sub-basement, a labyrinth of tunnels and passages spanning multiple subterranean levels, some nearly 150 years old. Searches had failed to isolate a specific location, and 2 dogs had been killed during the attempts. The killer was male, given the preternatural strength evident in the wounds, and he used a 3-clawed weapon to disembowel his victims, who appeared chosen at random. No motive had emerged, and interviews had turned up nothing. The claw, he concluded, remained their only clue. Frock nodded slowly, then asked about the DNA results. Pendergast waved the printout dismissively, calling the lab results inconclusive. He revealed that the claw had tested positive for DNA from gecko species, mixed with human chromosomes, leading them to assume the sample was degraded. Frock murmured in surprise, then pressed for details. How did they know the hypothalamus was eaten? Traces of saliva and teeth marks, Pendergast explained, though they couldn't determine if the teeth were human, and the saliva remained unidentified. Frock fell silent, head bowed for several minutes. When he looked up, he asked if Pendergast still believed the killer was human. The agent closed his briefcase, expressing skepticism at the alternative. He couldn't imagine an animal capable of such surgical precision, locating a tiny internal organ in the skull, and the killer's ability to evade search was remarkable. Frock raised his head abruptly, his voice suddenly booming, and offered to share his own theory. Pendergast agreed to listen. Frock launched into a description of the Transvaal shell's Cambrian-era fossils containing bizarre, asymmetrical lifeforms, unlike anything seen before or since. Most scientists viewed them as an evolutionary dead end, but Frock disagreed. He believed a particular creature in those shells, a powerful predator with fins, suction pads, and crushing mouthparts, had hunted its prey to extinction, causing a minor mass extinction at the end of the Cambrian. He had run computer simulations based on fractal turbulence, and the results suggested a pattern. Every 60 to 70 million years, a new predatory species would appear suddenly, tearing through the existing population. He gestured to a sandstone fossil on his desk, a set of tracks from the Upper Cretaceous, right on the KT boundary, the mass extinction event that killed the dinosaurs. It was the only fossil of its kind ever found. Pendergast asked about the connection, and Frock explained the figurine of Mbuvung, the claw impressions from the killer, and these fossil tracks were all linked. The forelimbs on the Mbuvung figurine had 3 claws with a thickened central digit, matching the tracks and the claw marks in the victims. Pendergast asked if Frock was suggesting the killer was a dinosaur, and though Margo detected a note of amusement in his voice, Frock shook his head vigorously. Not a dinosaur, something rarer, the proof of his theory of aberrant evolution. This creature, he believed, was what had killed the dinosaurs, not a meteorite or climate change. A terrible predator, small but extremely powerful and fast, intelligent and likely cooperative. Super predators were short-lived, poorly represented in the fossil record except in the Transvaal shells and these tracks. He leaned forward, his voice rising. Humanity was in a population explosion today, the most successful form of life on Earth. His next book would extend the Callisto effect to modern life, predicting that some grotesque mutation would arise to prey on humans. He wasn't claiming the killer was the same creature, but convergent evolution could produce a similar killing machine. The similarities were too numerous to ignore. Pendergast listened, then said he was lost. Frock insisted something had come back in the crate from South America, unleashed in the museum, a successful predator. The Mbuvung figurine was proof indigenous tribes had known of it and built a religion around it. Pendergast asked if Frock had seen the figurine, but Frock admitted he hadn't, though he planned to at the earliest opportunity. Pendergast reminded him that Cuthbert had assured them nothing of value was in the crates. He thanked Frock for his time, expressed polite interest in the theory, but made it clear he remained unconvinced. He urged Frock to separate conjecture from evidence and left. Frock sat in his wheelchair, shaking his head in disappointment. He'd had high hopes for Pendergast, but it seemed he was like all the rest. Then Margo noticed the DNA printout lying on the table where Pendergast had been sitting. Frock followed her gaze and chuckled. realizing it had been left deliberately. Perhaps Pendergast wasn't like the others after all. Frock picked up the phone and called Cuthbert, requesting access to the superstition exhibition. Margo watched his face redden as the conversation unfolded, and she could hear the sharp, dismissive edge in the distant voice on the other end. Frock pressed on, insisting he needed to re-examine the Whittlesey crates in the secure area. Margo could hear the distant squawking of Cuthbert's voice through the receiver, and Frock's own tone grew sharp, his authority challenged. He reminded Cuthbert of his position as department chairman, then recoiled, as if struck by something the Scotsman said, his voice dropping to a trembling whisper as he accused Cuthbert of having no business in the institution and threatened a formal grievance. He hung up, his hand shaking, and asked Margo to forgive the outburst. She expressed surprise that he had been so easily overruled. Frock smiled ruefully, explaining that Cuthbert technically outranked him, and the recent turmoil had stirred up sentiments he hadn't anticipated. He speculated that Cuthbert might be hiding something profoundly embarrassing. Perhaps he was aware of the creature's existence, had found the hatched eggs, and was trying to prevent Frock from studying them. Margo dismissed that as unlikely, and Frock conceded the point, but insisted they still needed to get into the crates. When she asked how, he produced a request for access form from his desk, explaining that his mistake had been asking permission. He would send the original through proper channels while taking the unsigned copy down to the secure area. To bully his way in by the time the request was denied, he'd have already examined the crates. Margo objected, and her gaze dropped to his wheelchair. Frock followed her look, crestfallen, and began to return the form to his desk. She stopped him, volunteering to go herself. Frock warned her of the risk he was tenured and protected, but she could be expelled from the program. She countered that she had a friend who was clever at talking his way into or out of any situation. Frock tore off the carbon copy for her, handed her the vault combination and key, and instructed her to check the smaller crate first, Whittlesey's, for any evidence that could prove his theory. He urged her to move quickly, before the guard could verify the request, and sent her off with a whispered Godspeed. The last image she carried from the room was Frock pounding his fists against his wheelchair in frustration. Back in her office, Margo phoned Smith back, explaining the deleted accession record and Frock's plan. He responded with glee, seeing an opportunity to leverage the information against Rickman. She cut him off sharply, warning that this wasn't about his book. They needed to examine those crates immediately, with only minutes to act. He agreed, and told her to meet him at the landing outside entomology. They took a back route to avoid police checkpoints, and Margo outlined her plan. Smithback would distract the guard by drawing him into a better-lit alcove with the unsigned form, turning his back for long enough for her to slip into the secure area. Smithback scoffed at the simplicity of it but agreed, heading down the corridor alone. Margo waited, counted to 60, then followed, pulling on latex gloves. She rounded a corner and saw the guard 50 feet ahead, his back to her, holding the form. Smithback's voice rose in protest, and the guard objected that the paperwork hadn't gone through processing. Smithback steered him into the light, and Margo slipped toward the door to the secure area. Smithback and the guard moved into the illuminated alcove, and Margo slipped from her hiding place, walking briskly toward the secure area door. She inserted the key, pushed gently, and the door swung open on well-oiled hinges. A quick check confirmed the darkened room was empty, and she eased the door shut behind her, her heart hammering in her chest. She caught her breath and fumbled for the light switch. The vault stretched out in rows before her. Spotting a door with a yellow evidence sheet taped to it, she grasped the dial and consulted Frock's scrap of paper, 567723. She took a deep breath, recalling the combination lock from her high school locker, and worked the dial. Right, left, right. A loud click, and she pulled the lever down, the door swinging open. Inside, the crate sat in shadow against the far wall. She turned on the light and glanced at her watch. 3 minutes had passed. She had to move fast. The ragged marks on one of the larger crates where something had torn and splintered it apart sent a chill down her spine. She knelt before the smaller crate, removed the top, and plunged her hands into the stiff packing fibers, exposing the artifacts. Her fingers closed around something hard, a small stone carved with odd designs. Not promising. She uncovered jade lip plugs, flint arrowheads, a blowgun tube with sharp darts, their tips blackened. Deeper in, she found a small plant press, a damaged shaman's rattle, and a beautiful woven manta. On impulse, she stuffed the press still covered in packing fibers into her bag, along with the stone disc and rattle. At the bottom, she found jars of small reptiles, colorful but unremarkable. 6 minutes had passed. She sat up, straining to hear the guards return, but only silence met her. Quickly, she repacked the crate and replaced the lid, noticing its loose inner lining. Prying it open, a brittle water-damaged envelope slipped into her lap. She crammed it into her bag without looking. 8 minutes. No time left. She moved back to the central room, listened, and eased the door open a crack. Smithback's voice carried from the corridor, arguing about badge numbers. She slipped out, shut the door, peeled off her gloves and started past the alcove. The guard spotted her, and she improvised, greeting Smithback as if they'd been together all along. Smithback played along, complaining that the guard wouldn't let him in. The guard repeated his refusal, and they seemed to have pulled it off. Then Margo saw Cuthbert approaching in the distance. She grabbed Smithback's arm, claiming they had another appointment, and they made their escape. She pushed him into an alcove near the far end of the hall, and they crouched behind cabinets as Cuthbert's footsteps approached. They heard him interrogate the guard about attempted access, learning that the form had been issued by Frock, and the man's name was Bill. Cuthbert's frustration was palpable as he strode away. When the footsteps faded, Margo and Smithback emerged, only to be spotted by the guard. They sprinted around a corner, ducked into a stairwell, and raced up the steps. Smithback, unsure where they were headed, led them to a landing and pushed through a door marked Mammalogy Pongade Storage. Inside, they paused to catch their breath in the dim, cool room. Stuffed gorillas and chimpanzees stood like silent sentinels, and shelves of primate skulls lined the walls. Smithback urged her to show what she'd found. She pulled out the envelope, addressed to H.C. Montague, and held the yellowed paper to the light. But letter was from Whittlesey himself, written from the Uppersing, Guyan September 1987, explaining that he was sending Carlos back with the last crate and going on alone to search for Crocker. He emphasized the figurine as proof that the Kothoga existed and the Mbuwan legend was not mere fabrication, and he noted that all his field notes were in the journal. She read aloud as Smithback peered over her shoulder. The director's office sat in a hush so complete, it seemed to swallow the world outside. Lavinia Rickman settled deeper into the wine-colored leather of her armchair, noting the oppressive stillness. Not even the distant murmur of traffic 3 floors below could penetrate the thick turret windows. Across the vast mahogany expanse, Winston Wright appeared almost swallowed by his desk, while above him, a Reynolds portrait of the museum's founder cast a stern, judging gaze. On the far wall, Ian Cuthbert perched on the edge of a sofa, his tweed jacket hanging loose on his spare frame, his usual dour expression sharpened into something particularly severe. Wright finally broke the silence, his voice clipped with frustration. He complained that the troublesome curator had already phoned twice that afternoon, and he couldn't keep avoiding him indefinitely. Sooner or later the man would make a public issue out of being barred from the crates, and the Mbuwan business would inevitably get dragged into the mess, stirring up exactly the kind of controversy they didn't need. Cuthbert acknowledged the point with a terse nod, suggesting they simply delay the inevitable until after the exhibition opened. Once it was drawing record crowds and glowing reviews, they could afford to let the man rail all he wanted. The longer pause that followed hung heavy in the room before Cuthbert leaned forward again, his voice dropping into a colder register. He admitted he hated to play devil's advocate, but when the dust finally settled, Wright would have the attendance boost he needed. The cursed rumors might be an annoyance now, he argued, but once the danger passed, the public would crave the thrill of scandal, flocking to the museum for a vicarious shudder. It was good for business, he insisted, almost as if they'd orchestrated it themselves. Wright frowned at the implication, a mirthless laugh escaping him as he wondered aloud whether the curse might be real, given the trail of disasters that had followed the figurine across the globe. Cuthbert dismissed the notion outright, but Wright snapped back, his tone sharpening. He ordered Cuthbert not to speak that way again. Frock had influential connections, and if he started complaining, rumors would spread that they were deliberately withholding information, perhaps even exploiting the killings to drive attendance. How would that look for publicity? Cuthbert conceded with a wintry smile, but quickly reminded Wright that if the exhibition didn't open on time, all their calculations became moot. They had to keep Frock on a short leash. He then reported that Frock had already sent a surrogate to do his bidding. Someone had tried to gain access to the secure vault less than an hour earlier. When Wright demanded a name, Cuthbert admitted the guard had bungled the details, but he'd caught the man's first name bill. Rickman sat up abruptly at the name. Cuthbert turned to her, confirming the journalist working on the exhibition book was indeed her responsibility, and he'd heard the man had been asking too many questions. Was he under control? Rickman answered with a bright, practiced smile, assuring them that despite a few rough patches, the writer was now following the party line. Control the sources, she always said, and you control the journalist. Wright, however, remained skeptical. If the man was truly towing the line, he asked, why had Rickman felt compelled to send out that mass email that morning, warning everyone not to speak to outsiders? Rickman raised a lacquered hand, brushing the question aside with a curt assurance that the matter had been handled. Cuthbert pressed harder, his tone turning pointed. She'd been part of this from the beginning, and he trusted she didn't want her journalists digging up any embarrassing secrets. The intercom crackled to life, announcing Agent Pendergast's arrival. Wright, his expression sour, told them to send him in with a grim pronouncement that this was it. Pendergast appeared in the doorway, a newspaper tucked under his arm, pausing for a moment to survey the room before offering a polite, almost teasing greeting to each of them in turn. Wright responded with a stiff, formal smile and invited him to sit. But Pendergast declined, moving instead to the massive fireplace where he leaned against the mantel, arms folded. Wright assumed the agent had come to report an arrest, but Pendergast corrected him: no arrests, and little progress, despite what Rickman had been feeding the press. He unfolded the newspaper to reveal a bold headline claiming an arrest was imminent in the museum beast murders, then folded it again and laid it carefully on the mantel. Wright pressed for an explanation, but Pendergast deflected, stating he wasn't there to brief them. Instead, he reminded them of the simple, grim fact a dangerous serial killer was still at large, with no reason to believe he'd stopped killing, especially since all attacks had occurred after nightfall. As the agent in charge, he was regretfully informing them that the curfew would remain in force indefinitely, with no exceptions. Rickman made a small, desperate sound about the opening. Pendergast confirmed it would have to be postponed, perhaps a week, perhaps a month, offering no promises. Wright shot to his feet, his face flushed with rage, accusing Pendergast of going back on an agreement that the opening could proceed as long as no further killings occurred. Pendergast corrected him mildly, insisting no such agreement had been made. He gestured to the newspaper, explaining that such headlines bred complacency, and the opening would likely draw thousands into the museum after dark, a risk he couldn't take. Wright stared at him in disbelief, his voice shaking with fury, as he accused Pendergast of demanding a delay due to his own incompetence, which would inflict irreparable harm on the museum. He flatly refused. Pendergast remained unruffled, stepping into the center of the room to make his position painfully clear. He wasn't asking for permission, merely notifying them of his decision. Wright's voice rose in response, rejecting the notion and demanding to know what kind of message such a delay would send to the public. But Pendergast held his ground, his pale eyes steady as he outlined the consequences any unauthorized personnel found on the premises. After 5 would be arrested for trespassing, with second offenses carrying felony charges for obstruction. He trusted he'd made himself sufficiently clear. Wright, his voice now brittle with rage, told Pendergast the only thing clear was his path to the door, and it was unobstructed he should take it. Pendergast offered a curt nod to the group, and departed in silence. In the outer office he paused, staring at the closed door, and murmured a brief quote under his breath. Something about returning rebuked yet gaining more than he'd spent. Wright's secretary, startled, asked what he'd said. He replied it was Shakespeare, then headed for the elevator. Inside the office, Wright fumbled for the phone with trembling hands while Cuthbert exploded, outrage at the idea of being expelled from their own museum by a policeman. Wright silenced him with a sharp command, then spoke into the receiver, demanding to be connected to Albany. As he waited on hold, he looked at Cuthbert and Rickman, his breathing ragged but controlled, and announced it was time to call in favors. They'd see who had the final word, some inbred albino from the Delta, or the director of the largest natural history museum in the world. Smithback looked up from the letter, a new urgency in his voice. He insisted they couldn't stay where they were and needed to relocate to his office immediately. Margo followed him through a maze of ground-level overflow offices, the honeycomb of bustling corridors feeling almost welcoming after the damp, echoing basement passages near the secure area. They passed a large green dumpster overflowing with back issues of the museum's magazine, and outside Smithback's cramped workspace, a bulletin board displayed a collection of irate subscriber letters, clearly posted for the amusement of the magazine staff. Margo had been there once before, chasing down an overdue issue of Science, and the place was just as she remembered, a chaotic riot of photocopied articles, half-finished correspondence, take-out menus, and an assortment of books and journals the museum's libraries would no doubt be eager to reclaim. Smithback cleared a 2-foot stack of papers from a chair with a brusque sweep, then closed the door and settled into an ancient bentwood rocker behind his desk, paper crackling underfoot. In a low, serious tone, he pressed her again. Was she absolutely certain the journal hadn't been in the crate? She repeated that she'd only had time to search the one Whittlesey had packed himself, and the journal wouldn't have been in the others anyway. Smithback examined the letter once more, asking who Montague was the name it was addressed to. She admitted she didn't know. He pressed about Jorgensen. She'd never heard of him either. Smithback pulled down the museum's telephone directory, flipping through its pages, until he found a listing for Jorgensen in botany, listed as retired. He wondered aloud why the man still had an office. Margo explained that wasn't unusual. Independently wealthy individuals often stayed on with little else to fill their time. When she asked where his office was, Smithback located it, section 41, 4th floor, near the herbarium. He stood abruptly, declaring they should go now. Margo hesitated, glancing at the clock. It was nearly 4 o'clock, and she felt she should call Frock first to update him. But Smithback was already heading for the door, dismissing the idea with a wave, and urging her to come along, his journalist's instincts finally stirring after a dull afternoon. Jorgensen's office turned out to be a small, windowless laboratory with a high ceiling, and none of the plant specimens Margo had expected. The room was nearly empty except for a large workbench, a chair, and a coat rack, with one drawer of the bench open to reveal worn tools. The old botanist himself was bent over the bench, fiddling with a small motor. When Smithback announced their presence, Jorgensen turned to face them, almost completely bald, with bushy white eyebrows overhanging intense bleached denim eyes, his frame bony and stooped yet clearly tall. Smithback, without waiting for Margo's consent, handed over the letter. Jorgensen began reading and immediately stiffened with recognition. Without looking up, he reached for a battered chair and lowered himself into it. When he finished, he demanded to know where they'd gotten it. Margo and Smithback exchanged a glance. Smithback assured him it was genuine. Jorgensen stared at them hard, then handed the letter back, disclaiming any knowledge of it. Silence stretched between them until Smithback prompted that the letter had come from the crate Whittlesey sent back 7 years ago. Jorgensen continued to stare, then turned back to his motor in dismissal. Margo apologized for interrupting his work, but he barked a laugh. It wasn't work at all, just a broken vacuum cleaner he'd brought in for repairs after his wife died, since he had to handle the housework himself now. He admitted he didn't have much real work left to do. Margo pressed again about the letter. Jorgensen shifted in his chair, leaning back to stare at the ceiling, saying he hadn't known of its existence. The double arrow motif was the Whittlesey family crest, and the handwriting was unmistakable. It brought back memories. Smithback eagerly asked what kind, but Jorgensen cut him off with a sharp retort. It was none of his business, unless he could explain why it should be. Margo shot Smithback a warning look and stepped in, introducing herself as Frock's graduate student and explaining that her colleague was a journalist. She told him Frock believed the Whittlesey expedition and the returned crates were connected to the museum murders. Jorgensen raised his eyebrows theatrically at the word curse, but Margo corrected him. They weren't looking for supernatural explanations. He seemed relieved, dismissing curses outright, unless one defined them as a mixture of greed, folly, and scientific jealousy. But then he grew suspicious, asking why they were so interested. When Smithback interjected again, Jorgensen threatened to throw him out if he spoke once more. Smithback fell silent, and Margo decided against detailing Frock's theories or the evidence of claw marks and damaged crates. Instead, she simply stated they felt a connection was being overlooked by both police and museum, and since he'd been mentioned in the letter, they hoped he could shed light on the expedition. Jorgensen asked to see the letter again, and Smithback reluctantly handed it over. The old man's eyes passed over it hungrily, as if drawing in long-buried memories. He admitted that once he'd have been reluctant, even afraid to speak, fearing retaliation from certain parties. But at his age, he had little left to fear except loneliness. He nodded slowly to Margo, clutching the letter, and explained that he would have been on that expedition himself, if not for Maxwell. Smithback couldn't help asking who Maxwell was, and Jorgensen shot him a withering look, reminding him to stay quiet. He was talking to the lady. He turned back to Margo and explained that Maxwell had been one of the expedition's co-leaders alongside Whittlesey, and that was the first mistake. The two were at odds from the start, neither having full control. Maxwell's gain had been Jorgensen's loss. The man decided there was no room for a botanist, cutting Jorgensen out entirely. Whittlesey was even less pleased about it, because having Maxwell along threatened his hidden agenda. Margo asked what that agenda was. Jorgensen explained that Whittlesey wanted to find the Cathoga tribe, an undiscovered people rumored to live on a tepui, a vast tableland rising above the rainforest. The scientific consensus was that the tribe was extinct, but Whittlesey didn't believe it and wanted to be their discoverer. The problem was, the local government denied him a permit to study on the tepui, claiming it was reserved for their own scientists. In reality, Jorgensen said with a snort, they'd heard the same rumors about valuable minerals and didn't want any indigenous people standing in the way of timber and mining interests, so the expedition had to approach from the north, a far less convenient route, and they were expressly forbidden from ascending the tepui itself. Margo asked whether the Cathoga still existed. Jorgensen slowly shook his head, saying they'd never know the government had found something up there, likely gold or platinum deposits, and had eventually destroyed the entire area. Jorgensen continued, explaining that satellites could detect all sorts of things these days, and the tepui had been fired from the air in the spring of Bashaba. When Margo asked what he meant by fired, he clarified that it had been burned clear with napalm, an unusual and expensive method. Apparently, the fire had gotten out of hand, spreading and burning uncontrollably for months. Afterward, they built a road from the south and brought in Japanese hydraulic mining equipment, literally washing away huge sections of the mountain. He suspected they'd leached the gold and platinum with cyanic compounds and let the poison run into the rivers. Nothing remained, absolutely nothing, which was why the museum never sent a second expedition to search for the first. He cleared his throat. Margo breathed that it was terrible. Jorgensen met her gaze with his unsettling cerulean eyes, agreeing, and noted bitterly that of course none of this would appear in the superstition exhibition. Smithback raised a hand while quietly slipping out his micro-cassette recorder, asking for permission to record. Jorgensen refused flatly. This was off the record, not for attribution or quotation, and he'd received a memo to that effect that very morning. He hadn't been able to talk about this for years, and he was going to do it now, just this once, so they needed to keep quiet and listen. Silence fell as he gathered his thoughts. He resumed where he'd left off. Whittlesey had no permit to ascend the tepui, and Maxwell was the consummate bureaucrat, determined to make him play by the rules. But out in the jungle, 200 miles from any government, rules meant little. He cackled at the irony. He doubted anyone knew exactly what had happened out there. His own account came from Montague, who'd pieced it together from Maxwell's telegrams, hardly an unbiased source. Smithback interrupted at the name, but Jorgensen ignored him and pressed on. It appeared Maxwell had stumbled upon some unbelievable botany around the base of the tepui. 99% of the plant species were entirely new to science. They found strange, primitive ferns and monocotyledons that looked like throwbacks to the Mesozoic era. Even though Maxwell was a physical anthropologist, he'd gone crazy over the strange vegetation, filling crate after crate with odd specimens. That was when he found the seed pods. When asked how important they were, Jorgensen explained they came from a living fossil, comparable to the discovery of the coelacanth, a species from an entire phylum thought extinct since the Carboniferous. Margo asked if they looked like eggs. He couldn't say, but Montague had seen them and described them as hard as hell, requiring deep burial in highly acidic rainforest soil to germinate. He imagined they were still in those crates. When Margo mentioned Frock thought they were eggs, Jorgensen dismissed it with a remark that Frock should stick to paleontology, brilliant but erratic. At any rate, Maxwell and Whittlesey had a falling out, which was unsurprising. Maxwell cared nothing for botany but knew a rarity when he saw one, and he wanted to get his seed pods back to the museum. When he learned Whittlesey intended to scale the tepui in search of the Cathoga, he was alarmed, afraid the crates would be seized at the docks and he'd lose his precious specimens. They split up. Whittlesey went deeper into the jungle, up the tepui, and was never seen again. Maxwell reached the coast with the rest of the expedition and sent a stream of telegrams back to the museum, lambasting Whittlesey and telling his side of the story. Then he and the others were killed in a plane crash. Arrangements had been made to ship the crates separately, whether lucky or unlucky. Jorgensen couldn't say, but it took the museum a year to untangle the red tape and get them back to New York, with no one in a particular hurry to do so. He rolled his eyes in disgust. Margo quietly asked about Montague. Jorgensen's gaze grew distant. Montague had been a young Ph.D. candidate in anthropology, Whittlesey's protégé, which didn't exactly endear him to the museum after Maxwell's telegrams arrived. None of Whittlesey's friends were ever truly trusted after that. When pressed on what happened to Montague, Jorgensen hesitated, then admitted he didn't know the man had simply disappeared one day and never returned. His apartment and clothes had been abandoned. A search by his family found nothing, and most people assumed he'd gone off to Nepal or Thailand to find himself. Smithback pressed about rumors. Jorgensen laughed. Of course. There were rumors. There always were embezzlement, running off with a gangster's wife, even murder in a dump in the East River. But Montague was such a non-entity that most people forgot him within weeks. When Smithback asked directly about rumors that the museum beast had gotten him, Jorgensen's smile faded. Not exactly, he said, but it did cause the cursed rumors to resurface. Suddenly everyone who'd come in contact with the crates had supposedly died. Guards and cafeteria workers whispered that Whittlesey had robbed a temple, that something in the crate carried a terrible curse that followed the relic all the way back to the museum. Smithback asked why Jorgensen hadn't wanted to study the plants Maxwell sent back, since he was a botanist. The old man shot back a sharp retort about the ignorance of youth. There was no such thing as a botanist per se, and paleobotany of angiosperms was way outside his field. His specialty, or had been, was the coevolution of plants and viruses. Smithback pressed further, noting that Whittlesey had specifically wanted him to look at the plants sent back as packing material. Jorgensen replied. He had no idea why this was the first he'd heard of it, having never seen the letter before. He handed it back to Margo reluctantly, admitting he'd have said it was a fake if not for the handwriting and the family crest. A silence followed before Margo asked what he truly thought about Montague's disappearance. Jorgensen rubbed the bridge of his nose and looked at the floor, admitting it had frightened him. When she asked why, he hesitated, then explained that Montague had once borrowed money from him during a financial emergency and had been extraordinarily conscientious about paying it back, going through great difficulties to do so. It simply didn't seem in character for him to just vanish. The last time he'd seen Montague, the young man had been about to do an inventory of the crates and was very excited about it. He looked up at Margo, insisting he wasn't superstitious, that he was a scientist and didn't believe in curses. But his voice trailed off, leaving the implication hanging. Smithback prodded him to continue. The old man shot him a glare, then leaned back in his chair staring at the ceiling. He recounted that Whittlesey had been his friend, and before leaving, Whittlesey had collected all the stories he could find about the Cathoga tribe, mostly from lowland tribes like the Yanomamo. He remembered one story Whittlesey told him the day before he left. According to a Yanomamo informant, the Cathoga had made a deal with a being called Zilashki, a creature like Mephistopheles, but even more extreme. All the evil and death in the world emanated from this thing, which slithered around the peak of the tepui. In exchange for Zilashki's child as a servant, the Cathoga were required to kill and eat all their own children and vow to worship him alone forever. After they'd completed their grisly task, Zilashki sent his child, but the beast ran rampant through the tribe, murdering and eating people. When the Cathoga complained, Zilashki laughed, asking what they'd expected. He was evil. Eventually, the tribe managed to control the beast through magic or herbal spells, though it couldn't be killed. So the child of Zilashki remained under their control, used for their own malignant purposes, though it was always dangerous. The legend said the Cathoga had been looking for a way to get rid of it ever since. Jorgensen looked down at the disassembled motor. That was the story Whittlesey had told him. When he heard about the plane crash, Whittlesey's death, Montague's disappearance, he couldn't help but think the Cathoga had finally managed to unload Zilashki's child. He picked up a piece of the machine, turning it over with a distant expression, and told them Whittlesey had named the child Imboon, he who walks on all fours. He dropped the piece with a clank and grinned. As the museum's closing hour approached, the last visitors began drifting toward the exits, their footsteps and chatter echoing through the marble corridors near the south entrance, where the gift shop was doing a brisk final trade. Farther in, toward the west entrance, the sounds grew fainter. The Hall of the Heavens, where the opening party would be held, absorbed noise into its vast dome like a half-remembered dream, and deeper still past laboratories, lecture halls, storage vaults, and book-lined offices. The outside world didn't penetrate at all. Those long corridors lay dark and silent. Inside the Butterfield Observatory, the bustle of the museum might as well have been on another planet. Staff had taken advantage of the curfew to leave early, and George Moriarty's office, like every floor of the observatory, was deathly quiet. He stood behind his desk, a balled fist pressed against his mouth, muttering a curse under his breath. Then frustration overtook him. His heel lashed out, slamming against a file cabinet and sending a cascade of papers to the floor. He howled in pain as much as anger, sinking into his chair to rub his bruised ankle. As the throbbing subsided, so did his funk. He sighed heavily, surveying the room, and muttered to himself with weary self-reproach about always managing to screw things up. He had to admit it socially. He was hopeless. Every attempt to catch Margo's attention, every effort to win her favor seemed to backfire. His comment about her father had been about as tactful as a machine gun. He swiveled toward his terminal, typing a command with sudden resolve. He'd send her an email, try to repair some of the damage. He paused, composing, then began to type, but almost immediately he hit a key, purging the message before it could go anywhere. He'd probably just make things worse. Staring at the blank screen, he realized there was only one surefire way to ease his hurt: a treasure hunt. Many of the Superstition exhibition's most prized artifacts had come from his hunts. Moriarty loved the museum's vast collections deeply, and he knew its obscure corners better than most longtime staffers. Shy and with few friends, he often spent his time researching and locating long-forgotten relics from the storerooms. It gave him a sense of worth and fulfillment he couldn't find elsewhere. He turned back to the keyboard, opening the XIII database and moving through its records with the easy familiarity of an experienced riverboat captain navigating a channel. He knew the shortcuts, the back doors. After a few minutes, his fingers slowed. He'd found a region of the database he hadn't explored before, a trove of Sumerian artifacts discovered in the early 20s, but never fully researched. Carefully, he targeted a collection, then a sub-collection, then individual artifacts. A series of clay tablets caught his interest, early examples of Sumerian writing. The original collector believed they dealt with religious rituals. He read over the annotated entries, nodding to himself. Maybe they could use these in the exhibition. There was still room in one of the smaller miscellaneous galleries. He checked his sundial watch, almost 5. Still, he knew where the tablets were stored. If they looked promising, he could show them to Cuthbert in the morning and get approval, then work up the display between Friday night celebration and the public opening. He jotted a few notes, then flipped off his computer. The sound of the terminal snapping into darkness cracked through the lonely office like a pistol shot. His fingers still on the power switch, Moriarty paused. Then he stood, tucked in his shirt, and favoring his bruised heel left the office, closing the door quietly behind him. Down in the temporary command post, D'Agosta froze mid-rap on Pendergast's window, peering in for a better look. A tall, sweaty-faced man in an ugly suit was moving around Pendergast's office, swaggering like he owned the place, picking up papers and laying them down elsewhere while jingling his pocket change. D'Agosta opened the door and walked in, telling the man that was FBI property and suggesting he wait outside if he was looking for Pendergast. The man turned, his small, narrow eyes fixed on D'Agosta's badge with undisguised contempt. He announced that from now on D'Agosta would speak respectfully to the FBI personnel around here, of which he was now in charge. Special Agent Coffey. D'Agosta shot back that as far as he knew, Pendergast was still in charge, and Coffey was messing with his desk. Coffey gave a thin smile, reached into his jacket, and produced an envelope. D'Agosta examined the contents: a directive from Washington putting the New York field office and one Special Agent Spencer Coffey in charge of the case. Stapled to it were 2 memos, one from the governor's office formally demanding the change, the second from a United States Senate office which D'Agosta folded up without reading. He handed the envelope back with a sardonic comment about them finally sneaking in the back door. Coffey asked when Pendergast would return. D'Agosta replied he had no idea, and suggested Coffey check his appointment book while he was already poking through the desk. Before Coffey could respond, Pendergast's voice sounded from outside, greeting him with exaggerated delight. Coffey reached for the envelope again, but Pendergast waved it off. He knew why Coffey was there. He sat behind his desk and invited D'Agosta to make himself comfortable. D'Agosta, noting only one other chair, sat down with a grin, eager to watch Pendergast in action. Pendergast laid out his position. A madman was loose in the museum, and he and D'Agosta had concluded tomorrow night's opening party couldn't proceed. The murderer worked at night, was overdue for another attack, and they couldn't be responsible for more deaths simply because the museum wanted to stay open for financial reasons. Coffey cut him off, declaring Pendergast wasn't responsible anymore. His orders were that the opening proceed as planned, with additional field agents making the place more secure than a Pentagon lavatory. He added that once the party was over and the big shots gone, they'd wrap this up. Pendergast was supposed to be hot stuff, but Coffey wasn't impressed. 4 days and all he'd caught was his own anatomy. They were through wasting time. Pendergast smiled, saying he'd expected as much. If that was Coffey's decision, so be it, but he'd be sending a formal memorandum to the director stating his own views. Coffey told him to do what he wanted on his own time. Meanwhile, his people would set up down the hall, and he expected a briefing at curfew. Pendergast replied mildly that his closing report was already prepared, then asked if there was anything else. Coffey said yes. He expected full cooperation from Pendergast and left the door open behind him. D'Agosta watched him go, noting Coffey looked even more pissed off than before he'd entered. He turned to Pendergast, asking if he was really just going to give in. Pendergast smiled, explaining that it had become inevitable. He was surprised it hadn't happened sooner. He'd already trod on Wright's toes enough this week, and fighting it would only invite accusations of non-cooperation. D'Agosta pressed about Pendergast's supposed pull, but Pendergast spread his hands. He had plenty of pull, but he was off his turf. He'd had good cause to be here, as long as there was no controversy, but with Wright and the governor being old Brown classmates, and the governor formally requesting FBI intervention, there was only one possible outcome. D'Agosta worried that Coffey would take credit for all of Pendergast's work. Pendergast countered that there might not be any credit to take. He had a bad feeling about the opening. Coffee was someone who reliably made bad situations worse, but at least he hadn't sent Pendergast packing, which he couldn't do anyway. D'Agosta asked if Pendergast was actually happy to lose responsibility. Pendergast surprised him. It wasn't about shirking. This arrangement gave him freedom. The only way he'd gotten here was by taking charge, which made him circumspect. Now he could follow his own instincts, and he'd continue to welcome D'Agosta's help, possibly needing someone inside the department to expedite things. D'Agosta considered for a moment, then remarked that there was one thing he could tell about Coffee right away. Pendergast asked what. D'Agosta replied that the guy was dipped in green shit. Pendergast responded with a wry observation about D'Agosta's colorful way with words, and the scene shifted to Friday morning. Smithback surveyed Rickman's office with glum recognition. It looked exactly as it had before, not a single knick-knack out of place. He slumped in his chair, a heavy sense of déjà vu settling over him. Rickman returned from her secretary's office carrying a slim file, her prim smile frozen in place as she cheerfully announced that tonight was the night, and asked if he planned to attend. He gave a non-committal reply. She passed him the file, her voice cooling slightly as she told him to read it. The internal memorandum laid out new restrictions. All interviews for the work in progress were to be conducted in her presence. Recording or note-taking by him was forbidden. She would handle that herself and pass edited scripts to him, and discussing museum matters with any employee or person on museum grounds was prohibited without her written approval. He read it twice before looking up. She tilted her head, asking what he thought. He clarified he wasn't even allowed to talk to someone at lunch without her permission. She confirmed that applied to museum matters. He pointed out that the memo she'd sent around yesterday should have been enough of a ball and chain, but she insisted he knew why. He'd proven himself unreliable. When he demanded how, she accused him of running wild through the museum, talking to people he had no business with, and asking absurd questions. If he thought he could gather information about the recent circumstances, she reminded him of paragraph 17 of his contract, which forbade using any unauthorized information. Nothing related to the unfortunate situation would be authorized. He sat up sharply, exploding that she should call it what it was, murder. She coolly asked him not to raise his voice. He shot back that she'd hired him to write a book, not a 300-page press release. There'd been a string of brutal murders the week before the museum's biggest opening, and she was telling him that wasn't part of the story. She declared that she and she alone defined what would be in the book, and asked if he understood. He said no. She stood, saying the matter was growing tiresome. He would either sign the document or be terminated. He made a sardonic quip about whether she meant shot or fired. She wouldn't tolerate levity, and gave him the choice: sign or resign immediately. He quacked that he'd simply take his manuscript to a commercial publisher. She needed the book as much as he did, and he could get a huge advance for the inside story on the museum murders. He knew the inside story, all of it. Her face went ghastly, but she held her smile, her knuckles whitening against the desk. She warned him. That would be a contract violation. The museum had a Wall Street law firm on retainer, and if he took such action, he'd face a breach of contract lawsuit, as would his agent and any publisher foolish enough to sign with him. They'd bring everything to bear, and she wouldn't be surprised if he never found work in his chosen field again. He croaked out that it was a gross violation of his First Amendment rights, but she dismissed that they'd merely be seeking remedy for breach of contract. Nothing heroic, and it wouldn't even make the Times. She suggested he consult a good lawyer and show him the contract, which she was sure was airtight. Or, if he preferred, she'd accept his resignation immediately, and she opened a drawer to extract a second piece of paper. Her intercom buzzed with Dr. Wright on line 1. She took the call, confirming something about the Post and Ippolito, then hung up and instructed her secretary to make sure Ippolito was on his way to the director's office. Turning back to Smithback, she told him she had no more time to bandy civilities. If he wouldn't sign, he should pack his things and leave. Smithback had grown very quiet. Then he smiled, saying he saw her point. She leaned toward him, simpering, eyes bright, prompting him to continue. He agreed to the restrictions. She moved back behind her desk, triumphant, glad she wouldn't need to use the second paper, and slid it back into the drawer before closing it. She supposed he was intelligent enough to know he had no choice. Meeting her eyes, he reached for the folder and asked if she minded if he read it over again before signing. She hesitated, then allowed it, warning him there was no room for misinterpretation. She swept up her pocketbook and headed for the door, reminding him not to forget to sign and to give the signed document to her secretary on his way out. Watching her leave with distaste, Smithback waited until she was gone, then gave a furtive glance toward the outer office. Quickly, he slid open the drawer she'd just closed and extracted a small battered book, slipping it into his jacket pocket. He closed the drawer, looked around, and started for the exit, but paused, grabbed the memo, scrawled an illegible signature across the bottom, and handed it to the secretary on his way out with a flippant remark about saving the signature for its future value. A short time later, Margo was hanging up her phone as Smithback walked in. She had the lab to herself again. Her office mate had apparently taken a sudden extended vacation. She reported that she'd just talked to Frock, who was disappointed they hadn't found more in the crate, and that she hadn't had time to look for remaining seed pods. She suspected he'd been hoping for evidence of a creature. She'd wanted to tell him about the letter and Jorgensen, but Frock said he couldn't talk. Cuthbert was probably in there with him, Smithback suggested. Cuthbert was interrogating him about the request for access form and gestured toward the door, asking why it was unlocked. Margo admitted she'd forgotten again. Smithback fumbled with the lock, then reached into his jacket with a grin and slowly withdrew a small battered book, its leather cover stamped with 2 overlapping arrowheads. He held it up like a trophy. Margo's curiosity turned to astonishment. Was that the journal? He nodded proudly. She demanded how and where he'd gotten it. He explained from Rickman's office, at the cost of signing a paper that forbade him from speaking to her again, only partly joking. He'd spotted the diary in her open desk drawer during their confrontation, remembered her story about Rickman borrowing the journal, and nicked it as he was leaving. He opened it with a flourish, telling her to be quiet while Daddy read her a bedtime story. Margo listened as Smithback began reading aloud, his pace gradually quickening as he adapted to the cramped handwriting and frequent abbreviations. The early entries were sparse mere jottings about weather and position. He paused, complaining it was boring, but she urged him to continue. He grumbled that there wasn't much substance, and he hoped he hadn't signed his life away for nothing. The journal tracked the expedition's deeper penetration into the rainforest, initial travel by jeep, then a helicopter lift, 200 miles to the upper Xingu, followed by hired guides rowing them up the sluggish river toward Cerro Gordo. One entry noted they'd left the dugouts and were on foot, with the first glimpse of the Tepuy that afternoon, its peak rising into clouds, the cries of 2 tittlebirds around them. Another entry mentioned the last of the corned beef hash, less humidity, the clouds breaking at noon to reveal a temperate rainforest at perhaps 8,000 feet, sightings of rare Candelaria ibex, recovered blow darts and tube in excellent condition, bad mosquitoes, and dried peccary for dinner that tasted like smoked pork, along with a grumble about Maxwell filling crates with useless rubbish. Smithback wailed in frustration, wondering why Rickman had bothered to steal the journal when it contained no dirt, no scandal. But Margo pressed him to read on. A later entry described wind from the southwest, oatmeal for breakfast, 3 portages due to brush jams in the river with water up to chest, and leeches everywhere. Around dinner, Maxwell had stumbled upon some flora. He was extremely excited about indigenous plants with an odd symbiosis and very ancient morphology. But Whittlesey was certain more important discoveries lay ahead. The following day's entry recorded a late start repacking gear, with Maxwell now insisting on returning with his find. Whittlesey dismissed him as an idiot, but noted the nuisance that almost everyone else was returning as well. They turned back with all but 2 guides after lunch, leaving only Crocker, Carlos, and Whittlesey to press on. Almost immediately they stopped to repack a crate with a broken specimen jar inside, and while Whittlesey worked, Crocker wandered off the trail and came upon a ruined hut. Smithback's interests sharpened. The entry continued. They'd brought gear down to investigate, and reopened the crate for a tool bag. Before they could enter the hut, an old native woman staggered out of the brush, sick or drunk, impossible to tell, pointing at the crate, and wailing. Carlos reluctantly translated. She said, "Devil, devil." When Whittlesey pressed for more, the woman went into hysterics. Asked about the Cathoga. She said they'd come to take the devil away. The Cathoga had gone up the mountain. She pointed at the open crate, saying they were taking the devil, taking Mbroon. Carlos relayed her fuller story. Mbroon was the son of the devil Zilashki, summoned by a foolish Cathoga sorcerer to defeat their enemies. The devil made them kill and eat all their children, then sent Mbroon as a gift. Mbroon helped defeat the Cathoga's enemies, but then turned on them, killing everyone. The Cathoga fled to the Tepui. Mbroon followed, and now the white man had come to take Mbroon away, and the curse would destroy him and bring death to his people. Whittlesey was flabbergasted, and elated the tale fit myth cycles. They'd only heard second-hand. He tried to get more details, but the woman broke away with surprising strength and vanished into the brush. Carlos followed but came back empty-handed and frightened, so Whittlesey didn't press. They investigated the hut, and when they returned to the trail, their guides were gone. Smithback interrupted, certain the woman knew they were taking the figurine that must have been the curse. He read on to the final entry: Crocker missing since the previous night, Whittlesey fearing the worst, Carlos apprehensive. He would send Carlos back after Maxwell, who must be halfway to the river by now because he couldn't afford to lose the relic he believed priceless. He would continue alone in search of Crocker. The trails through the woods must be Carthogan. How civilization could harness such landscape was beyond him. Perhaps the Cathoga would be saved after all. That was the end. Smithback closed the book with a curse, unable to believe it nothing they didn't already know, and he'd sold his soul to Rickman for this. The scene shifted to the command post, where Pendergast sat behind his desk, absorbed in an ancient Mandarin puzzle of brass and knotted silk cord, a string quartet playing softly from a small cassette player. He didn't look up as D'Agosta entered, instead remarking on the piece Beethoven's String Quartet in F major, the fourth movement allegro known as the Difficult Resolution, a title that could as easily apply to the case as to the music. He marveled at how art imitated life. D'Agosta simply stated. It was 11 o'clock. Pendergast rolled back his chair and stood, reminding him the security director owed them a guided tour, and suggested they go. Hippolito opened the door to Security Command himself. To D'Agosta, the place resembled a nuclear power plant control room, dials, buttons, levers everywhere, and across one wall a vast miniature city of lighted grids in intricate geometries. Two guards monitored a bank of closed circuit screens, and in the center D'Agosta recognized the relay box for the radio repeater stations. Hippolito spread his hands with a smile, announcing this was one of the most sophisticated security systems in any museum, designed especially for them, and costing a pretty penny. Pendergast looked around and offered an impressed acknowledgement. Hippolito confirmed it was state-of-the-art. Pendergast, however, was more concerned with safety of the 5,000 expected guests that night, and asked how the system worked. Hippolito explained it was primarily designed to prevent theft. Valuable objects had small chips attached in inconspicuous places, each transmitting a signal to receivers throughout the museum. If an object moved even an inch, an alarm pinpointed its location. D'Agosta asked what happened then. Hippolito grinned and pressed buttons at a console, illuminating a large screen with the museum's floor plans. Hippolito continued his explanation, describing how the museum's interior was divided into 5 cells, each containing exhibit halls and storage areas running from basement to roof, though cells 2 and 3 had more complicated perimeters due to the building's structure. By flicking a switch, thick steel doors would drop from ceilings to seal passages between cells, and with all windows barred, a burglar would be trapped within a sealed section, able to move around but unable to escape. The grid was designed so exits were external to it, making monitoring straightforward. He moved to the layouts and illustrated if someone stole an object and the guards arrived too late, the chip would have already signaled the computer within seconds to seal the entire cell automatically, trapping the burglar inside. D'Agosta asked about removing the chip before fleeing. Ippolito explained that chips were motion sensitive, so that would also trigger the alarm and the doors would descend instantly. A burglar couldn't move fast enough to escape. Pendergast nodded, then asked how the doors reopened once the burglar was caught. Ippolito said they could open any set from the control room, and each door had a manual override keypad requiring the right code. Pendergast murmured approval but raised a concern. The system was designed to prevent escape, but they were dealing with a killer who wanted to stay in. How would this keep the night's guests safe? Ippolito shrugged it off. They'd use the system to create a secure perimeter around the reception and exhibition, both inside Cell 2. He pointed to the schematic. The Hall of the Heavens hosted the reception just outside the superstition entrance, also within Cell 2. All steel doors for that cell would be closed, leaving only 4 doors open: the east door of the Great Rotunda, and 3 emergency exits, all heavily guarded. Pendergast asked exactly what Cell 2 comprised. Ippolito pressed buttons, illuminating a large central section of the museum in green on the panels, explaining it reached from basement to ceiling, and included the Hall of the Heavens, the computer lab, security command, the secure area, central archives, and other high-security areas. No exit would be possible except through the 4 steel doors kept open on override. They'd seal the perimeter an hour before the party and drop all other doors, setting guards at access points. He insisted it would be more secure than a bank vault. Pendergast asked about the rest of the museum. Ippolito said they'd considered sealing all 5 cells but decided against it. Pendergast approved, noting they wouldn't want emergency personnel hampered in a crisis, but then pointed at the illuminated panel and asked about the sub-basement. The basement areas of this cell might connect with it, and that sub-basement could lead almost anywhere. Ippolito snorted that nobody would dare use it. It was a maze. Pendergast pressed. They weren't dealing with an ordinary burglar, but a killer who'd eluded every search and seemed to call the sub-basement home. Ippolito patiently explained there was only one stairwell connecting the Hall of the Heavens to other floors, and it would be guarded like the emergency exits. He insisted they'd figured it out, and the perimeter would be secure. Pendergast examined the glowing map in silence for a long moment, then asked how Ippolito knew the schematic was accurate. Ippolito looked flustered, insisting of course it was. Pendergast asked again how he knew. Ippolito explained. The system was designed from the 1912 reconstruction architectural drawings. Pendergast pressed about subsequent changes, doors knocked open or sealed off, and Ippolito assured him all changes were taken into account. But when Pendergast asked if those drawings covered the old basement and sub-basement, Ippolito admitted they didn't. Those were older areas, but they'd be sealed or guarded. Pendergast studied the panels a moment longer, then sighed and turned to Ippolito, stating flatly that he didn't like it. A throat cleared behind them, and Coffey's abrasive Long Island accent cut in, demanding to know what Pendergast didn't like now. Ippolito explained they were reviewing security procedures, and Coffey told him he'd have to review them all over again with him. He turned his narrow eyes on Pendergast, and irritably reminded him to invite him to private parties in the future. When Ippolito tried to speak, Coffey cut him off, declaring Pendergast was just up from the Deep South to give a little help when needed. He was running the show now, and made sure Ippolito understood. Ippolito complied, reviewing the procedures again while Coffey settled into an operator's chair, twirling earphones around his finger. D'Agosta wandered the room, examining control panels, while Pendergast listened, as if hearing the explanation for the first time. When Ippolito finished, Coffey leaned back and told him there were 4 holes in the perimeter. He wanted 3 plugged, leaving only one way in and one way out. Ippolito protested that fire regulations required otherwise, but Coffey waved it off, telling him to worry about the holes in the security net. Pendergast countered that closing the exits would lock guests in, leaving only one escape route in an emergency, precisely the wrong approach. Coffey dismissed the objection, insisting each security door had an emergency override, so what was the problem? Ippolito confirmed the keypad override could open the doors in an emergency. Pendergast asked what controlled the keypad. Ippolito said the central computer, with backup systems and redundancies, each panel with its own alarm. Pendergast quietly noted that was another problem. He'd counted 81 alarm lights on that bank alone in a true emergency with multiple system failures. Most would be blinking, and no team could manage that. Coffee snapped that Pendergast was slowing him down, and they had less than 8 hours to showtime. Pendergast asked if the system had ever been tested in a real situation. Ippolito said they tested it weekly. Pendergast clarified, had it ever been put to the test in an actual attempted theft? Ippolito admitted no, and hoped it never would be. Pendergast regretted it, but the system struck him as designed for failure. He strongly recommended an old-fashioned approach during the party: disable the whole system, turn it off, and rely on proven methods: foot patrols and armed guards at every ingress and egress point, with D'Agosta providing extra men. D'Agosta readily agreed. Coffee laughed at the suggestion of disabling the system when it was most needed, and told Pendergast to write up his objections and send them by slow boat to New Orleans. Ippolito swelled visibly at the vote of confidence, but Pendergast pressed on, insisting the situation was too unusual and dangerous to rely on a complex, unproven system. Coffee finally told him he'd heard enough, suggesting Pendergast head to his office and eat the catfish sandwich his wife had packed. D'Agosta was startled by the change that came over Pendergast's face. Coffee instinctively stepped back, but Pendergast simply turned on his heel and walked out. D'Agosta moved to follow. Coffee called after them, telling D'Agosta to stick around, but D'Agosta sided with Pendergast, saying they shouldn't be messing with video games when people's lives were at stake. Coffee shot back that they were the big boys, the FBI, and they weren't interested in opinions from a traffic cop from Queens. D'Agosta stared at Coffee's sweaty red face and called him a disgrace to law enforcement. Coffee blinked, thanked him, and said he'd note that gratuitous insult in his report to Chief Horlocker. D'Agosta added one more: Coffee was a sack of shit. Coffee threw his head back and laughed, declaring he loved people who slit their own throats and saved him the trouble. He'd already decided the case was too important for a lieutenant to serve as NYPD liaison. D'Agosta would be pulled off in 24 hours. He hadn't planned to mention it until after the party, not wanting to spoil his fun, but now seemed as good a time as any. He suggested. D'Agosta put his last afternoon on the case to good use and reminded him to be on time for the 4 o'clock briefing. D'Agosta said nothing. Somehow, he wasn't surprised. The scene shifted to the museum's auxiliary botanical lab, where an explosive sneeze rattled beakers and dislodged dried plant specimens. Kawakita apologized, blaming his allergies. Margo handed him a tissue from her carryall as she listened to his description of the genetic extrapolator program. She thought it brilliant but suspected Frock had supplied most of the theory behind it. Kawakita explained the process, starting with gene sequences from 2 animals or plants. The program extrapolated the evolutionary link between them, matching DNA pieces and comparing sequences to predict an intermediate form. He offered to run a test with chimp and human DNA as an example, which should yield a description of some intermediate form, the missing link. Margo joked about whether it drew pictures, and Kawakita laughed, saying he'd get a Nobel Prize if it could do that instead. It produced a list of probable morphological and behavioral features. He typed instructions, and data flowed across the screen in rapid, undulating sequences of zeros and ones. He admitted he liked watching the data download. It was as beautiful as a river, preferably a trout stream. After about 5 minutes, the data stopped and the screen went blank before displaying Mo from the Three Stooges, who announced through the speaker that he was thinking but nothing was happening. Kawakita chuckled, explaining that meant the program was running, which could take up to an hour depending on the genetic distance between species. A message popped up estimating completion in just over 3 minutes. Chimps and humans shared 98% of their genes, so it would be quick. A light bulb appeared over Mo's head, and Kawakita announced the run was complete. He pressed a key, and the screen displayed the taxonomic classifications for both species, then an overall genetic match of 98.4%. Kawakita noted that the computer had identified both species solely from their genes. He hadn't told it what they were, which demonstrated the extrapolator wasn't just a gimmick. The results began listing the intermediate form's characteristics: gracile build, brain capacity of 750 cubic centimeters, bipedal erect posture, opposable thumbs, loss of toe opposability, below average sexual dimorphism, weight ranges, 8-month gestation, low to moderate aggressiveness, suppressed female estrous cycle. The list continued into increasingly obscure osteological details, and Margo noted to herself that one entry about atavistic frontal processes probably meant beetle-browed. It also described the creature as diurnal, partially or serially monogamous, and living in cooperative social groups. Margo asked how the program could determine something like monogamy. Kawakita explained it was hormones, a gene coding for a hormone present in monogamous mammal species, but absent in promiscuous ones, and the suppressed estrous cycle also appeared only in relatively monogamous species. The program used a whole arsenal of tools, AI algorithms, fuzzy logic to interpret how suites of genes affected behavior and appearance. Margo admitted she was getting lost, and Kawakita said it didn't matter. What mattered was making the program think more like a person, using educated guesses and intuition. The cooperative trait, for example, was extrapolated from some 80 different genes. He added that the program could also guess a single organism's size, shape, and behavior by entering DNA for just one creature and disabling the extrapolation logic. If funding held, he planned to add 2 more modules, one to extrapolate backward in time from a single species, and another to extrapolate forward, allowing them to learn about extinct creatures and guess at future beings. Margo thought it was amazing and felt her own research seemed puny by comparison. She asked how he developed it. Kawakita hesitated, staring at her with a hint of suspicion, then explained that when he started working with Frock had been frustrated by the spottiness of the fossil record and wanted to fill in the gaps. Kawakita wrote the program with Frock providing most of the rule tables. They tested it with various species, including chimps, humans, and bacteria. Then something incredible happened. Frock had expected it, but Kawakita hadn't. When they compared domesticated dog with hyena, the result wasn't a smooth intermediate but a bizarre life form totally different from either. It happened with other species pairs too. Frock had simply smiled and said, now Kawakita saw the true value of the program. It vindicated the Callisto effect by showing that small DNA changes could produce extreme changes in an organism. Kawakita was a little miffed, but that was how Frock worked. Margo realized no wonder Frock had been so anxious for her to use the program. It could revolutionize the study of evolution. Kawakita agreed bitterly, noting that nobody was paying attention because anything connected with Frock these days was like the kiss of death. It was frustrating to pour heart and soul into something and be ignored by the scientific community. He confided that he was thinking of dumping Frock as an advisor and joining Cuthbert's group, taking his work with him, and suggested she consider the same. Margo was offended, saying she'd stick with Frock. She wouldn't have even gone into genetics if not for him, and she owed him a lot. Kawakita shrugged, saying she might not even stay at the museum anyway. According to Bill Smithback, he'd invested everything in this place, and his philosophy was that you didn't owe anyone but yourself. He pointed to Wright, Cuthbert, and the rest. They were out for themselves, and scientists knew about survival of the fittest, and nature read in tooth and claw. Survival applied to scientists too. Margo studied Kawakita's glittering eyes, acknowledging he was right in a way, yet she also felt that human beings, having discerned the brutal laws of nature, might be capable of transcending some of them. She changed the subject, asking whether the GSE worked the same way with plant DNA as with animal DNA. Kawakita confirmed it was exactly the same. Run the DNA sequencer on 2 plant species, download into the extrapolator, and it would reveal how closely they were related and describe the intermediate form. He warned her not to be surprised if the program asked questions or made comments. He'd added various bells and whistles while developing his artificial intelligence skills. Margo thanked him, noting he'd done amazing work. Kawakita winked and leaned over, telling her she owed him one now. She gave a non-committal reply, but inwardly bristled at being called kid, and at the implication of indebtedness. She disliked people who talked that way, and Kawakita clearly meant it. He stretched, sneezed again, and announced he was off to grab lunch and pick up his tux for the party that night, wondering why he'd bothered coming in when everyone else was at home preparing. The lab was deserted. Margo mentioned she'd brought her dress that morning. Nice, but not a designer original. Kawakita leaned toward her with advice: dress for success. The powers that be couldn't visualize a genius in a t-shirt as museum director. When she asked if he wanted to be director, he seemed surprised. She'd even ask of course he did. She questioned whether just doing good science wasn't enough. He countered that anyone could do good science, but as director he could do far more for science than some researcher in a dingy lab. Outstanding research alone wasn't sufficient anymore. He patted her back, told her to have fun, and warned her not to break anything, then left. The lab fell silent. Margo sat motionless for a moment, then opened the folder with the Kiribitu plant specimens. She couldn't shake the feeling there were more important things to be done. When she'd finally reached Frock on the phone and told him about her meager findings in the crate, he'd grown very quiet, as if all the fight had drained out of him. He'd sounded so depressed that she hadn't bothered to mention the journal or its lack of new information. She checked her watch after 1 o'clock. The DNA sequencing would be time-consuming, and she had to finish before she could use Kawakita's extrapolator. But as Frock had reminded her, this was the first systematic study of a primitive plant classification system with the program. She could confirm that the Kiribitu, with their extraordinary botanical knowledge, had actually classified plants biologically. The program would generate hypothetical intermediate species whose real counterparts might still exist in the Kiribitu rainforest. At least, that was Frock's intention. To sequence DNA, she had to remove part of each specimen. After a lengthy email exchange that morning, she'd finally gotten permission to take 0.1 grams from each, just barely enough. She stared at the delicate specimens, faintly smelling of spice and grass. Some were powerful hallucinogens used in sacred ceremonies, others were medicinal and potentially valuable to modern science. She picked up the first plant with tweezers and sliced off the top portion of a leaf with an X-acto knife, then ground it in a mortar and pestle with a mild enzyme to dissolve cellulose and lyse the cell nuclei, releasing the DNA. She worked swiftly but meticulously, adding enzymes, centrifuging, titrating, and repeating with other plants. The final centrifugation took 10 minutes, and while the centrifuge vibrated in its gray metal casing, she sat back, her mind wandering. She wondered what Smithback was doing in his new role as museum pariah, and felt a small thrill of fear at the thought of whether Rickman had discovered the missing journal. She reflected on Jorgensen's words and Whittlesey's account of his final days. She imagined the old woman pointing a withered finger at the figurine in the box, warning of the curse. The setting, the ruined hut overgrown with vines, flies droning in the sunlight. Where had the woman come from? Why had she fled? Then she pictured Whittlesey taking a deep breath and entering that dark hut of mystery for the first time. Wait a minute, she thought. The journal said they'd encountered the old woman before entering the deserted hut. Yet the letter wedged in the crate's lid clearly stated that Whittlesey discovered the figurine inside the hut. He didn't enter until after the old woman ran away. That meant the old woman wasn't looking at the figurine when she cried out that Boombuan was in the crate. She must have been looking at something else and calling that Boombuan. Nobody had realized it because they hadn't found Whittlesey's letter. They'd only had the journal, so they'd assumed Umbuan was the figurine. But they were wrong. The real Umbuan wasn't the figurine at all. What had the woman said? Now, white man, come and take Umbuan away. Beware. Umbuan curse will destroy you. You bring death to your people. And that's exactly what had happened. Death had come to the museum, but what inside the crate could she have been referring to? Grabbing her notebook, Margo reconstructed the list of what she'd found in Whittlesey's crate the day before: the plant press with plants, blow darts and tube, incised disc from the hut, lip plugs, 5 or 6 jars with preserved frogs and salamanders, bird skins, flint arrowheads and spear points, a shaman's rattle, and a manta. She rummaged in her handbag and pulled out the plant press, disc and rattle, laying them on the table. The damaged shaman's rattle was interesting, but far from unusual. She'd seen more exotic specimens in the superstition exhibition. The disc was obscure, depicting some kind of ceremony with people standing in a shallow lake, bending over, some with plants in their hands and baskets on their backs. Very odd, but certainly not an object of veneration. The list wasn't helpful. Nothing in the crate looked remotely like a devil or anything else that could inspire such terror in an old woman. She carefully unscrewed the small rusty plant press and eased it open. The first sheet held a plant stem and several small flowers, nothing she'd ever seen before, but not particularly interesting at first glance. Subsequent sheets contained more flowers and leaves. It wasn't a professional botanist's collection. She thought Whittlesey was an anthropologist and had likely picked showy specimens. But why collect them at all? She went through all the specimens and found a note at the back, a selection of plants from an overgrown abandoned garden near the hut, possibly Cathoga from September 16, 1987, maybe cultivated species, or invasive after abandonment. A small drawing showed the plot's layout. One plant caught her eye, a long fibrous stem with a single round leaf at the top, some kind of aquatic plant, similar to a lily pad, probably living in flood areas. Then she realized the incised disc from the hut depicted that very same plant. Looking closer, she saw people harvesting these plants from the swamp in a ceremony, their faces twisted with sorrow. It was strange, but she felt satisfied to have made the connection. It might make a nice little paper for the Journal of Ethnobotany. She reassembled the press and screwed it tight just as the centrifuge beeped, signaling the material was ready. She slid a glass rod into the thin layer at the bottom of the test tube, applied it to the gel, and eased the tray into the electrophoresis machine. Her finger hovered over the power switch. Another half-hour wait. She paused, her thoughts returning to the old woman and the mystery of Umbun. Could she have been referring to the seed pods that resembled eggs? No. Maxwell had taken those back himself. They weren't in Whittlesey's crate. Was it one of the frogs or salamanders in jars, or a bird skin? That seemed an unlikely locus for the son of the devil, and it couldn't have been the garden plants hidden in the press. So what was it? Was the crazy old woman ranting about nothing? With a sigh, she switched on the machine and sat back. She replaced the plant press and disc in her carryall, brushing away a few packing fibers clinging to the press fibers from the crate, with additional traces inside her bag. Yet another reason to clean the damn thing out, the packing fibers. Margo's curiosity got the better of her. She reached for the tweezers, plucked one of the stray fibers from her bag, and placed it on a glass slide beneath the stereo zoom microscope. The fiber looked long and irregular under the lenses, like the tough veined stem of some resilient plant. She speculated that it might have been pounded flat by Cathoga women for everyday use in weaving or rope making. Through the eyepiece, the plant's individual cells shone with a dull luminescence, their nuclei glowing brighter than the surrounding material. Her mind drifted back to Whittlesey's journal. She remembered his mention of broken specimen jars and the hasty repacking. Near the abandoned hut, they must have discarded the old packing material soaked in formaldehyde and replaced it with whatever plant fibers lay nearby. These could have been prepared by the Cathoga for weaving or cordage. The thought struck her as oddly compelling. Could this packing material have been what the old woman was pointing at when she screamed about Imbaboon? It seemed absurd, but her professional instincts wouldn't let the question go. Had the Cathoga actually cultivated this plant? She plucked out a few more fibers, dropped them into a mortar with enzyme solution, and began grinding them into a paste. If she could sequence the DNA, she might be able to use Kawakita's program to identify the plant's genus, or at least its family. It was a long shot, but it was something. Soon she had the centrifuge DNA ready, loaded it into the electrophoresis machine, and switched on the current. The dark bands of genetic material began their slow migration along the gel as she watched. Half an hour later, the red light on the machine winked off. Margo removed the gel tray and carefully recorded the positions of the dots and bands of nucleotides, typing her observations into the computer. When she finished, she instructed Kawakita's program to search for matches with known organisms and directed the output to the printer. The pages began scrolling out, and the first sheet stopped her cold. The program had returned a nearly blank slate. Unknown appeared in every category: species, genus, family, all the way to kingdom. The computer couldn't even tell if the sample was plant or animal, and then, in a moment of wry humor, the program had addressed her directly with a familiar, almost exasperated tone. It seemed Kawakita had programmed his digital creation with personality, but the results were absurd. Kingdom unknown? The program couldn't tell a plant from an animal. A wry smile touched her lips. So this was why Kawakita had been so reluctant to let her use his precious creation. The system grew unreliable the moment you strayed from its well-trodden data paths. She scanned the printout more closely. The computer had recognized only a handful of genes, the usual universal ones common to all life: respiration cycle, proteins, cytochrome Z, along with a few genes tied to cellulose and chlorophyll, which confirmed the sample was at least plant-based. At the prompt, she typed her frustration. How could the program not recognize a plant? She pointed out the plant-specific genes she had clearly found. The system paused, then replied. It pointed out that the sample also contained animal genes and suggested running the data through GenLab instead. That gave her an idea. She connected to GenLab, uploaded the DNA data, and first ran it through the botanical subbank. The results were almost the same: a few matches to common sugars and chlorophylls, nothing more. On a whim, she ran the data against the entire databank. The delay was longer this time, and then a flood of unfamiliar matches filled her screen. She hit the capture keys, preserving the data. She fed this new information back into Kawakita's program and requested a detailed listing of the proteins the genes encoded. A dizzying list scrolled before her: exotic proteins with complex names, most of which she had never encountered. Many of them appeared to be hormones of some kind, but of what variety? She located a dusty copy of the Encyclopedia of Biochemistry, pulled it down, and started looking up the entries. The first protein, she learned, was common to all vertebrate life, bonding muscle to cartilage. The second, a hypothalamic hormone found in mammals. A cold, creeping suspicion began to form at the back of her mind. She looked up the third protein, identified as a human hypothalamic hormone linked to stress response and testosterone regulation. Her hand froze. The book slipped from her fingers, hitting the floor with a dull thud. She sat back sharply, her pulse suddenly quickening. A glance at the clock told her it was 3:30. She had been working for hours without noticing. The thought forming in her mind was too terrible to fully acknowledge, but her hand was already reaching for the phone. Pendergast descended into the narrow, forgotten passages beneath the museum. The grandeur of the public galleries, the soaring ceilings, the polished marble gave way to drab cinder-block corridors lined with cabinets. Steam pipes rumbled and hissed overhead, their heat pressing down on him as he moved deeper into the labyrinth. He paused at the top of a metal staircase, consulted his notebook, and loaded his weapon with practiced efficiency before continuing. Meanwhile, the door to Margot's lab banged open and slowly eased shut. She looked up to see Frock backing his wheelchair through the doorway, his creaky progress unmistakable. She rose quickly to help him over to the computer terminal. He was already in his tuxedo, the familiar Gucci handkerchief peeking from his breast pocket, and she suspected he had dressed before coming to work. He grumbled about the lab's out-of-the-way location, then asked why he'd been summoned, his tone carrying an edge of resignation. He mentioned the evening's upcoming event, and his reluctant obligation to appear on the dais, dismissing his place there as a hollow honor owed only to his commercial success, a fact Cuthbert had made painfully clear earlier. Margo launched into her explanation, summarizing her analysis of the packing fibers, showing him the incised disc with its harvest scene, and recounting the discoveries from Whittlesey's journal and letter. She described Jorgensen's recollections and stressed the crucial point that the hysterical old woman in the jungle could not have been referring to the figurine when she warned about Mboom. Frock listened, turning the stone disc over in his hands. He found the story interesting but questioned the urgency. suggesting the sample might be contaminated or that the old woman's ranting could simply be madness. He thought Whittlesey's recollections might have been scrambled. Margo handed him the printout without argument. He scanned it quickly, his dismissal dying on his lips as his eyes traced the columns. His expression shifted. He corrected himself. The contamination was real, but not human in origin. He identified a viral protein code in the sample and the presence of reverse transcriptase, pointing to a virus infecting the plant. He explained that viruses often insert their genetic material into plant cells, causing them to produce more viruses. But he admitted something troubled him. Viruses normally code for other viruses, not animal proteins. He pointed to the list of hormones and asked what purpose they could serve in a plant. Margo told him what she had found: many of those hormones were linked to the human hypothalamus. The word landed like a blow. Frock's head jerked, and his eyes came alive. He made the connection aloud, his voice accelerating as the pieces clicked into place. The creature fed on the hypothalamus, and these fibers were saturated with the same hormones. The beast needed them, perhaps was addicted to them. When it couldn't access the fibers, it turned to human brains as a substitute. He traced the timeline. The crates moved into the secure area. The boys killed 3 days later. The guard killed another day after that. The beast could no longer reach its food supply, so it found a poor substitute in human tissue. He calculated, his voice growing more precise. The concentration in the plants was so high that it would take dozens of human brains to equal the dose found in half an ounce of the fibers. He leaned back, a faint tremor in his hands, his excitement barely contained. Margo added her own theory. The Cathoga had been cultivating this plant deliberately. Whittlesey's press contained specimens from the abandoned garden, and the incised disc depicted harvest of the same plant. This was it, Mbuum, the name the woman had screamed, the son of the devil. The plant itself. She brought out the shriveled specimen, dark brown, leathery, veined like a web of black threads, its stem hard and dry. She breathed in its musky odor. Frock's eyes widened. He praised her insight, seeing now how the Cathoga had built ceremonies around this plant and its harvest, and how the beast in the figurine was likely the creature sustained by it. But he remained puzzled. How had it come to be here? Margo raced ahead. She explained Smithback's discovery of the New Orleans murders on the freighter from Balaam, and the shipping records linking those crates to the museum. The beast had been following its food supply. Frock drew the grim conclusion they had lured a predator into the heart of New York, a savage embodiment of his own theories. He hoped there was only one. What kind of creature? She pressed. He speculated on a bizarre species from the Tepui, perhaps an ancient survival from the dinosaur age, or a freak evolutionary offshoot. The Tepui was a fragile island of unique biology, where plants and animals could develop strange dependencies. And he slapped the arm of his chair. The destruction. Jorgensen had told them about the fires, the mining, the poison in the rivers. The ecosystem that sustained the creature had been wiped out along with the Cathoga. And as its world burned, the beast had begun its long journey, following the crates, the last remaining source of its survival. Silence settled between them until Margo asked the question that hung in the air. How did the creature know where the crates had gone? Frock blinked. He had no answer. Then he surged upright in his excitement, gripping the wheelchair. They had the means to answer everything right there in the lab. Claw's DNA. They could feed it into the extrapolator and get a full description. He had already loaded Pendergast's printout into the computer. Margo took his place at the keyboard. A message appeared, announcing the estimated processing time, nearly an hour, and adding a playful suggestion, flavored with Kawakita's sense of humor. She glanced at the clock, 5:15. The evening was pressing in, but the work had just begun. From his post in the great rotunda, D'Agosta watched with dry amusement as two burly workmen unfurled a red carpet between rows of potted palms, rolling it out through the bronze doors and down the front steps. He knew that carpet would be a sodden mess before the first guest arrived. Dusk was settling in, and to the north and west he could see massive thunderheads piling up like mountains above the wind-whipped trees along Riverside Drive. A low rumble of thunder rattled the artifacts in the rotunda's display case, and a few stray raindrops began speckling the frosted glass of the doors. The morning forecast had promised a monster storm, and the satellite image had left no doubt that red carpet would be ruined, and so would a lot of expensive footwear. The museum had closed to the public at 5. The real crowd wouldn't begin arriving until 7, but the press was already there, television vans with satellite uplinks, photographers clustered in loud, equipment-laden groups, the low thrum of generators filling the air. D'Agosta keyed his radio and gave a series of orders. He had nearly 24 officers stationed around the Hall of the Heavens and at strategic points throughout the museum. He was grateful he'd finally learned to navigate the place. 2 of his men had already gotten lost and had to be talked back to their posts. He wasn't happy. At the 4 o'clock briefing, he'd requested a final sweep through the exhibition in heavier armament for the plainclothes and uniformed officers inside. Coffee had shot down both ideas, claiming the weapons would scare the guests. D'Agosta glanced toward the 4 walk-through metal detectors with their X-ray conveyor belts. At least they had those, he thought. He scanned the rotunda again, looking for Pendergast. The agent hadn't appeared at the briefing, and D'Agosta realized he hadn't seen him since the morning meeting with Ippolito. His radio crackled. Henley was lost again somewhere near the elephant exhibit, unable to find the Marine Hall. D'Agosta cut him off, giving clipped directions. Find the big doorway with the tusks. Go through, take 2 hard rights. He told Henley his partner would be Wilson. Henley started to protest. He didn't like partnering with a woman, but D'Agosta cut him off again. Wilson would be carrying the 12-gauge. That silenced the complaint. Behind him, a loud grinding noise filled the rotunda. D'Agosta turned to see a thick steel door beginning to descend from the ceiling at the north end of the hall. They were sealing the perimeter. 2 FBI agents stood in the dimness just beyond the doorway, their short-barrel shotguns barely concealed beneath their suit jackets. D'Agosta snorted in disdain. The steel plate slammed home with a hollow boom that echoed through the vast space. Before the sound faded, another boom echoed from the south end, as that door descended as well. Only the east door remained open where the red carpet ended. D'Agosta shuddered at the thought of a fire in this place. A sharp voice barked from across the hall. Coffee was gesturing frantically, directing his men in all directions. He spotted D'Agosta and called him over with a shout. D'Agosta ignored him, but Coffee swaggered over anyway, his face slick with sweat, an array of unfamiliar gadgets and weapons dangling from his heavy service belt. Coffee ordered D'Agosta to assign 2 men to watch the door, allowing nobody in or out. D'Agosta bristled. There were FBI agents standing idle in the rotunda, and his own men were stretched thin. He pointed out that Coffee had deployed most of his forces outside the perimeter, leaving the interior under-patrolled. Coffee dismissed his concerns with a curt command: just do his job and keep a channel open. He strode off before D'Agosta could reply. D'Agosta swore under his breath and checked his watch. 60 minutes until the doors opened. In the lab, a computer screen flickered and went blank. A new prompt appeared, asking whether to print, view, or both. Margo chose both, and as the data began streaming across the monitor, Frock wheeled himself close, his face inches from the glass, his breath fogging the surface. The results were stark. Species unidentified. Genus unidentified. The program had found partial matches to primate families, just over 1/10 to one group, slightly more to another. The order was possibly primate, but with large gaps in the genetic markers. The class showed a quarter match to mammals and a tiny match to reptiles. Then came the physical description. The creature was highly robust, with a brain capacity approaching human range. It walked on 4 legs, but with extreme differences between front and rear limbs. It showed high sexual dimorphism, males weighing over 500 pounds, females over 350. Gestation was long, aggression extreme, speed breathtaking, 60 to 70 kilometers per hour. Its body was covered with fur in front, but bony plates in back. It was nocturnal. Frock's finger traced down the list. He seized on the reptile genes, the same gecko markers they'd seen before. The creature was a fusion of reptile and primate traits. The scales on its posterior likely derived from those gecko genes. Margo kept reading as the details grew more granular. The program described fused bones in the rear limb, atavistic fusions in the forelimb, an enormously thickened skull, and a dramatically enlarged nasal cavity with complex internal structures. The olfactory nerves and related brain regions were oversized, while the optic chiasm and optic nerve were reduced. The image that emerged was unmistakable. A night-hunting predator of immense power, driven by smell rather than sight, its senses tuned to the dark. And its brain was large enough to suggest cunning, perhaps even intelligence. The creature the extrapolator had described was a nightmare made flesh, and it was already somewhere inside the museum. Frock eased his wheelchair back from the monitor, his expression grave. He acknowledged that the program described an apex predator, but pointed out the abundance of qualifying terms, probables, and possibles that made it speculative. Margo countered that the description nonetheless aligned remarkably well with the MB1 figurine. Frock directed her attention to the brain volume. When she confirmed the figure approaching human range, she pressed the point. The creature combined the strength of a grizzly, the speed of a greyhound, and the intelligence of a human. He conceded. Much of it was conjecture, but then his fingers stabbed at a cluster of traits: the nocturnal habit, the wet nose indicative of keen scent, the complex nasal structures, the reduced visual processing. The picture was unmistakable. A creature that lived through smell, hunted through smell, and perceived the world through its nose. He grew quieter, more somber. The olfactory sense was primitive, he explained, and with it came instinctual reactive behavior. That was what frightened him. In moments, thousands of people would fill the enclosed space of the museum. The creature would sense that concentrated hormonal tide, and it might not simply be drawn, it might be inflamed, angered. Margo added her own concern. The timeline tracked after the crates were locked away. The first killing came 2 days later, then another a day after that. 3 days had now passed since the last attack. The creature had to be desperate. The hormonal substitute from human brains would have worn off by now. It was, she suggested, like an addict going without a fix. The police activity had kept it lying low, but the question was how long it could wait. Frock realized the hour, 7 o'clock. The event was about to begin. They had to warn someone, stop the opening before the crowd arrived. He moved toward the door, urging her to follow. Outside the west entrance, 7 o'clock brought a tangled snarl of cabs and limousines. Elegant guests emerged into the downpour, men in nearly identical dinner jackets, women in furs, umbrellas jousting as they rushed the red carpet toward the museum's awning. Rain turned sidewalks into streams and gutters into rushing rivers. Inside, the great rotunda, normally silent at this hour, thronged with the echo of 1,000 expensive shoes crossing its marble expanse. The hall of the heavens was transformed. Towering stands of bamboo and massive tubs, draped with violet lights and clusters of drooping orchids, created a tropical illusion. An invisible band played from somewhere deep inside, and waiters in white tie wove through the crowd with silver platters of champagne and hors d'oeuvres. Muted blue spotlights caught the glitter of sequin gowns, diamond necklaces, gold cufflinks, and tiaras. The exhibition had become the event of the season. 3,000 invitations had gone out. 5,000 acceptances had returned. Smithback, in an ill-fitting tuxedo with wide spiked lapels and a frilled shirt, peered into the hall from the edge of the crowd. At the far end, a giant platform had been erected beside it. The elaborately decorated entrance to the exhibition stood locked and guarded. The dance floor was already filling with couples. The noise was deafening. Conversation after conversation overlapping at high-volume gossip about a psychohistorian's dubious theories, dismissive remarks about a rival's ignorance of Pompeii, crude commentary about a research assistant's appearance. Smithback took a breath and plunged into the crowd, heading for the hors d'oeuvres tables. Outside the rotunda's main doors, D'Agosta watched the press photographer's flashes as another VIP arrived, a sleek, handsome man with two thin women clinging to his arms. D'Agosta positioned himself to keep an eye on the metal detectors, the incoming guests, and the steady flow through the single door into the hall. Rainwater slicked the rotunda floor, and the coat check worked furiously to stow umbrellas. In a far corner, the FBI had set up its forward security station. Coffee wanted a ringside seat. The attempted discretion failed spectacularly. A tangle of electrical, telephone, and fiber optic cables snaked out from the station like an octopus, impossible to ignore. Thunder rumbled, and the trees along the Hudson bent wildly in the wind. His radio hissed with a report of another argument at the metal detector, someone insisting she shouldn't have to go through. D'Agosta ordered her, pulled from the line to keep things moving. Coffee approached with Ippolito and demanded a report. D'Agosta laid out the deployment plainclothes circulating, uniforms patrolling the perimeter with FBI agents, traffic control outside, officers supervising the entrance and detectors, uniformed men inside the hall to follow him into the exhibition when the ribbon was cut, and officers stationed in the computer room and security control. Coffee questioned the uniformed men entering the exhibition. That wasn't the plan. D'Agosta explained it was informal, just to keep them at the front of the crowd since Coffee had vetoed a sweep. Coffee grudgingly allowed it but warned against blocking exhibits. He directed Ippolito to join D'Agosta near the director and the mayor during the ceremony, then ordered D'Agosta to stay in the background and not mess up his last day. In the cool neon-lit computer room, Waters stood with his heavy shotgun digging into his shoulder, bored out of his mind. He'd been watching the computer geek tap away at the keyboard for hours, pausing only to drink Diet Cokes. The tedium was unbearable. He was already thinking about asking for a rotation. The geek scratched his neck and stretched, commenting on the long day. Waters gave a non-committal reply. The geek mentioned he was almost done and teased that the program's capabilities would be impressive. Waters wasn't convinced but moved closer out of idle curiosity when the geek hit a key. The screen showed a jumble of text. Then an animated bug appeared, stretched its legs, and began walking across the letters. A second bug joined it. They approached each other and mated. Waters asked what he was watching, but the geek just told him to keep looking. More bugs hatched, mated, multiplied until the screen was crawling with them. Then they ate the letters, devoured each other, and left nothing but blackness. The geek, seeing proud Waters, asked what the program actually did. The answer was vague. It just looked cool. It had taken 2 weeks to write. The tapping resumed. Waters leaned against the wall near the door, listening to the faint music and thousands of footsteps from the party above, stuck in this silent room with nothing but a programmer for company. Then a noise came from the electrical systems room. Waters asked if the geek had heard it, but the geek hadn't. Silence. Then a definite thump. The geek suggested Waters investigate. Waters ran his hand along his shotgun, eyeing the door. Probably nothing, like last time. He could call security command. His buddy Garcia was there, but he made no move toward the door, perspiration beading on his forehead. Margo pushed Frock's wheelchair into the chaos of the great rotunda. People shook out dripping umbrellas, chattered in clusters, and the noise from the reception beyond swelled. She guided him to a velvet rope near the metal detectors, where a uniformed officer checked their IDs and her carry-all. As they passed, the cop gave her a strange look, and she realized why she was still in jeans and a sweater. Frock urged her forward toward the lectern at the far end of the hall, near the chained entrance to the exhibition, where bone-like letters spelled out the show's name. Wright, Cuthbert, and the mayor stood on the platform, laughing and talking, while a sound technician adjusted microphones. Ippolito hovered behind them, gesturing into his radio. Frock shouted for people to move aside, his voice barely cutting through the noise. He pointed out Kawakita standing at the edge of the dance floor with a drink, and Margo followed as they pushed toward him. Kawakita greeted them, mentioning that the ceremony was about to start. Frock grabbed his arm and urgently insisted the event be cancelled and the museum evacuated. Kawakita looked baffled, asking if it was a joke. Margo tried to explain the creature, the extrapolator, the fibers, the hypothalamus, but Kawakita cut her off, clearly not following. Frock thundered that there was no time, that the place had to be cleared now. Kawakita backed away, pried his arm free, and suggested they go to the podium where they were expected, dismissing their claims as some misuse of his program. He moved off. Frock decided to appeal directly to Wright, who could order an evacuation. A drum roll and fanfare sounded, and Frock wheeled into the open space and shouted that a deadly beast was loose. The crowd murmured, and those nearby stepped back. Wright glared, and Cuthbert rushed over, demanding to know what Frock was doing. Frock pleaded with him, invoking their differences aside, begging him to trust the warning. But Cuthbert dismissed it as a desperate sabotage attempt and threatened to have Frock forcibly removed if he made another outburst. Margo put a hand on Frock's shoulder and told him not to bother, they wouldn't believe them. She suggested finding Pendergast, the only one with enough authority to act. Frock doubted Pendergast would believe them either, but Margo insisted they had to try. As they turned away, Cuthbert signaled for another drum roll and fanfare, then introduced Winston Wright to the crowd. Wright took the podium, smiling and waving, as Margo pushed Frock out of the hall, the noise of the celebration swelling behind them. From the platform, Wright's amplified voice filled the hall, welcoming the crowd and promising the greatest exhibition ever mounted. Applause thundered to the dome ceiling. Margo told Frock they'd call security they could find Pendergast through the bank of phones in the rotunda. She began pushing him toward the entrance, Wright's speech echoing behind them, speaking of deepest beliefs and darkest fears. Behind the podium, D'Agosta watched Wright's back as the director addressed the crowd. He grabbed his radio and instructed Bailey and McNitt to push in ahead of the crowd once the ribbon was cut, staying close to Wright and the mayor. Wright spoke of life and death, of humanity's struggle with the ultimate mystery. The crowd listened in rapt silence. D'Agosta wondered about the old curator in the wheelchair Frock, who'd shouted something before being sent off by Cuthbert. Museum politics worse than anywhere else. He scanned the room, confirming his men were in place, then nodded to the guard at the exhibition entrance to remove the chain. As Wright finished, applause roared again. Cuthbert took the podium to offer thank yous. D'Agosta checked his watch, still wondering where Pendergast was. He'd know if the agent were in the room. Pendergast was the kind of man who stood out. The mayor and Wright took the oversized scissors, walked to the ribbon, and cut it amid flashbulbs. Guards pulled open the heavy wooden doors as the band struck up. D'Agosta gave the order, then moved forward along the wall, ducking past the doors into the empty exhibition. He scanned quickly, radioed clear, and watched as Ippolito followed. The mayor and director stepped through, beaming, cameras flashing. Deeper inside, the noise of the crowd faded. The exhibition was cool, smelling of new carpet, dust, and something faintly unpleasant. Wright and Cuthbert began giving the mayor a tour. Behind them, D'Agosta could see his two advance men, and beyond them, a sea of people pressing in. It looked like a tidal wave. One exit. Shit! He radioed Walden, ordering him to slow the flow. Wright pointed out a sacrificial gurney, describing the ritual bloodletting. The mayor made a joke about needing one in Albany. Wright and Cuthbert laughed, the sound echoing off the display cases. In the forward security station, Coffee stood with hands on hips, expressionless. Most guests had arrived. The rain was now sheets of water. Through the east door he watched the hall of the heavens, the star-domed ceiling, the swirling nebulae, the festivities in full swing. He asked an agent for a status report. Nothing exciting, no breaches. Coffee approved. He looked back in time to see the exhibition doors pulled open. The crowd surged forward. He asked another agent about Pendergast, glad the southerner was out of his hair, but unsettled by his unaccounted presence. The agent offered to check security command, but Coffee waved it off. It was nice without him. D'Agosta's radio hissed again. Walden reported trouble controlling the flow. D'Agosta ordered Spencer to bar the entrance and set up an orderly line. The exhibition filled quickly. Wright and the mayor had moved deep inside near the locked rear exit, with people streaming past into the farthest recesses. D'Agosta told Bailey and McNitt to stay near the front. then ducked into side alcoves to check them. The exhibition was a sophisticated haunted house, dimly lit, full of unsettling details, a Congo power figure riddled with nails, a mummy streaked with blood. Then he stopped cold. Mummies don't bleed. He pushed back through the crowd to the case, reading the label, an Anasazi burial from Mummy Cave. The blood streaks looked fresh. He leaned close and peered up. The case top was open, revealing a ceiling of pipes and ductwork. A hand, a watch, and a blue shirt cuff protruded over the edge, a small icicle of dried blood hanging from the middle finger. He backed into a corner, raised his radio, and reported a dead body to Security Command. He gave orders: block further entry, clear the Hall of the Heavens without causing panic, and patch him through to Coffee. The radio acknowledged. D'Agosta scanned the crowd for Ippolito, but his radio squawked again, Coffee demanding to know what was happening. D'Agosta reported the dead body on top of the case, emphasizing that only he had spotted it so far, but that could change at any moment. He insisted they had to evacuate immediately. But before he could finish, a woman's voice cut through the noise, commenting that the blood looked real. Another voice pointed out the hand above. Two women backed away, staring upward. One declared it was a body, the other tried to dismiss it as a gimmick. D'Agosta raised his hands and moved toward the case, urging calm. A brief hush fell, then a scream: murder. The crowd peeled back in two directions, people stumbling and falling. A heavy woman in a cocktail dress toppled backward into D'Agosta, slamming him against the case as bodies pressed in, forcing the air from his lungs. The case began to give way. Something large and bloody slid off the top of the case and flopped onto the mass of people. From his awkward angle, D'Agosta could only tell it was human and headless. Pandemonium erupted. The case toppled, the mummy fell, D'Agosta landed on top, and glass sliced into his palm. He tried to stand but was knocked back by the surging crowd. He found his radio still in his hand and raised it to his face. Coffee's voice came through, demanding a situation report. D'Agosta started to answer, but the radio was knocked from his grip as the crowd surged again. In the great rotunda, Margo watched Frock shout into an internal wall phone, his voice lost beneath Wright's amplified speech pouring from the hall. He slammed the receiver down in frustration. Pendergast was in the basement somewhere, Section 29, but they refused to contact him without authorization. Frock suggested they go down themselves. Margo hesitated, but he pressed the point: the creature would be drawn to the concentration of people at the exhibition, not to them. They had an obligation to act. She took a breath and agreed. They showed their IDs twice on the way to the elevator. Security more focused on keeping unauthorized people out than restricting employees. In the dim basement corridor, Frock called out for Pendergast. His voice echoed and died. Margo knew the history of Section 29: old power plant tunnels, steam pipes, supply passages, now ghostly warrens used for storage. She wheeled Frock through low-ceilinged hallways, stopping occasionally to bang on doors and call Pendergast's name. Each shout was met with silence. Frock's white hair was disheveled, his tuxedo rumpled. She looked nervously around. Somewhere at the far end of these passages lay the old powerhouse, a lightless subterranean space now used for whalebone storage. Despite Frock's reassurances, the shouting made her uneasy. Frock admitted Pendergast might not be there at all and sighed that their last hope might have failed. Margo clung to the possibility that the noise and confusion might keep the creature in hiding. Frock dismissed it. The beast was driven by smell, and when its bloodlust was up, it couldn't control itself. He shouted Pendergast's name again into the darkness. In the computer room, Waters stood tensed, his heart pounding. He'd faced dangerous situations before, been shot at, knifed, had acid thrown at him and stayed cool. But now, one little thump had him panicking. The air felt stuffy. He told himself to breathe, to call Garcia, to investigate together and find nothing. Then he noticed the overhead noise had changed, a constant drumming, like running feet, and faint screaming. Dread flooded him. Another thump came from the electrical room. He grabbed his radio and requested backup to investigate suspicious noises. Garcia didn't respond. The geek stood up and headed for the electrical room. Waters told him to wait, but the geek opened the door, reaching for a light switch. Waters' radio burst with static. A stampede in the exhibition, all units mobilizing for emergency evacuation. Backup needed immediately. He punched buttons, but all bands were taken. The geek had vanished into the dark electrical room, the light still off. Waters unshouldered his shotgun, pumped a slug into the chamber, and moved toward the open doorway. Blackness. He called out, but no answer. He stepped inside, his mouth gone dry. A sudden loud thump to his left sent Waters dropping to one knee, pumping 3 rounds into the darkness. Each shot flared white, deafening. Sparks showered, and a gout of flame licked upward, briefly illuminating the room in orange light. The geek was on his knees, looking up at Waters, pleading for him to stop. Waters rose on trembling legs, ears ringing, demanding to know why the geek hadn't answered. The geek explained it was just the air conditioner again, tears streaming down his face. Waters backed up, fumbling for the light switch, gunpowder hanging in the air like blue fog. On the far wall, a large metal box smoked from 3 ragged holes. Waters sank back against the wall, head hung. A sudden pop sent an electrical arc across the ruined box, followed by crackling and more sparks. The lights flickered, dimmed, brightened. Alarms went off. The geek shouted that Waters had destroyed the central switching box and ran past him into the computer room. The lights went out. Coffee shouted into his radio for D'Agosta. Got nothing. He switched to security command. Garcia reported confusion, a body in the exhibition. Panic spreading. Coffee cut him off, listened to another channel, heard reports of a stampede. He ordered Garcia to prepare for emergency evacuation, then looked across the rotunda through the east door into the Hall of the Heavens. A ripple passed through the crowd. The background chatter died. Over the band, he could hear muffled screams and the thunder of running feet. The crowd surged backward, rebounding, then stilled. Coffee unbuttoned his jacket and ordered his agents to move out. Suddenly the crowd erupted, screaming, pouring toward the exit. The band fell silent. Coffee shoved one of his men forward, calling for D'Agosta. The crowd poured out of the hall, agents colliding with the mass and being forced back. Coffee pushed against the tide, panting. One of his men yelled. It was like a tidal wave. The lights dimmed. Garcia reported all security lights red. The board lit up like a Christmas tree, perimeter alarms coming on. Coffee fought to stand his ground as the lights flickered again. A low rumble came from the hall. He looked up. The metal security door was descending. He shouted for Garcia to stop it, but Garcia said their controls showed it was still up. Something was wrong. Coffee was spun by the fleeing crowd. Screaming became continuous, banshee-like. People ran over each other. Metal detectors and X-ray machines knocked over. Tuxedos and gowns fleeing into the pouring rain. Flashes on the steps outside, gunfire. Coffee yelled for Garcia to alert the outside cops. Restore order. Get the door up. Garcia said systems were failing. Power was dropping. Emergency doors operated independently. Coffee forced a path sideways, pinned against the wall, the door now halfway down. The lights flickered a 3rd time and went out, plunging the rotunda into darkness as the rumble of the descending door continued. Pendergast ran his hand over the rough stone wall of a cul-de-sac, rapping lightly. Plaster cracked and flaked. He withdrew a miner's hat from his bag, adjusted it, flicked on the beam, and examined the wall. He pulled out creased blueprints, walked backward counting steps, then used a penknife to twist a piece of plaster away, revealing the faint tracings of an ancient doorway. He jotted in his notebook, stepped out, paced the hall, and stopped opposite a stack of crumbling sheetrock. He pulled it away with a crash, exposing an old panel set low in the wall. He pressed it. It held. A savage kick sent it flying open, revealing a narrow service tunnel slanting steeply downward into the sub-basement. He pulled the panel back, made another marking, and continued. A faint cry reached him, Frock calling his name. He stopped, surprised, opened his mouth to answer, then froze. A peculiar smell filled the air. He ducked into a storage room, locked the door, snapped off his light, and peered through a grimy wired glass window. Something big and dark entered his field of view, snuffling like a winded horse. The smell grew stronger. In the dim light, He could see a muscled withers covered with coarse black hair. He drew his .45, checked the chambers, and backed up, leveling the revolver at the door. A faint bump on the door, then scratching. He saw the doorknob begin to turn, another muffled thump, then silence. He peered out, nothing. He counted to 5, unlocked the door, swung it open, and moved into the passageway. At the far end, a dark shape paused at another door. Even in the dim light he could make out the sloping movements of a quadruped. He barked a brief laugh of disbelief as he saw it claw at the doorknob. The lights dimmed, brightened. He dropped to one knee, took aim. The lights dimmed again. The creature sat back, rose up, turned toward him. He centered on the side of the head, let his breath flow out, and squeezed the trigger. A roar and a flash. For a split second, he saw a white streak move straight up the beast's cranium. Then the creature was gone, around a far corner. The hallway was empty. Pendergast knew what had happened. He'd seen it before hunting bear. The bullet had ricocheted off the skull, taking only hair and skin, exposing bone. A perfectly placed .45 caliber slug had bounced off like a spitball. He slumped forward, his gun hand sinking toward the floor as the lights flickered again and went out. From his position near the hors d'oeuvres tables, Smithback had a clear view of Wright at the microphone, but he hadn't bothered listening. Rickman would make him read a hard copy later anyway. Now the speech was over, and the crowd had been streaming into the exhibition for half an hour, but Smithback remained fixed on the banquet spread before him. He debated between a fat Gulf prawn and a tiny blini with caviar, chose the blini, 5 of them, actually, and began grazing. The caviar was real sturgeon, gray and not salty, nothing like the fake whitefish served at publishing parties. He snagged a couple of prawns, a spoonful of ceviche, crackers with Scottish smoked cod roe, slices of cold Kobe beef, and definitely 2 pieces of uni sushi. The array stretched 50 feet. He'd never seen anything like it, and wasn't about to let any of it get away. The band faltered. Someone elbowed him hard in the ribs. Before he could react, he was engulfed in a shoving, screaming mass of people, thrown against the table, slipping and falling, rolling underneath. He crouched, watching thundering feet, hearing bodies crash into each other. Snatches of shouted phrases reached him. Dead body, murder. Had the killer struck again? In the middle of thousands? Impossible. A woman's black felt shoe with a spiked heel bounced under the table near his nose. He shoved it away, noticed he was still clutching a shrimp, and bolted it down. The panic was spreading with shocking speed. The table shuddered, and slid. An enormous platter landed just beyond the tablecloth. Crackers and camembert went flying. He grabbed them off his frilled shirt and started eating. Scores of feet stamped a loaf of pate into mud inches from his face. Another platter landed with a splat, spraying caviar across the floor in a gray mist. The lights dimmed. He shoved a wedge of camembert into his mouth and suddenly realized he was eating through the biggest story of his life. He checked his pockets for the microcassette recorder as the lights flickered. He spoke as fast as he could into the microphone, hoping his voice would carry over the roar. This was incredible. The hell with Rickman. Everyone would want this story. He hoped no other journalists were here. If they were, he hoped they were running for their lives. The lights flickered again. 100,000 for the advance, not a dime less. He was here. He'd covered it from the beginning. Nobody could touch his access. The lights flickered a third time and went out. He yelled into the darkness, demanding the lights be turned on. Margo pushed Frock around another corner and waited, while he called for Pendergast again. The sound echoed forlornly. Frock grew exasperated, suggesting Pendergast might be in one of the larger storage rooms. He produced a curator's master key from his jacket. Margo unlocked the first door and peered into the gloom, calling out. Metal shelves of enormous bones rose before her. A dinosaur skull the size of a Volkswagen sat near the door, black teeth gleaming. No answer. The lights dimmed. They moved to the next room. Nothing. One more try, Frock said across the hall. Margo stopped at a door marked Pleistocene 12B, noting a stairwell at the far end. She was pushing open the door when the lights flickered again. She started to speak, but a sharp explosion resounded down the hall. Her heart pounded. It came from around a corner they hadn't explored. Then the lights went out. Frock suggested waiting for the emergency backup. The silence stretched, broken only by the creaking building. Then Margo noticed it, a strange, goatish, fetid smell, almost rank. She remembered it from the darkened exhibition. She whispered to Frock, "Did he smell it?" He hissed back, telling her to get inside and lock the door. Breathing fast, she groped at the doorframe, calling out to Frock, asking if he could follow her voice. He told her to forget about him and get inside. She refused, urging him to come toward her. She heard his chair rattle. The smell grew overpowering, earthy, rotting like a swamp mixed with warm, raw hamburger. A wet, snuffling sound reached her. She whispered she was right there, begging him to hurry. The darkness pressed in like a suffocating weight. She flattened herself against the wall, fighting the urge to flee. In the pitch black, wheels rattled, and the chair bumped gently against her leg. She grabbed the handles and pulled Frock inside. She slammed the door, locked it, and sank to the floor, her body racked by noiseless sobs. Silence. Then scraping on the door, soft at first, then louder, more insistent. She shrank away, banging her shoulder against the wheelchair. In the dark, she felt Frock gently take her hand. D'Agosta pushed himself up from the wreckage of the display case, glass shards crunching beneath his palms as he lunged for his radio. The screams of the fleeing guests were already fading into the distance, swallowed by the vast darkness of the exhibition hall. He watched the last of them disappear through the shattered entrance, a tide of terror that had left the gallery in utter ruin. From beneath a collapsed case, Bailey was rising, dusting himself off. The hall was a battlefield, priceless artifacts reduced to splinters and dust, a carpet of broken glass glittering like a frozen sea, and scattered debris, a shoe here, a clutched purse there, a torn shred of evening gown. They were the only ones left now, him and Bailey, aside from the dead man lying crumpled nearby. D'Agosta's gaze fell on the body, and his stomach tightened. The head was gone, the chest a ruin of gaping wounds that had been torn open, dried blood stiffening the uniform fabric. The man's insides had been exposed in a grotesque display, like something gutted and left for display. He'd been dead for a while, that much was clear. D'Agosta started to look away, then snapped his eyes back. The uniform was unmistakable, a police officer. He called out to Bailey, his voice edged with alarm, demanding to know who the dead man was. Bailey approached, his face pale, even in the dim emergency lighting, and pointed to a large, old-fashioned academy ring on the corpse's hand, the kind Fred Beauregard always wore. D'Agosta knelt, checked the badge number and confirmed it. Beauregard. He straightened up, a cold fury replacing the initial shock. Beauregard had been off duty, on his 48, and had been dead in here since Wednesday because coffee had refused to sweep the exhibition. The thought sent a hot spike of rage through him. Bailey helped him to his feet, and noted that he was bleeding. D'Agosta brushed it off, his mind already racing ahead. He asked about McNitt, but Bailey had lost him in the chaos. From the shadows, Ippolito emerged, his face grim as he spoke into his radio. D'Agosta felt a reluctant respect for the security director. The man might not be the sharpest tool, but he had spine when things went sideways. Then the lights dimmed, and Ippolito reported that the security wall in the Hall of the Heavens was coming down. D'Agosta's heart sank. That was the only exit. He called out over his radio, trying to reach Walden, demanding a situation report. Walden's voice crackled back. Panicked and breathless, McNitt had been roughed up. The crowd was out of control. People were being trampled at the entrance. The lights dimmed a second time. D'Agosta asked about the emergency door, and Walden confirmed the nightmare. It was halfway down and still dropping, crushing people as they tried to squeeze through. Then the exhibition plunged into total darkness, and a heavy crash echoed through the space, momentarily drowning out the screams. D'Agosta fumbled for his flashlight and snapped it on, the beam cutting a thin path through the black. He demanded that Ippolito use the manual override to raise the door. Ippolito stammered something about backup power, but D'Agosta cut him off. They couldn't wait. They had to move, and fast. They picked their way back toward the entrance, Ippolito leading through the treacherous debris. Broken artifacts crunched underfoot, irreplaceable treasures reduced to rubbish. The shouting and screaming grew louder as they neared the Hall of the Heavens. Behind Ippolito, D'Agosta peered into the vast absolute blackness of the hall. The votive candles had all been extinguished. Ippolito swept his flashlight around the entrance, and D'Agosta felt a flash of irritation. Why wasn't he moving? Then Ippolito suddenly jerked backward, retching, his flashlight clattering to the floor and spinning away into the dark. D'Agosta rushed forward with Bailey, only to stop dead in his tracks. The hall was a disaster zone. His flashlight revealed a scene straight out of a news report on an earthquake. The platform was shattered, the lectern splintered into kindling, the bandstand crushed and empty. The floor was a surreal landscape of trampled food, shredded clothing, toppled bamboo, and crushed orchids, all churned together by thousands of panicked feet. He swept the beam toward the exhibition entrance. The huge carved stele had collapsed in giant pieces. Limbs and torsos protruded from beneath the heavy columns. Bailey hurried over, his face ashen, and confirmed the count: 8 people crushed, all dead, including McNitt, Walden, and several other officers and civilians. D'Agosta swore under his breath, his mind reeling. A heavy thud echoed from across the hall, the security door fully closing. Ippolito, kneeling beside the bodies, identified one of the dead as Martin, one of his best guards, who must have come to help control the crowd. D'Agosta threaded through the broken columns, dodging overturned tables, his own hand still bleeding freely. There were more still forms scattered about, but he couldn't tell if they were alive or dead. Then he heard screaming from the far end of the hall, and his light revealed the nightmare. The metal door was fully shut, and a crowd of people were pressed against it, pounding frantically, their shouts rising in a chorus of terror. D'Agosta sprinted over, his radio squawking uselessly as he silenced it. He identified himself as a police lieutenant and ordered the crowd to calm down and move back. They quieted slightly, and he called for Ippolito. Scanning the group, he recognized Wright, Cuthbert, and Rickman, the first 40 or so people who had entered the exhibition, now trapped, first in and last out. He ordered the crowd to step back so Ippolito could raise the door. They moved aside, and D'Agosta's stomach turned. There were limbs pinned under the heavy metal, the floor slick with blood. One limb was still moving feebly, and from the far side, faint screams reached him. He urged Ippolito to open the door, his voice barely above a whisper. Ippolito crouched by a small keypad and punched in a series of numbers. Nothing happened. He tried again, slower. D'Agosta realized the power was out. Ippolito insisted it shouldn't matter. The system had redundant backups, but the keypad remained unresponsive, and the crowd began to murmur, the desperation growing. A man shouted that they were trapped. D'Agosta whirled his light on them and shouted for calm, insisting that the murderer was long gone, that the body had been dead for 2 days. He tried to reassure them that help was on the way, but his words felt hollow. Wright stepped forward, demanding that the door be opened immediately. D'Agosta snapped at him to step back and then called for any physicians or first aid personnel. A man named Arthur Pound volunteered, and D'Agosta tasked him with assessing the wounded. Then he asked for someone to collect candles. A lanky young man in a wrinkled tuxedo stepped forward, identifying himself as Smithback, claiming he had matches. Then the mayor stepped into the light, his face a mask of blood, a large welt swelling beneath his eye, and offered to help. D'Agosta, stunned, quickly put him in charge of keeping the group calm. The mayor nodded, and for a moment, D'Agosta felt a thread of something like hope. He turned back to the door, the weight of the trapped survivors pressing on him as he tried to think of a way out. D'Agosta stared in disbelief as the mayor stepped forward, offering to help. He quickly put him in charge of keeping the others calm, and the mayor accepted without hesitation. Then his radio crackled again, coffee, demanding a situation report. D'Agosta spoke rapidly, his voice tight. At least 8 dead, maybe more, wounded unaccounted for. The emergency door jammed shut, and roughly 30 or 40 people trapped inside, including Wright and the mayor. Coffee's response was immediate panic. The mayor's safety is only concern. He promised an acetylene crew, but warned it would take time. D'Agosta asked about Pendergast, but Coffee had no idea where he was. When Coffee pressed for details about the exhibition, D'Agosta told him about the gutted officer found on display, and bitterly reminded him that a sweep could have prevented it. The radio went dead. He called out to Pound, asking for an injury report. Pound confirmed that there was one survivor, barely clinging to life. The rest were dead from trampling or heart attacks. D'Agosta instructed him to do what he could for the living man. The radio buzzed again. Garcia, his voice breaking up from security command, patching Pendergast through on a weak transmitter. Pendergast's familiar drawl came over the line. D'Agosta demanded his location, and Pendergast told him he was in the basement, section 29, and that the entire museum had lost power and was sealed inside cell 2. He had more bad news, and asked D'Agosta to move to a private spot. D'Agosta stepped away from the crowd, his stomach tightening. Pendergast told him there was something down here big and not human. D'Agosta shot back that this wasn't the time for games, but Pendergast insisted he was serious. The real bad news was that it might be headed their way. D'Agosta pressed for details, but Pendergast simply said he'd know it by the smell. Pendergast asked about weapons, and D'Agosta listed what they had: 3 12 gauges, revolvers, capstan pistols. Pendergast dismissed the capstan and told him to get everyone out now. He'd seen the creature huge, walking on all fours, and had fired 2 shots at it before it vanished into a stairwell. He had old blueprints and knew where that stairwell led to the 4th floor and behind the Hall of the Heavens. D'Agosta, struggling to accept it, asked what Pendergast expected him to do. Pendergast's instructions were stark: line up the men with shotguns at the door and open fire if it came through. He warned that a .45 slug had glanced off its skull at close range. D'Agosta, his disbelief fading into grim acceptance, asked when this had happened. Pendergast explained that it had been just before the power went out. He'd fired, followed it, missed, and now the hall dead-ended with the stairwell as the only exit. If D'Agosta could get to the basement safely, Pendergast had a way out on the blueprints. Then Pendergast dropped one final piece of information: the creature could open and close doors. D'Agosta holstered his radio and turned back to the group. Most of them were slumped on the floor in shock, a few trying to light candles. He ordered them to move against the wall and extinguish the candles, his voice low but urgent. Wright cried out in alarm, demanding to know what was happening. D'Agosta silenced him and called to Smith back, the lanky young man, to drop what he was doing and get over. He swept the hall with his flashlight, the beam barely penetrating the oppressive blackness. In the center, candles flickered beside a still form, Pound and another person bending over it. D'Agosta called out, ordering them to put out the flames and retreat. Pound protested that the man was still alive, but D'Agosta cut him off, then turned to the huddled crowd and ordered absolute silence. He motioned for Bailey and Ippolito to follow with their shotguns. Wright's voice rose again, panicked, questioning why they needed guns. D'Agosta switched off his radio, cutting off Coffee's voice mid-squawk, and crept forward with the others, their flashlights piercing the dark. He traced the wall until he found the service area and the dark outline of the stairwell door. It was closed. He caught a faint, unfamiliar rotten smell, but dismissed it. The whole place reeked after the panic. He stopped and whispered to the others what Pendergast had told him. There might be a creature in that stairwell. Ippolito scoffed, but D'Agosta silenced him. They couldn't stay in the dark, they had to move. He gave the order: safety's off, shells chambered. Bailey would open the door and sweep with light. Ippolito would cover the upward stairs, D'Agosta the downward. Any person, demand identification and shoot if they didn't respond. Anything else? Shoot immediately, on his signal. D'Agosta slipped his flashlight into his pocket and tightened his grip on the shotgun, closing his eyes for a brief, silent prayer. Then he gave the signal. Ippolito moved to the side as Bailey yanked the door open. They rushed in, D'Agosta and Ippolito, Bailey behind with the lights sweeping in a quick arc. A horrible stench hit them. D'Agosta took a few steps down into the darkness, and then he sensed movement above him, a throaty, unearthly growl that turned his legs to water. A wet slap echoed, and then something sprayed against the wall, spattering his face. He spun and fired into the dark, again and again, up and down the stairwell, until his shotgun clicked empty. Bailey's panicked cry echoed, and D'Agosta screamed at him to keep the creature from the hall. The acrid smell of gunpowder mixed with a nauseating reek as screams erupted behind them. D'Agosta stumbled up to the landing, almost tripping over something, and burst into the hall, shoving shells into his shotgun as he went. He yelled for Bailey, demanding the creature's location. Bailey's voice came back, frantic and confused. He couldn't see, didn't know if it had gone up or down. D'Agosta pulled out his flashlight, aimed it at Bailey, only to recoil in horror. The officer was drenched in thick clots of blood, pieces of flesh clinging to his face and hair. Bailey insisted he was fine, just couldn't see through the gore. D'Agosta swept the room with a light. His shotgun braced against his thigh. The huddled group blinked in terror against the wall. He turned the beam back toward the stairwell, and saw Ippolito, or what was left of him, lying on the landing, dark blood pooling from his torn midsection. The creature had been lying in wait just a few steps above the landing. Now, D'Agosta swept his flashlight in desperate arcs across the hall, but the vast space seemed empty. Then he caught motion. A large dark shape crouched over the injured man in the center of the dance floor, lunging downward with odd, jerking movements. A single, anguished wail rose from the man, followed by a faint crunching sound, and then silence. D'Agosta propped the flashlight under his arm, raised his shotgun, and fired. The blast echoed through the hall, screams erupting from the huddled group. He fired twice more, and the chamber clicked empty. He reached for shells, found none, dropped the shotgun, and drew his service revolver. He shouted for Bailey to gather everyone and prepare to move, then swept the light across the floor. The shape was gone. He moved cautiously toward the body. At 10 feet, he saw the split skull, the brain spread across the floor, the one sight he had dreaded. A bloody trail led into the exhibition. The creature had retreated inside to escape the shotgun fire. It wouldn't stay there long. D'Agosta sprinted around the columns, yanked one of the heavy wooden exhibition doors free, and slammed it shut. He raced to the far side, hearing the swift, heavy tread inside, and slammed the second door, the latch falling into place. The doors shuddered, as something heavy struck them from within. He yelled for Bailey to get everyone down the stairwell. The pounding grew stronger, wood beginning to splinter. He aimed his gun at the door, but behind him screams and shouts erupted. They had seen Ippolito. Bailey's voice rose in argument with Wright. A great crack split the base of the door. D'Agosta ran across the room, shouting for everyone to get down the stairs, not to look back. Wright screamed back, blocking the stairwell, refusing to go down. D'Agosta insisted there was a way out, but Wright countered that the exhibition was the only escape. D'Agosta cut him off, yelling that there was something in the exhibition, and they had to move now. Bailey forcibly moved Wright aside and began pushing people through the door, even as they stumbled over Ippolito's body. D'Agosta noted with grim irony that the mayor seemed calm, probably accustomed to chaos. Wright pleaded with Cuthbert and Rickman, insisting the basement was a death trap, that they should hide on the 4th floor until the creature left. The people surged through the door and down the stairwell. D'Agosta paused, seeing only 3 hesitating on the landing. He gave them a final chance to come, but Rickman refused, her face a pale mask in the flashlight's gleam. D'Agosta turned without a word and followed the group downward, Wright's desperate voice calling after them from above. Outside, Coffey stood in the museum's west entrance, the rain lashing against the ornate doors. His radio calls to D'Agosta went unanswered. He dismissed Pendergast's warnings about a monster as delusion. The Southerner had cracked under the pressure. Everyone had screwed up, and once again it fell to him to clean up the mess. Emergency vehicles swarmed the scene, police in riot gear erecting barriers across Riverside Drive. Ambulances wailed, their sirens lost in the grid of radio cars, fire engines, and press vans. The press pushed against the police cordon, cameras and microphones thrust forward like weapons. Coffey sprinted through the rain to the mobile command unit, yanked open the rear door and jumped inside. In the cool, dark interior, Agents monitored terminals, their faces glowing green. He grabbed a headset and ordered all FBI personnel to the MCU, then demanded an update from Security Command. Garcia's voice came through, weary and tense. Total system failure, backup power dead, only flashlights and a dying mobile transmitter. Coffee barked for a manual start, but Garcia explained the system was entirely computer-driven. No manual override existed, and when the power dips hit, the entire security system malfunctioned, releasing all the security doors on all 5 cells. The whole museum was sealed. Coffee demanded to speak with the expert, Tom Allen. Allen confirmed the hardware failure in the Japanese-installed system, and added that a police officer Waters had shot up the main electrical switching box in the computer room, triggering the cascade of failures. Coffee pressed for a way to get a team inside to rescue the mayor and the others trapped in the Hall of the Heavens. Cutting through the east door would take too long. The sub-basement was unmapped. The walls were 3 feet thick, reinforced with rebar. Only the roof offered a feasible entry through cell 4, blowing a security door into cell 3, then descending through a chandelier access port 60 feet above the hall floor. Coffee cut the connection, then called out for Ippolito and D'Agosta on the radio, getting no response. He frantically switched bands, reaching Waters at last. Waters stammered an explanation. He'd fired at a noise in the electrical room, thinking he'd heard screaming from the exhibition. Coffee exploded, threatening him with termination, but before he could continue, a portable generator roared to life outside. Agents began filing into the MCU, their suits dripping, and Coffee ordered a crisis control meeting in 5 minutes. Coffee stepped back out into the downpour, watching emergency workers haul bulky equipment and yellow acetylene tanks up the museum steps. He dashed back through the rain and into the debris-strewn rotunda, where medics were clustered around the metal emergency door sealing off the east entrance. The high-pitched whine of a bone saw cut through the air. He demanded a status report from the lead doctor, whose strained eyes peered above a blood-flecked mask. The doctor explained they had several critical cases and were performing field amputations. A few might survive if the door could be opened within the next half hour. Coffee shook his head. That wasn't going to happen. They'd have to cut through. An emergency worker offered heat-proof blankets to shield the pinned victims during the work. Coffee stepped back and raised his radio, calling for D'Agosta and Ippolito. Static hissed. Then D'Agosta's tense voice came through. Coffee tried to cut in, but D'Agosta snapped back, saying he'd shut off his radio because Coffee was making too much noise. They were heading to the sub-basement. There was a creature loose in cell 2, a monster that had killed Ippolito. Coffee dismissed it as hysteria, insisting they were sending men in through the roof. D'Agosta shot back that they'd better be heavily armed. Coffee pressed for details about Ippolito, and D'Agosta confirmed he was dead, slashed open like the others. When Coffee tried to relieve D'Agosta of duty and put Bailey in charge, D'Agosta refused, handing the radio to Bailey. Bailey backed D'Agosta completely. They'd fled the Hall of the Heavens, over 30 of them including the mayor. And there really was something in there. Coffee demanded to know if Bailey had seen it, but Bailey admitted he wasn't sure, though what it had done to Ippolito was beyond belief. Coffee ordered Bailey to take command, but Bailey refused, insisting D'Agosta was in charge. Coffee fumed as Bailey cut the connection. Outside in the rain, Greg Kawakita stood motionless, oblivious to the chaos around him, the pelting rain, the screaming sirens, the panicked guests jostling past. His mind replayed what Margo and Frock had shouted at him. He opened and closed his mouth, took a step toward the museum, then stopped. Slowly he turned, pulling his sodden tuxedo tighter, and walked thoughtfully into the darkness. Inside the storeroom, Margo jumped as a second gunshot echoed down the hall, crying out in alarm. In the darkness, she felt Frock's grip tighten. Outside, running footsteps passed, and the yellow glow of a flashlight streaked beneath the doorframe. She whispered that the smell was fading, wondering if it was gone. Frock replied quietly, thanking her for saving his life at the risk of her own. A soft knock came at the door. Frock demanded to know who it was, and Pendergast's voice answered. Margo rushed to open it, finding the FBI agent outside with a large revolver in one hand and crumpled blueprints in the other, his immaculate black suit stark against his dirt-streaked face. He stepped inside and shut the door, expressing relief at finding them safe. Frock, equally relieved, asked if the shots had been Pendergast's. Pendergast confirmed they were, and asked if he'd heard Frock calling his name. Frock assumed that was how Pendergast had found them, but Pendergast shook his head, handing Margo a flashlight as he unfolded the blueprints covered with his own handwritten notes. He dryly remarked that the New York Historical Society wouldn't be pleased with his liberties. Frock urgently tried to explain that they'd discovered what the killer was not human, not any known animal, but Pendergast cut him off, saying he didn't need convincing. Frock, stunned, asked if Pendergast would help stop the opening and get people out. Pendergast told him it was too late. The power failure had spread through the entire museum, the security system had collapsed, and all emergency doors had come down. The museum was now compartmentalized into 5 isolated cells, and they were trapped in cell 2 with the creature and the people in the Hall of the Heavens. Frock pressed for details, and Pendergast explained the sequence of events. A panic had erupted before the power failed, triggered by the discovery of a dead police officer inside the exhibition. Most guests had escaped, but 30 or 40 were trapped. Pendergast admitted he'd been in the exhibition hours earlier, hoping to see the Mbouvon figurine, and regretted not entering through the rear exit. He might have found the body himself. But he had seen the figurine, and it was an excellent representation. Frock, barely able to speak, asked if Pendergast had seen the creature itself. Pendergast confirmed that he had. It was low, powerful, walked on all fours but could rear up, partially covered in hair. He'd fired at it, grazing its scalp, then followed it around a corner to find it snuffling at the storeroom door. That was how he'd known they were inside. He'd missed a second shot, and the creature had vanished into a stairwell at the end of the corridor, the only way out of the cul-de-sac. A series of muffled explosions echoed above them, followed by sharper, louder reports. Pendergast looked up, listening intently, then cursed D'Agosta's name and raced out into the corridor, gun drawn. Margo ran to the door and shined her flashlight down the hall, watching Pendergast rattle the stairwell door, inspect the lock, and then deliver a series of savage kicks. He returned, explaining that the door was jammed shut. The shotgun blasts must have bent the frame and damaged the lock. His radio call to D'Agosta went unanswered. Margo asked if they were stuck, but Pendergast shook his head. He'd spent the afternoon exploring the vaults and tunnels, using the old blueprints to determine how the beast had eluded their searches. The documents were complicated and contradictory, but they seemed to show a route out through the sub-basement. With everything sealed off, it was their only feasible escape, and there were several ways to access it from their current location. Margo realized that meant they could meet up with the trapped people upstairs and escape together. Pendergast's expression darkened as he acknowledged the implication the creature could easily find its way back into the sub-basement. While the emergency doors might trap them, they wouldn't hinder the beast. It had been in the museum long enough to learn its own secret routes through the lower levels. Margo nodded, confirming their theory that it had been living there for years, and that they believed they knew how and why it had come. Pendergast studied her intently, then requested a rapid, complete briefing on everything they knew about the creature. As they turned to re-enter the storeroom, Margo heard a distant drumming, like slow thunder. She froze, listening. The sound seemed to carry a human quality, crying or shouting. She couldn't tell. She whispered what it was, and Pendergast answered quietly. It was the sound of people running for their lives in the stairwell. In the dim light of the laboratory, Wright navigated by memory, grateful that this old space lay within Cell 2's perimeter. He'd kept it after becoming director, a private refuge now serving as a temporary safe haven. With the power out and all emergency bars, shutters, and security gates down, they were effectively prisoners. He muttered that someone would pay dearly, then fell silent as the full weight of the disaster settled over them. Wright moved to a filing cabinet, rummaging until he found a Ruger .357 Magnum, hefting it with grim satisfaction, a weapon with excellent stopping power. Cuthbert, standing near the door, expressed doubt that it would stop whatever had killed Ippolito. Wright assured him the speedball bullets would perforate an elephant, and the solid oak door was 2 inches thick. He pointed to the rear door, explaining it led to the hall of Cretaceous dinosaurs, equally sturdy. He tucked the gun into his belt and dismissed the group in the basement as fools who should have listened to him. He found an old flashlight, its beam feeble. Cuthbert noted the low battery, and Wright switched it off to conserve it, but Rickman, seated on a stool, pleaded with him to leave it on. She demanded a plan. Wright declared his first priority was a drink, moving to an old cabinet and producing a bottle of single-malt scotch. He poured himself a tumbler and downed it in 3 gulps, then refilled. Cuthbert and Rickman declined. The peaty scent filled the room. Cuthbert warned Wright to go easy. Rickman nervously insisted there must be an exit on this floor, but Wright snapped that everything was sealed. She suggested the dinosaur hall, but Wright pointed out its only public entrance was also sealed. He tried to reassure her that the creature would go after the easier prey in the basement, not them. He proposed waiting half an hour, then descending through the exhibition if power wasn't restored. He knew of a forgotten passageway behind an old trilobite display, boarded up years ago, that led to the Broadway corridor. They could kick it in or shoot the lock. Cuthbert was skeptical, having never heard of such a door, but Wright insisted it had been boarded over and forgotten. Rickman found the idea feasible. Wright poured another drink, and Cuthbert told him to put it down. Wright drank it anyway, then slumped, his head hanging, lamenting their ruin. Rickman tried to put a positive spin on it, but Cuthbert bluntly reminded her of the dead, the trapped mare, and the inevitable media firestorm. Wright sobbed that it was over, and Cuthbert agreed, saying he'd be happy just to escape with his life. Rickman suddenly stood and opened the door Wright had closed behind them. It wasn't locked. Wright fished out a key, saying it fit both doors, and Rickman's trembling hand rattled it in the lock. Wright asked plaintively what they'd done wrong, and Cuthbert answered bluntly. They'd had a chance to solve this 5 years ago, when Montague disappeared. They'd covered up the bloodstain in the basement, washed their hands of it, and hoped the killer would vanish. Wright protested. There was no proof Montague had been killed. Cuthbert countered that they might have found out if Wright had allowed Ippolito to report the bloodstain to the police. He then turned on Rickman, recalling that she had agreed to conceal the evidence. She defended herself, saying there was no sense in a scandal, and accused Cuthbert of moving the crates and taking the journal because it didn't fit his theories. Cuthbert admitted he'd been trying to protect Whittlesey, a former friend, from ridicule, but he hadn't covered up a killing. He reminded Wright of the reports of strange sightings after hours, which Wright had always dismissed as crank calls. Rickman cried out for a change of subject, asking about the windows, but Wright told her the bars were case-hardened steel. He asked for his drink again, and Cuthbert told him he'd had enough. Wright lurched to his feet, muttering about Cuthbert's Anglican moralizing, and headed unsteadily back toward the cabinet for another drink. In the stairwell, D'Agosta turned to Bailey's dim form, thanking him for backing him up. Below, the huddled guests waited on the steps, sniffling and sobbing. D'Agosta addressed them quietly, explaining they needed to move fast. The next landing had a door to the basement, where they'd meet others who knew a way out. The mayor's voice confirmed they understood. D'Agosta took the lead with his light, while Bailey covered the rear. They descended slowly. On the landing, D'Agosta waited for Bailey's all clear, then grabbed the door handle. It wouldn't budge. He yanked harder, but the door remained stuck. He cursed under his breath, examined the handle with his flashlight, and told the group to stay still and quiet while he went back to confer with Bailey. He whispered to Bailey that the shells had bent the door frame. They couldn't open it without a crowbar. Bailey's eyes widened in the dark as he asked what they should do, whether to go back upstairs. D'Agosta calculated their ammunition 6 rounds in his service piece, maybe 15 or 16 in Bailey's shotgun. He started to respond, then stopped abruptly, shutting off his flashlight as a ripe, goatish smell drifted down the stairwell on a slight movement of air. Bailey dropped to one knee, aiming his shotgun upward. D'Agosta hissed at the group to move down to the next landing quickly. A voice cried out in protest, fearing they'd be trapped underground, but his warning was drowned by the blast of Bailey's shotgun. Someone screamed about the museum beast, and the group stumbled and fell down the stairs in panic. D'Agosta shouted for Bailey to follow, as he walked backward, gun in one hand, the other feeling along the damp stone wall. He noticed the stairwell surface turned to damp stone as they descended below the basement level. Bailey followed, gasping and cursing. Finally, D'Agosta's foot hit the sub-basement landing, and the group held their breath as Bailey bumped into him. D'Agosta whispered, demanding to know what Bailey had seen. Bailey admitted. He didn't know only the horrible smell and 2 red eyes in the dark before he fired. D'Agosta shone his flashlight up the stairwell, revealing only shadows and rough-hewn yellow rock. The smell lingered. He did a quick head count: 38 people, including himself and Bailey. He announced they were in the sub-basement, and would go in first, the rest following on his signal. He turned his light on the door, a blackened metal monstrosity reinforced with iron strips, fit for a medieval dungeon. Pushing it open, cool, damp, moldy air rushed out. He stepped forward, then stopped, as he heard gurgling water. He played the light downward, and called out that there was about 3 inches of running water. He instructed the group to come forward one at a time, carefully, and ordered Bailey to close the door behind them. Pendergast counted his remaining bullets and pocketed them, then turned to Frock, offering an apology for his earlier doubts. Frock waved it off graciously, crediting Margo with the key discovery testing the packing fibers. Pendergast nodded at Margo, huddled on a crate, praising her work and jokingly offering her a spot in the Baton Rouge crime lab. Frock countered with dark humor that assuming they survived, he might not let her go. Margo surprised herself by adding that she might not want to leave the museum. Pendergast asked if she truly believed her plan would work. She took a deep breath, and nodded if the extrapolator was right. The beast hunted by smell, and its need for the plant was overwhelming. It was the only way. Pendergast agreed they had to try, and pulled out his radio, calling D'Agosta. D'Agosta responded, reporting their status. They'd encountered the creature, lost Ippolito and an injured guest, and had been forced into the sub-basement when the basement door jammed. Pendergast asked how many weapons they had. Only a 12-gauge and a service revolver. D'Agosta confirmed they were about 50 yards from the stairwell door. Pendergast relayed Frock's assessment. The creature was extremely intelligent, perhaps as smart as a human, and headshots were useless. They needed to aim for the body. D'Agosta urged Pendergast to warn Coffee, who was sending men in without understanding what they faced. Pendergast promised to try, but first focused on getting D'Agosta out. He could direct them through the sub-basement using the old blueprints, though they were unreliable, and there might be water. D'Agosta confirmed they were already standing in half a foot of it. Pendergast pressed the point face, the water, or face the beast. They were the obvious target, and had to move quickly. D'Agosta asked if Pendergast could link up with them, but Pendergast explained they were staying behind to lure the creature away. He'd found multiple routes into the sub-basement from Cell 2. D'Agosta warned him to be careful. Pendergast instructed him to take the right fork at the first intersection, then radio him at the second fork. He signed off and switched frequencies to Coffee. Coffee answered, frustrated, but Pendergast cut him off, asking if a rescue team was being sent. Coffee confirmed they were preparing to leave. Pendergast insisted they be armed with heavy-caliber automatic weapons, flak helmets, and bulletproof vests. The creature was powerful, and had free run of Cell 2. Coffee dismissed it as more hysteria, but Pendergast gave one final warning: underestimate it at their peril. He signed off, ignoring Coffee's order to wait. They waded into the water, dim flashlight beams dancing across the low ceiling ahead and behind. The gentle airflow pushed steadily into their faces, and D'Agosta felt a fresh wave of alarm. The beast could approach from behind without warning, its stench carried away from them. He paused to let Bailey catch up. The mayor, breathless, asked if he was certain there was a way out. D'Agosta admitted he was relying on Pendergast's blueprints, but one thing was sure: they couldn't go back. They pushed forward through the tunnel. dark oily drops falling from the arched brick ceiling, lime-crusted walls closing in. The only sound was the quiet weeping of a woman. Smithback's voice cut through the silence, asking how it felt to have the lives of 40 people in his hands. D'Agosta stopped and glared, disgusted to discover he was traveling with a journalist, and dismissively told him to make an appointment at headquarters. He played the light ahead and found the fork, taking the right-hand passage as Pendergast had directed. The water quickened, tugging at his legs, and his wounded hand throbbed. He noted with relief that the breeze was no longer blowing in their faces. A bloated rat drifted past, bumping against legs like a lazy billiard ball. D'Agosta called back to Bailey, asking if he saw anything. Bailey assured him he'd be the first to know. D'Agosta radioed Coffee, asking for a status update on the power. Coffee, still fuming over Pendergast's abrupt sign-off, told him to go back to the Hall of the Heavens and wait for the SWAT team, dismissing Pendergast's guidance as reckless. D'Agosta informed him that Wright, Cuthbert, and Rickman had refused to come along and were somewhere on the 4th floor. Coffee, incredulous, asked about the mayor, demanded to speak with him. The mayor took the radio and calmly confirmed they were in capable hands, brushing off Coffee's urgent recommendation to wait for rescue. Coffee assured him he'd get him out safely, but the mayor cut him off, emphasizing that every life in the group mattered equally. After handing the radio back, the mayor muttered his opinion of Coffee, and D'Agosta silently agreed. They continued down the passage until a steel door loomed out of the darkness, locked, oily water rushing through a grated panel at its base. D'Agosta radioed Pendergast, reporting the obstacle. Pendergast, surprised, asked if they'd taken the right fork. Confirming they had, Pendergast instructed them to backtrack and take the left tunnel instead. D'Agosta wheeled around and ordered the group to move back on the double. They turned wearily, wading back through the inky water. Then Bailey's voice cut through the darkness, sharp with alarm. He smelled something. D'Agosta started to say no, then the fetid stench hit him like a wall. He yelled for Bailey to fire, that they had to make a stand. In the laboratory, Cuthbert sat on the work table, tapping absently with a pencil. Wright slumped at the far end, head in his hands, while Rickman stood on tiptoe at the window, angling the flashlight through the bars, switching it on and off. Lightning silhouetted her, followed by a rumble of thunder. She complained she couldn't see anything, and Cuthbert wearily reminded her she was only wasting the battery. She sighed and switched it off, plunging them back into darkness. Wright's slurred voice wondered aloud what the creature had done with Montague's body, perhaps eaten him with curry and rice. He chuckled drunkenly. Cuthbert stood and plucked the .357 from Wright's belt, checking the bullets before tucking it into his own. Wright demanded its return, but Cuthbert ignored him. Wright accused him of being a bully, declared him fired, and wobbled to his feet. Cuthbert moved to the front door, listening intently. Rickman asked in alarm what was wrong. He held up a hand for silence, then turned away, saying he thought he heard a noise. He drew Rickman aside, handing her the flashlight, and warned her that the creature was still loose. They might not be safe despite the thick door. He asked for her help moving the table against the door. Wright, still ranting about firing him, was pulled to his feet and deposited in a nearby chair. With Rickman's assistance, Cuthbert positioned the heavy table as a barricade in front of the oak door. Cuthbert dusted off his jacket after positioning the table, noting that it would at least slow the creature down long enough for him to get off a few shots. He instructed Rickman to flee through the back door into the dinosaur hall. At the first sign of trouble, the security gates would seal it off, putting 2 doors between her and whatever was out there. Then he suggested they try to break the window so someone might hear them yelling. Wright laughed, insisting the high-impact glass was unbreakable. Cuthbert found a short piece of angle iron and swung it through the bars, but it bounced off the glass and flew from his hands. He muttered in frustration, then speculated about shooting out the window, asking if Wright had any more bullets hidden away. Wright refused to answer. Cuthbert searched the filing cabinet but found nothing, concluding they couldn't waste bullets on the window. He only had 5 shots left. Wright, drifting in and out of coherence, quoted King Lear. Cuthbert sighed heavily and sat down. The room fell silent again. The only sounds the wind, rain, and distant thunder. Pendergast lowered the radio and turned to Margo, announcing that D'Agosta was in trouble. They had to move fast. Frock quietly offered to be left behind, but Pendergast refused, saying they needed his brains. He moved into the hall, sweeping his light in both directions, then signaled all clear. They proceeded down the corridor, Margo pushing Frock's wheelchair as fast as she could. Frock whispered occasional directions, and Pendergast stopped at every intersection, gun drawn, pausing to listen and smell the air. After a few minutes, he took over the wheelchair. They rounded a corner, and the secure area door stood before them. Margo silently prayed that her plan would work, that she wasn't condemning everyone to a horrible death. Inside, Frock directed them to the third vault on the right. Margo dialed the combination and swung the door open. Pendergast knelt beside the smaller crate, but Margo stopped him, warning him not to let the smell get on him. He should bundle the fibers in his jacket. Frock offered his handkerchief. Pendergast, with rueful humor, noted that if Frock could donate $100 handkerchief, he could donate his jacket. He stuffed his radio and notebook into his waistband and removed the jacket, spreading it carefully on the floor. He scooped out several fistfuls of fiber, laid them across the jacket, stuffed the handkerchief into a sleeve, folded it, and tied the sleeves together. Margo suggested they need a rope to drag it, and Frock pointed out packing cord around the far crate. Pendergast tied the bundle and fashioned a harness, then dragged it across the floor. He asked if it would leave enough of a scent trail. Frock assured him the creature's sense of smell was exponentially keener than theirs, and the beast would track the fibers down. The human hormone was a poor substitute, and the creature lived for this plant. Pendergast lifted the bundle gingerly, noting that they were at their most vulnerable now. The creature would home in on them. Margo followed, pushing Frock's wheelchair as they moved back into the silence of the old basement. D'Agosta moved forward through the water, crouched low, his revolver aimed into the darkness. He'd switched off his flashlight to avoid giving away his position. The water flowed briskly around his thighs, the smell of algae and lime mixing with the creature's fetid reek. He whispered to Bailey, who was waiting at the first fork, and laid out a plan. Bailey would stand guard while D'Agosta shot off the lock. Bailey acknowledged. D'Agosta started forward, his legs numbing in the frigid water. Then confusion erupted from the blackness ahead, a soft splash, another closer, and Bailey's shotgun blasted twice. People behind him began whimpering. Bailey yelled. Then there was a low crunching sound, a scream, and thrashing in the water ahead. D'Agosta cried out Bailey's name, but only the gurgle of running water answered. He pulled out his flashlight and shone it up the tunnel. Nothing. Bailey had vanished. The smell had receded. He shone the light downward and saw the water flowing red around his legs. A torn shred of NYPD regulation blue cloth floated by. He hissed for help, and Smithback appeared at his side. D'Agosta told him to point the flashlight down the passage while he probed the stone floor for the shotgun. The water had risen, grazing his chest. Something a piece of Bailey floated by, and he had to turn away. There was no shotgun to be found. He told Smithback he was going back to shoot off the lock. They couldn't backtrack with the thing waiting. He asked Smithback to feel around in the water for the shotgun and shout if he saw or smelled anything. Smithback, unsteady, asked if he was being left alone. D'Agosta assured him it would only be a minute, and Smithback agreed to try. D'Agosta grasped his shoulder briefly and started back, thinking that for a journalist, the guy had guts. A hand tugged at D'Agosta as he waded through the group, a woman's voice sobbing for information. He gently shook her off, hearing the mayor's soothing words behind him. He positioned himself in front of the door, knowing he should stand back to avoid ricochets but unable to aim properly in the dark at such a distance. He moved within a few feet, placed the barrel of his .38 near the lock, and fired. The smoke cleared to reveal a clean hole in the lock's center, but the lock held. He cursed, placed the muzzle directly against the hasp, and fired again. The lock gave way. He heaved against the door and called for help. Several people threw themselves against it, the rusty hinges screeching as they gave way, water gushing through the opening. He called out to Smithback, who had found Bailey's flashlight. D'Agosta ushered the group through. Counting 37, Bailey was gone. Smithback brought up the rear. He yelled for them to shut the door, and against the heavy flow of water it groaned slowly closed. He asked Smithback to shine a light so they could find something to bar it. If they could jam a piece of metal through the D-ring, it might hold. He called out for anything metal, and the mayor quickly gathered a small collection of pins, necklaces, and combs. D'Agosta inspected them and muttered that there was nothing useful. Then they heard splashing on the other side, a deep grunt, and a stench filtered through the low slats. A soft thump, a squeal of hinges, and the door pushed ajar. D'Agosta shouted for help, and people flung themselves against the door, forcing it shut. The thing met their force and pushed back, the door creaking open farther. More joined the effort, but the door continued to open 6 inches, a foot. The stench became unbearable. D'Agosta saw 3 long talons snake around the edge, feeling along the door, then swiping forward, the talons sheathing and unsheathing. The mayor, matter-of-factly, invoked Jesus, Mary, and Joseph, while someone else began chanting a prayer. D'Agosta placed the barrel near the monstrosity and fired once. A terrible roar answered, and the shape vanished into churning water. Smithback cried out that the flashlight would fit perfectly in the ring. D'Agosta hesitated, knowing they'd be left with 1 light, but Smithback asked if he had a better idea. He didn't. He shouted for everyone to push, and with a final heave they slammed the door shut. Smithback shoved the flashlight through the D-ring, its flared end catching against the metal hasp. The door shuddered under another crash but held firm. D'Agosta yelled for everyone to run. They thrashed through the roiling water, falling and sliding. Buffeted from behind, D'Agosta fell face first into the rushing water, rose, and continued forward, trying to ignore the monster's roaring and pounding. He couldn't hear it, and remained sane. He focused on the flashlight. A good, heavy police-issue model. It would hold. He hoped to God it would hold. The group stopped at the second fork, crying and shivering. Time to radio Pendergast and get out of this maze. D'Agosta reached for his radio holster and realized, with a shock, that it was empty. Coffee stood inside the forward security station, staring moodily at a monitor. He couldn't reach Pendergast or D'Agosta. Garcia in Security Command and Waters in the computer room were still responding, but had everyone else been killed? The thought of the mayor dead, and the headlines that would follow, hollowed his stomach. An acetylene torch flickered near the silver expanse of the metal security door at the east end of the rotunda, casting ghostly shadows, the acrid smell of molten steel filling the air. The rotunda had grown quiet. Field amputations continued by the door, but all other guests had left for home or hospitals. Journalists were contained behind police barriers. Mobile ICUs and medevacs stood by. The SWAT team commander approached, buckling an ammo belt, and announced they were ready. Coffee asked for a tactical briefing. The commander explained the planned punch through the roof to the 5th floor, blow a security door into the next cell, descend to a prop storage room above the Hall of the Heavens, and use a maintenance trapdoor to lower men and haul up the wounded in sling chairs. Phase 2 would rescue the mayor's group in the sub-basement. Phase 3 would search for others trapped within the perimeter, people in the computer room and security command, and possibly Cuthbert and a woman on an upper floor. The commander noted that Pendergast was also inside. Coffee snapped that he'd worry about Pendergast, demanding to know who developed the plans and who was in charge. When the commander explained the chain of command, Coffee overrode him, ordering him to go in and kill the creature first. The commander protested that hostage rescue was the priority, but Coffee insisted they were dealing with an animal, not a person. He ordered the team to get the wounded out, but hunt down and kill the creature first, then rescue the stragglers at leisure. The commander, studying Coffee, asked if he was sure about the animal. Coffee hesitated, then confirmed it had already killed several people. The commander replied that whatever it was, they had enough firepower to turn a herd of lions into red mist. Coffee told him he'd need it. Find it. Take it out. Pendergast and Margo looked down the narrow service tunnel into the sub-basement, Pendergast's flashlight illuminating a sheet of black, oily water roiling beneath them. He noted it was getting deeper, and asked if Margo was sure the creature could make it up the shaft. She was nearly certain it was highly agile. Pendergast tried again to raise Dagosta on the radio, but there was no response. Something had happened. The lieutenant had been out of contact for 15 minutes, ever since they hit that locked door. He asked how they planned to lay a scent with all the water. Margo reasoned that if Dagosta's group was beyond this spot, sprinkling fibers on the water would carry the scent downstream to the creature. They stood in the dimness of the storage room, and Pendergast addressed a doubt about the creature's intelligence, whether it would understand that the fibers had floated from upstream rather than simply chasing them downriver. Frock insisted the beast was nearly as smart as a human, demanding they abandon any notion of it as a mere animal. Pendergast accepted this, then carefully extracted a small amount of the fibrous material from the bundle using Frock's handkerchief, scattering a few along the shaft's base, and dropping a handful into the rushing water below. Frock cautioned restraint, and Pendergast agreed, explaining his intention to lay just enough trail to guide the creature upstream before dragging the main bundle back to the secure area, where the trap would be set. He finished by securing the bundle and estimating how quickly the current would carry the scent to the beast, a matter of minutes. Frock confirmed the creature's immense speed when driven by need, perhaps 30 miles per hour or more, though the corridor's turns would slow it somewhat, and the water wouldn't hinder it much, given the secure area's proximity. Pendergast found the prospect unsettling, prompting a brief scholarly exchange about the source of a line he'd quoted, which Frock misattributed before Pendergast gently corrected him, then proposed they move. Elsewhere, Smithback struggled through the flooded tunnel, the feeble light from his flashlight barely cutting the oppressive dark. Dagosta moved ahead, gun drawn, as the black water surged around them, rising steadily against Smithback's thighs. He studied Dagosta's blood-smeared, grim face in the gloom. From behind, someone cried out in despair, but the mayor's practiced, soothing voice soon calmed the group, and Smithback risked a look backward at the bedraggled survivors, the once elegant women, the businessmen in ruined tuxedos, the young professionals, all now reduced to the same terrified, slime-covered state, pursued through the darkness. He recognized them all, had mentally catalogued their names and lives, and the sight struck him with the absurdity of their shared plight. Despite the fear, he remained rational. The initial terror of confronting a real monster had given way to a more practical dread. He was less afraid of dying than of dying before he could write his book. He wondered what that said about him, whether it was bravery, greed, or simple foolishness, but he knew the story he was living would be worth a fortune. He was the only one with this perspective, and he'd already proven himself a hero, holding the light while Dagosta shot the lock, and thinking to brace the door with the flashlight. He was the lieutenant's right-hand man. Dagosta's voice cut through his thoughts, asking for the light to be shown to the left. Smithback obeyed, but saw nothing, and Dagosta dismissed the movement he'd thought he'd seen as a shadow. Smithback silently prayed he'd live to enjoy his success, then voiced his concern about the deepening water. Dagosta confirmed it was rising faster, and revealed the grim truth that Pendergast hadn't told them which way to go from here. He'd lost his radio before the door. A strong surge hit them, followed by a shout and a splash, but the mayor quickly reassured everyone. It was just someone falling, blaming the strengthening current. Smithback muttered to Dagosta that they couldn't let the group know they were lost. Back in the secure area, Margo swung open the door, confirmed it was clear, and Pendergast dragged the bundle inside. Frock directed them to place it in the vault with the Whittlesey crates, locking the beast in long enough to close the door on it. Margo unlocked the vault while Pendergast laid a complex trail. Then they deposited the bundle, sealed the ornate door, and hurried out. Margo led them across the hall to the elephant bone storage room, its broken window patched with cardboard. She unlocked it with Frock's key. Pendergast pushed Frock inside, and she positioned Pendergast's flashlight on low, aimed at the secure area, then poked a small hole in the cardboard with a pen before stepping in herself. The storage room was large and musty, filled with disassembled elephant skeletons stacked like cordwood, one fully mounted skeleton looming in a corner like a dark cage of bones with gleaming tusks. Pendergast shut the door and killed his miner's lamp. Margo peered through the peephole and saw the hallway and the open secure area door clearly, then invited Pendergast to look. He approved, calling it a perfect blind so long as the batteries held, and asked how she'd remembered this room. She admitted it was the pachyderme sign that had stuck with her, wondering how such a small door could accommodate an elephant skull. She then took up watch, ready to signal when the beast arrived. In the darkness, Frock asked Pendergast about his experience with the weapon, and Pendergast mentioned his winter's big game hunting in East Africa with his late wife. Frock, sounding relieved, acknowledged it would be a difficult kill but not impossible, and began discussing the creature's vulnerabilities based on the extrapolator data. He explained that headshots were useless, and chest or shoulder shots would likely be deflected by heavy bone and muscle. Even a heart shot from the side was chancy given the rib cage. A gut shot might eventually kill, but not before the creature exacted its revenge, leaving them in a quandary. Pendergast offered a possible solution, recounting a hunting story from Tanzania with his wife. They'd been charged by a wounded Cape buffalo while armed only with inadequate .30-30 rifles. His wife, the better shot, had used the tactic of breaking down the animal, not aiming to kill, but shattering its forelegs, pasterns, and knees to stop its forward motion. Pendergast admitted he'd tried for chest shots and failed, while she'd succeeded, bringing the buffalo down helpless. He confessed it was a demanding technique requiring exceptional marksmanship under extreme pressure. Frock, impressed, wished his wife were there, and Pendergast quietly agreed. Then Frock returned to the beast's anatomy, noting the hindquarters were likely armored with bony plates or scales that would resist his gun, so he'd need to shoot low at the phalanx bones of the lower leg. Pendergast understood, acknowledging the difficulty of such a shot, especially if the creature faced him head-on. Frock confirmed that the lowest leg bones were the target, likening them to a horse's pasterns and advising Pendergast to aim just below the lower joint, which itself might be vulnerable. Pendergast acknowledged the difficulty, especially if the creature faced him head-on, deeming the shot nearly impossible. Frock then suggested the front limbs might be more susceptible, as the extrapolator described them as less robust, making the metacarpals and carpals, the front knee and lower leg, vulnerable to a direct hit. Pendergast questioned how much of the creature would need to be broken down to immobilize it, and Frock admitted both front legs and at least one rear leg would be necessary, though even then it could crawl. He asked if Pendergast could manage it, and the agent replied he'd need at least 150 feet of shooting space if the creature charged, ideally getting a shot off before it knew what was happening. Frock recalled that the museum had several straight, long corridors of 300 to 400 feet, though most were now bisected by security doors. However, he believed there was one unobstructed corridor in Cell 2, on the first floor in Section 18 near the computer room. Pendergast filed that away in case their current plan failed. Margo, still watching through the peephole, suddenly hissed that she heard something, and Pendergast moved closer to the door. She whispered that a shadow had passed across the light at the end of the hall. After a tense silence, she breathed that the creature was there, and she could see it, her voice dropping to a horrified exclamation. Pendergast murmured for her to move away from the door, and she backed up, barely breathing, asking what it was doing. He replied that it had stopped at the secure area door, gone in briefly, then backed out rapidly, now looking around and smelling the air. Frock urgently asked what it looked like, and Pendergast described it as massive, with a flattened face and small red eyes, thin fur on the upper body just like the figurine. Then he warned it was coming their way. Margo found herself pressed against the far wall as a snuffling sound and a rank, fetid smell came through the door. She slid to the floor, watching the peephole waver like a star, Pendergast's flashlight casting a feeble glow. Then a shadow fell over the peephole, plunging everything into blackness. A muffled thud struck the door, old wood creaked, the doorknob rattled, and something heavy moved outside with a sharp cracking as the creature pressed against it. A voice in Margo's head suddenly broke through her terror, and she burst out, telling Pendergast to turn on his miner's lamp and shine it at the beast, because it was nocturnal and likely hated light. Frock confirmed she was absolutely right. Pendergast shouted for them to stay back, and Margo heard a click as the brilliant beam of the miner's lamp blinded her momentarily. When her vision cleared, she saw Pendergast kneeling, gun leveled at the door, The bright light focused on its center. The door bowed inward with a crunching noise, splinters spraying from a widening split in the upper panel. Pendergast held steady, sighting along his barrel. Another tremendous splintering sound broke the door inward in pieces, swinging crazily on bent hinges. Margo pressed herself against the wall until her spine creaked, while Frock shouted in a mix of amazement, wonder, and fear. The creature squatted in the doorway, a monstrous silhouette in the bright light, then with a throaty roar shook its head and backed out. Pendergast ordered them to keep back, kicked the broken door aside, and moved cautiously into the hall. Margo heard one shot, then another, followed by silence. After an eternity, Pendergast returned and motioned them forward. A trail of small red droplets led down the hallway and around the corner. Frock bent forward, noting the blood with satisfaction, and declared that Pendergast had wounded it. Pendergast shrugged, suggesting he might not have been the first, as the droplets originated from the sub-basement direction, likely from D'Agosta, or one of his men wounding it earlier without disabling it. The creature had retreated with amazing speed. Margo asked why it hadn't taken the bait, and Frock replied they were dealing with preternatural intelligence. Pendergast asked if that meant it had detected their trap, and Frock turned the question back on him, asking if he would have fallen for it. Pendergast admitted he probably wouldn't have, and Frock concluded they had underestimated the creature, emphasizing it had the intelligence of a human being, and had even hidden its prey, showing it knew it was being hunted. He added that it might be more than just hungry now. It had been sated by the evening's human diet, but it was also wounded, and like a wounded Cape buffalo, it might be angry as well as hungry. Pendergast quietly asked if that meant it had gone hunting, and Frock gave a barely perceptible nod. Margo asked who it was hunting now, but no one answered. Cuthbert checked the locked solid door and aimed his flashlight at Wright, slumped morosely in his chair. He switched it off, and the room reeked of whiskey, the only sound the rain drumming against the barred window. In a low tone, he asked what they were going to do with Wright. Rickman, her voice tight and high, said they'd tell the press he was sick and pack him off to the hospital, scheduling a press conference for the next day. Cuthbert clarified he meant now, if the beast came up here. Rickman pleaded for him not to talk like that, saying she couldn't imagine the animal coming up here. It had been in the basement for years. Cuthbert admitted his worry was precisely that, he didn't know why, then checked the Ruger, only 5 shots left. He shook Wright's shoulder, trying to rouse him, but Wright looked up hazily and asked if Cuthbert was still there. Cuthbert ordered him to take Lavinia into the dinosaur hall, but Wright slapped his arm away, insisting he was fine and might take a nap. Cuthbert cursed him and sat down opposite the door. A brief rattle came at the door, as if the doorknob had been turned and released. Cuthbert jumped up, gun in hand, and listened, then quietly told Rickman to get into the dinosaur hall. She refused, whispering she was afraid and didn't want to go alone, but he ordered her to do as he said. She walked to the far door, opened it, and hesitated, pleading again, but Cuthbert cursed at her to get in. Behind her, lightning briefly illuminated the huge dinosaur skeletons and their gaping jaws. Cuthbert turned back to listen. Something soft was rubbing against the door. He leaned forward, pressing his ear to the wood, wondering if it was just the wind. Suddenly, he was slammed backward into the room by a tremendous force, and he heard Rickman screaming from inside the dinosaur hall. Wright stood unsteadily, asking what that was. His head ringing, Cuthbert scrambled to retrieve the fallen gun and retreated to the far corner of the room, shouting at Wright to get into the dinosaur hall. Wright sagged heavily against his chair, distracted by the disgusting smell that had filled the air. Another savage blow struck the door, wood splitting with a crack like a rifle shot, and Cuthbert's finger instinctively tightened on the trigger, firing prematurely and showering dust from the ceiling. He lowered the weapon, his hands shaking uncontrollably, cursing himself for wasting a bullet and wishing he knew more about handguns. He forced himself to take deep breaths, trying to steady his aim, reminding himself he had only 4 shots left. The room fell into an eerie silence, Wright frozen against his chair as if paralyzed. Cuthbert hissed at him to move, and Wright finally shuffled toward the door, apparently frightened enough to comply. Then Cuthbert heard the soft sound again, the wood groaning as the thing pressed against it. A horrible crack split the door wide open, a piece of wood spinning into the room and the table thrown aside. In the gloom of the hallway, a three-tined claw reached through and gripped the broken wood, tearing the remainder of the door back into darkness. A dark shape filled the doorway. Wright lurched into the dinosaur hall, nearly toppling Rickman, who had appeared there choking and sobbing, begging Cuthbert to shoot it. Cuthbert waited, sighting down the barrel, holding his breath, knowing he had only 4 shots left. Outside, the SWAT team commander moved across the rain-slicked roof under the spotter's guidance, while Coffee stood beneath a tarp nearby, both gripping waterproof radios. The spotter directed the commander to move east, studying blueprints spread on a plexiglass table, the team's route marked in red. The commander knelt and set charges swiftly and silently, his team waiting 100 yards back with medics behind them. After giving the signal, he unrolled wire and walked backward. Then everyone on the roof lay down as a brief flash and sharp slap of sound marked the explosion. The commander eased forward and reported they had an opening, and Coffee ordered them to proceed. The SWAT team dropped through the roof hole, followed by the medics, and reported they were inside on the 5th-floor corridor. Coffee waited impatiently, checking his watch. 9:15, 90 minutes of darkness haunted by visions of the mayor dead and gutted. The team reached the Cell 3 emergency door on the 5th floor and set charges while Coffee stewed, tormented by the thought that if the mayor died, he'd be the one blamed, regardless of fault. He'd worked too long and too carefully to lose everything now, and he blamed Pendergast for meddling where he didn't belong. The charges were set, and after a long silence the commander reported they were through. Coffee ordered them to get inside and kill the creature, but the commander reminded him their priority was to evacuate the wounded. Coffee snapped back that he knew, but to hurry. The commander stepped out of the stairwell and motioned his teams forward, dark figures in fatigues with gas masks, M16s, and bullpups with bayonets, and one stubby officer carrying a 40mm grenade launcher. He radioed the spotter that they'd gained the 4th floor and laid down an infrared beacon, with a hall of lesser apes directly ahead. The spotter guided them south 70 feet and west 20 to a door. The commander used a laser to get distance readings, then reported the door in sight, proceeding. The commander announced the door was locked and set charges, molding plastique around the doorknob. A low whump blew it open, and the spotter directed them to the trapdoor directly ahead. They moved aside scenery flats and exposed it, the commander opening the latch and heaving the iron ring upward, stale air rushing out. Below, in the hall of the heavens, everything was still. He reported they had an opening, and Coffee ordered them to secure the hall and evacuate the injured fast. The spotter directed them to tear out drywall to expose an I-beam for anchoring ropes, and the team worked swiftly, looping chains, attaching carabiners, and dropping a rope ladder through the 60-foot hole. The commander leaned over, shining his light into the gloom, and reported bodies below 10 to 12, maybe more, but no sign of the creature. Coffee demanded to know what they were waiting for, and the commander ordered the medics to lower collapsible stretchers. He descended the ladder, followed by his men, while 2 fanned out for suppressing fire, and 2 set up halogen lamps powered by portable generators. Soon the hall was flooded with light, and the commander announced they'd secured the hall with no sign of any animal. Coffee ordered them to find the thing, kill it, and locate the mayor's party, believed to have gone down the stairwell by the service area. The commander acknowledged, then heard a muffled pistol shot from above, and reported it to Coffee, who screamed at them to go after it. The commander quickly redeployed his team, ordering 2 men to secure their current position with the grenade launcher, while the rest followed him deeper into the darkness. Down in the flooded tunnel, Smithback felt the viscous water rising past his waist, his numb legs barely holding him upright as he shivered uncontrollably. DaGosta remarked on how fast the water was rising, and Smithback ventured hopefully that they might no longer need to worry about the creature. DaGosta acknowledged the thought, then surprised Smithback by crediting him with saving all their lives by jamming the door with the flashlight. Smithback felt a swell of gratitude, but DaGosta quickly warned him not to let it go to his head. Turning to check on the group, DaGosta found the mayor looking haggard, who admitted some were slipping into shock or exhaustion. The mayor asked which way they should go, and DaGosta hesitated, unable to give a conclusive answer, suggesting he and Smithback scout the right fork first. The mayor, lowering his voice, confessed he knew they were lost, and that if the others learned the truth, they wouldn't continue. Standing in the cold rising water, their only chance was to press forward together, as half of them wouldn't survive a retreat against the current. DaGosta agreed, then shouted instructions for everyone to join hands and form a line, staying against the wall where the current was weaker, and to yell if anyone slipped but never let go. They moved into the right tunnel. Back in the darkened office, the creature had moved slowly through the shattered door, and Cuthbert felt his legs go numb with pins and needles. He wanted to shoot, but his hands wouldn't obey. He pleaded for it to go away, surprised by the calmness in his own voice. The creature stopped and looked directly at him, a huge, powerful silhouette with small red eyes that seemed somehow intelligent. He begged not to be hurt, then whispered that he had a gun and wouldn't shoot if it left. The creature moved sideways, keeping its head turned toward him, then vanished with a sudden motion. Cuthbert panicked, his flashlight skittering across the floor, and he stumbled backward into the dinosaur hall, slamming the door behind him and frantically calling for the key. Rickman pressed it into his palm, and he locked the door. He guided her away from the entrance, past the clawed foot of a massive tyrannosaur skeleton, deeper into the darkness of the Hall of Cretaceous Dinosaurs. He pulled her into a crouch, straining his senses in the deathly silence, the only light coming from high clerestory windows. They were surrounded by small Struthiomimus skeletons arranged defensively before the monstrous skeleton of a carnivorous Dryptosaurus with its jaws open and claws extended. The scale and drama of the room, which he'd once relished, now terrified him. He knew what it was like to be hunted. Behind them, the entrance was blocked by a heavy steel door. He whispered, asking where Wright was, but Rickman only moaned and asked if he'd killed it. He admitted he'd missed and needed her to release his arm so he could get a clear shot. She released him and crawled away, curling into a fetal position between the skeletons. He hissed for silence. The hall fell still, and Cuthbert scanned the shadows, hoping Wright had found refuge. A subdued voice called his and Lavinia's names, and he turned in horror to see Wright leaning against a stegosaurus tail, swaying. Cuthbert hissed at him to get under cover, but Wright began walking unsteadily toward them, confused, and saying he felt sick. An explosive crash rocketed across the hall, and Cuthbert saw Wright's office door had become a jagged hole from which a dark form emerged. Rickman screamed behind him. Through the Dryptosaurus skeleton, Cuthbert saw the dark shape move swiftly across the floor, veering toward Wright instead of him. The two shadows merged, and Cuthbert heard a wet crunch, a scream, then silence. He raised his gun, trying to sight through the ribs, and saw the silhouette rise with something in its mouth, shaking its head and making a sucking sound. He squeezed the trigger, and the Ruger bucked, a blast and clatter revealing he'd shot a rib from the Dryptosaurus. The creature was gone. Moments passed, and Cuthbert felt his sanity beginning to loosen. A flicker of lightning through the clerestory showed the beast moving swiftly along the near wall, directly toward him, red eyes fixed on his face. He swung the barrel and fired wildly, 3 quick shots illuminating racks of dark skulls, teeth, and claws until the gun clicked empty. From a half-remembered dream he heard distant voices from Wright's old lab, and suddenly he was running, heedless, through the ruined door and lab into the dark corridor beyond, screaming. A spotlight hit his face. Someone grabbed him and pinned him against the wall, ordering him to calm down, noting the blood on him and taking the gun away. They debated whether he was the one they were after, but concluded he wasn't and warned not to take chances. Cuthbert screamed that the creature was back there and would kill them all, that it knew you could see it in its eyes. The commander asked if there was anyone else, and Cuthbert gasped out Wright and Rickman's names. When the commander confirmed he was Dr. Cuthbert and asked where Wright was, Cuthbert replied that it was eating him, the brains, in the dinosaur hall through the lab. The commander ordered his evacuation and led the rest of his team forward. Outside, the spotter had moved into the mobile command unit with coffee, pointing out their location on the blueprints. The commander reported the lab was clear, and they were proceeding into the dinosaur hall, noting another broken door. Coffee ordered them to take the thing out but watch for Dr. Wright, demanding a clear frequency and constant communication. Coffee leaned over the radio, straining to catch every sound from the open frequency, the faint hiss of static, the clink of a weapon, the whispers of the team advancing. He heard someone ask if they could smell it, and an affirmative reply. There was a rattling. Then an order to kill the lights and stay in the shadows, with specific team members assigned to cover different sectors of the skeleton-filled hall. Coffee listened through a long silence, punctuated only by heavy breathing and faint footfalls. A sudden explosive whisper reported a headless body, then another, and Coffee's stomach tightened. More weapons clicked and rattled as the team maneuvered, someone covering their path of retreat, someone noting it might still be there. Coffee's knuckles whitened with impatience. Then a loud voice shouted that something was moving, and a burst of automatic weapons fire dissolved into static as the frequency overloaded. Coffee began muttering in panic, catching only fragments of screaming and machine gun fire before silence fell, followed by the tinkling sound of something shattered dinosaur bones, perhaps dropping and rolling on marble. A wave of relief washed over him. Nothing could have survived that firepower. The nightmare was over. He eased into a chair. But then the commander's voice screamed over the frequency, calling out names before being buried by gunfire and static, or was it a scream? Coffee surged to his feet, trying to speak but finding no voice, reading his own terror in the agent's eyes behind him. He yelled into the mic for the commander, then anyone but heard only static. He switched frequencies wildly to the team in the Hall of the Heavens, where a medic reported they were removing the last bodies and that Cuthbert had been evacuated to the roof, asking if they'd need more evacuation after hearing firing upstairs. Coffee screamed at them to get out, to pull up the ladder, and when the medic protested about leaving the rest of the SWAT team, Coffee declared them dead and ordered it as final. He dropped the radio, staring vaguely out the window at a morgue truck moving toward the museum. An agent tapped his shoulder, reporting that Pendergast was requesting to speak with him, but Coffee refused, warning not to mention the name again. Another agent entered, reporting that the dead from the Hall of the Heavens were coming out 17 dead, no survivors. Coffee asked about Cuthbert, and learned he'd been lowered to the street. He ran outside to find him. 2 medics with a stretcher approached, and Coffee asked the still form if he was Cuthbert. The man looked around with unfocused eyes. A doctor examined him, asking if he was hurt and if the blood was his, but Cuthbert answered he didn't know. The doctor noted his vital signs and ordered him taken in for observation. Coffee jogged alongside, asking if he'd seen the creature. Cuthbert replied with vague, cryptic statements. It knew what was happening. It hated them. And when Coffee demanded to know what it looked like, Cuthbert said there was sadness in its eyes. Infinite sadness. Coffee dismissed him as a lunatic, but Cuthbert added with calm certainty that they wouldn't kill it. The ambulance door slammed shut, and Coffee shouted after it that the hell he wouldn't. Pendergast lowered his radio, and told Margo the creature had killed most of a SWAT team, and likely Dr. Wright as well. Coffee had withdrawn everyone, and was blaming Pendergast, refusing to respond. Frock roared that Coffee had to listen. They knew what to do. They just needed Klieg lights. But Pendergast understood Coffee was overloaded, and looking for scapegoats they couldn't rely on him. Margo, horrified by the news of Wright's death, blamed herself, thinking if her plan had worked those people might still be alive. Pendergast countered that D'Agosta and the mayor's group might otherwise be dead, then suggested his duty was to get them out safely via the route he proposed to D'Agosta, assuming the blueprints were accurate. He reconsidered, realizing the weather made that impossible. The sub-basement was flooding, water 2 feet deep and flowing fast eastward, draining toward the river, and D'Agosta's chances were marginal at best. He proposed they stay in the secure area, protected by the reinforced door, until power was restored, while he hunted the creature alone using the long, unobstructed hallway near Security Command and the computer room. Margo refused to let him go alone, insisting she was coming with him. Pendergast dismissed the idea, noting she had no gun and had never been in such a situation. Margo reminded him combatively that she'd saved his life earlier by telling him to use the miner's lamp. Pendergast raised an eyebrow at Margot's challenge, but Frock spoke from the darkness, urging him not to be a foolish southern gentleman and to take her along. Pendergast turned to Frock, asking if he'd be all right alone, noting they'd need both the flashlight and the miner's lamp for any chance of success. Frock waved dismissively, saying he could use some rest after all the excitement. Pendergast hesitated, then relented, instructing Margo to lock the doctor inside the secure area, retrieve his keys and what remained of his suit jacket, and they would go. Down in the flooded tunnel, Smithback shook the failing flashlight, its beam flickering and dimming. D'Agosta warned that if it died they were finished, ordering it turned off and used only intermittently to check their progress. They moved through the darkness, the rushing water filling the air, Smithback leading with D'Agosta behind, gripping his numb hand. Smithback became aware of a new sound, and D'Agosta confirmed he heard it too, a waterfall, though likely some distance off, with sounds carrying in the tunnel. He told Smithback to keep it to himself. They slogged on in silence until D'Agosta called for light. Smithback played the beam ahead briefly, noticing the sound was much louder now, and felt a surge in the water. D'Agosta cursed. A commotion erupted behind them as a woman slipped and screamed for help, thrashing in the water. The mayor shouted for someone to grab her, to anchor her feet. Smithback pocketed the flashlight and braced against the current as the woman floated toward him, her arm lashing out and gripping his thigh with vice-like strength. He felt himself slipping, told her to stop struggling, but her legs wrapped around his knees, and he lost his grip on D'Agosta, staggering forward as she clambered onto him in blind panic, forcing his head underwater. He rose up under her gown, disoriented and suffocating, a great lassitude sweeping over him before he went under again. D'Agosta pulled him above the surface, but the woman was gone, her shrieks growing fainter as she was swept downstream, and D'Agosta urged them forward, keeping against the wall and maintaining the chain. D'Agosta muttered to Smithback, asking if he still had the flashlight, and Smithback confirmed it. D'Agosta noted he'd saved Smithback's life this time, making them even as the journalist tried to shut out the fading screams and the growing roar of water. The mayor shouted encouragement, and Smithback gripped D'Agosta's hand as they waded downstream in darkness. When D'Agosta called for light again, Smithback switched on the beam, and his hopes collapsed 100 yards ahead. The ceiling sloped to a narrow funnel, where the water plunged thunderously into a dark chasm, mist rising from the pit. Then he realized the screaming behind him was cheering. They'd spotted a dark hole in the ceiling with a rusty iron ladder poking out. But the cheering died as the truth sank. It was too far to reach. Above, Pendergast and Margo left the secure area and climbed a stairwell stealthily. Pendergast pointed to blood spatters on the floor, the beast's trail from when it fled their lights. Margo recognized the staircase from her earlier escape with Smithback. Pendergast flicked off the miner's lamp, opened the first-floor door and moved into the darkness with a fiber bundle over his shoulder. He paused to sniff the air, detecting nothing, and asked Margo which way to Security Command and the computer room. She directed them left, through the Hall of Ancient Mammals, with a long corridor near Security Command just around the corner. Pendergast briefly shone the flashlight down the corridor, noting no blood spoor. The creature had gone straight upstairs toward right. He asked how they'd lure it now, and Margo suggested using the fibers again. Pendergast reminded her it hadn't fallen for that trick before, but she argued this time they weren't trying to trap it, just lure it around the corner so he could shoot from a blind at the far end. Pendergast questioned how they'd know when it arrived, since they might not smell it in time. Margo admitted that was a problem. After a moment, she proposed putting the bundle in an unlocked glass display case at the hall's end, hoping the creature would make noise prying it open. Pendergast dismissed it as too obvious. The creature would recognize a trap just as he would. Margo leaned against the cold wall, thinking, then noted the creature had an acute sense of hearing as well as smell. Pendergast acknowledged that, waiting for her to continue. Margo proposed the simplest approach, using themselves as bait by making noise and sounding like easy prey. Pendergast nodded, likening it to a ptarmigan feigning injury to draw off a fox, but asked how they'd know when the creature arrived. She suggested using the flashlight intermittently on a low setting, enough to see the beast without rebuffing it, making it think they were just lost explorers. When it came for them, she'd switch to the miner's light, and he could start shooting. Pendergast worried about the creature approaching from behind, but Margo noted the hall dead-ended at the staff entrance to the Hall of Pacific Peoples. He protested that they'd be trapped, but she countered that escape wouldn't matter if he missed his shots. The thing could move as fast as a greyhound. Pendergast reconsidered, finding the plan deceptively simple and effective. The creature, having devastated a SWAT team, likely felt invincible, and wouldn't be as cautious. Margo added that its wounds might slow it down, though Pendergast warned that a wounded animal was infinitely more dangerous. He'd rather stalk 10 healthy lions than one wounded one. He straightened his shoulders, pulled for his gun, and told her to lead on, uneasy standing in the dark with the bundle. Margo asked for the miner's light so he could keep both hands free for the gun, and though he doubted anything would drive off a badly wounded beast, he handed it over. They moved quietly down the corridor, through a service door into the Hall of Ancient Mammals, where Margo's footsteps seemed to echo like gunshots across the polished stone. Glass cases gleamed dully around them, giant elk, saber-toothed cats, dire wolves with mastodon and woolly mammoth skeletons rearing in the center. They crossed cautiously toward the hall's exit, Pendergast's gun ready. Margo whispered that beyond the staff-only door was the corridor with security command, staff services, and the computer room, and around the corner was the hallway for his blind. She hesitated at the thought the creature might already be there, and Pendergast dryly noted he'd wish he'd stayed in New Orleans. They stepped through into Section 18, a narrow hallway lined with doors, and Pendergast swept the area with his flashlight. Nothing. Margo pointed out security command, and they passed it, and the central computer room, hearing faint voices within. She suggested they should help, but Pendergast said there was no time. They turned the corner and stopped. Halfway down the hall, a massive steel security door glared back at them in the flashlight beam. Cell 2 cut the corridor in half, as Frock had been mistaken. Pendergast estimated the distance at 100 to 125 feet at most. Margo asked if that was enough room, and Pendergast admitted it wasn't, but it would have to do. They moved into position. Outside, the mobile command unit grew stuffy as Coffee unbuttoned his shirt and loosened his tie, the humidity oppressive. A SWAT team member asked when they were going back in, and Coffee exploded, refusing to send more men after 4 had been killed. The man protested. There were still people trapped, but Coffee insisted they needed power restored before any further action. A policeman interrupted with news of a dead woman's body found floating in the Hudson, wearing an evening gown, identified as one of the missing from the party, someone who'd gone into the basement with the mayor's group. Coffee felt his bladder weaken at the implication the mayor was dead, and he'd be blamed. He ordered everyone out, then spun to answer Garcia's radio call. Garcia reported the power was still out, and Tom Allen wanted to speak with him. Coffee put him on, and Allen expressed concern, saying they couldn't do anything, and the batteries were failing, asking to be extracted. Coffee laughed shrilly, blaming Allen for the mess and refusing to help, declaring the mayor dead and that he'd lost enough men. Garcia came back on, asking what had happened to the SWAT team, and Coffee told him they'd been killed, their guts hung up like ribbons, blaming Pendergast, DeGosta, Allen, and Garcia himself. He said they were working on restoring power and would take the creature out in their own time, so the trapped men should just sit tight. He wasn't going to have more men killed to save their sorry asses. An agent then reported that the deputy mayor was on his way and the governor's office was on the phone demanding an update. Coffee closed his eyes. Down in the tunnel, Smithback studied the ladder's lower rung hanging 4 feet above his head, impossible to reach with the current at his chest. DeGosta asked what he could see, and Smithback admitted the light was too weak to tell. DeGosta told him to turn it off and think. Another surge pushed against Smithback's waist, the water rising fast, and he cursed, wondering where it was all coming from. DeGosta explained the sub-basement was built below the Hudson's water table and leaked during heavy rains. Smithback panted that they were being inundated, but DeGosta didn't answer. Someone suggested using shoulders to climb, but DeGosta snapped it was too high. Then Smithback coughed and announced he had an idea, falling silent as he waited for a response. Smithback urged that the steel ladder looked strong enough, and if they fastened their belts together and looped them over it, they could wait for the rising water to bring the lower rung within reach. Someone cried. They couldn't wait that long, and Dagosta dismissed it as the worst idea he'd ever heard, pointing out half the men were wearing cummerbunds. Smithback retorted that Dagosta had a belt on, and Dagosta defensively asked what made him think the water would rise enough. Smithback shone his light along the wall, showing a band of discoloration, a high water mark proving the water had risen that high before, and argued they'd get close enough if the storm was as bad as Dagosta thought. Dagosta shook his head, still calling it crazy, but admitted it was better than waiting to die, and shouted for everyone to pass up their belts. As the belts reached him, Dagosta knotted them together, buckle to end, starting with the widest, then passed them to Smithback. Smithback looped them over his shoulders, braced against the current, and tossed the heavier end toward the lowest rung. The 12 feet of leather fell short, and his second attempt missed as well. Dagosta offered to take over, but Smithback refused, rearing back for another toss that sent the heavy buckle swinging down. He ducked, then slid the far end through and pulled the improvised rope tight around the lower ring. Dagosta ordered everyone to link arms and not let go, explaining that as the water rose, it would carry them toward the ladder, and they'd pass the rope back in sections as they rose. He muttered a hope that the thing would hold, and Smithback added that the water needed to rise far enough. Dagosta warned him he'd hear about it if it didn't, and Smithback saved his breath as the current crept up around his chest, tugging at his armpits, his feet beginning to lose their hold on the stone floor. Inside Security Command, Garcia watched Alan's flashlight beam move slowly across dead controls. Nesbitt slouched at the panic desk, while Waters and a gawky programmer had arrived 10 minutes earlier, scaring them half to death. The programmer chewed his cuticles in the dark, and Waters nervously spun his service revolver on the table. Waters suddenly stopped, claiming he'd heard a noise in the hall footsteps, but Garcia dismissed it, saying Waters was always hearing noises, which had gotten them into this mess. Waters worried that if the creature had destroyed a SWAT team, it could easily reach them. But Garcia told him to stop thinking and talking about it, as it happened 3 floors above. Waters couldn't believe Coffee was leaving them to rot, and Garcia threatened to send him back to the computer room if he didn't shut up. Alan urged Garcia to radio Coffee again, but Garcia shook his head. Coffee sounded unhinged, and they were stuck for the duration. Alan demanded the radio to contact Coffee's boss, but Garcia refused, saying the emergency batteries were almost dead. Then Alan stopped abruptly, saying he smelled something, and Garcia sat up, picking up his shotgun slowly. Waters cried out that it was the killer beast, and everyone jumped to their feet, chairs crashing, a monitor splintering as it hit the floor. Garcia grabbed the radio, shouting to Coffee that it was here. Scratching and rattling came at the doorknob. Garcia felt his bladder give way, and the door bent inward, wood cracking under a savage blow as someone behind him began to pray. Pendergast whispered if Margo had heard that, and she played the flashlight down the hall, confirming she'd heard something. The sound of splintering wood came from around the corner, and Pendergast said they needed to attract its attention, shouting out. Margo grabbed his arm, warning him not to say anything he wouldn't want it to understand, but Pendergast snapped that it surely didn't understand English. Margo insisted they couldn't take the chance the thing had a highly developed brain and had been in the museum for years, listening from dark places, and might understand certain words. Pendergast relented, then called out loudly, asking if it could hear them. Margo shouted that they were lost and needed help, and Pendergast lowered his voice, saying the creature must have heard, and now they could only wait. He dropped to one knee, aiming his .45 with both hands, and told Margo to keep playing the light toward the bend as if they were lost. When he saw the creature, he'd give the word, and she should turn on the miner's light and keep it aimed on the beast, no matter what. If it was angry and hunting for revenge, they needed to slow it down by any means, and with only 100 feet of corridor, it could cover the distance in a couple of seconds. She couldn't hesitate or panic. Margo acknowledged she understood. Garcia kneeled before the monitor bank, his shotgun aimed at the door, Waters behind him in a combat stance. Garcia ordered Waters to start firing when it came through and not stop, spacing his 8 shots so Waters could reload at least once, and told him to turn off the flashlight so they wouldn't give themselves away. The others had retreated to the far wall, crouched beneath the security grid. Waters shook, his voice breaking, reminding them it had blown away a SWAT team. Another crash made the door groan and its hinges pop, and Waters screamed, scrambling backward into the dark and leaving his gun behind. Garcia cursed him to get back, but heard the sickening thud of Waters banging his skull as he stumbled under the desks, screaming not to let it get him. Garcia forced himself to turn back toward the door, trying to steady his shotgun as the foul reek filled his nostrils, and the door shuddered under another heavy blow. He dreaded what was about to force its way in, cursing and wiping his forehead, the silence broken only by Waters' sobbing. In the corridor, Margo swept the flashlight in random motions, mimicking someone lost, her heart hammering and breath coming in short gasps. She called out again that they were lost, her voice hoarse in her own ears. The sounds from around the corner had stopped. The creature was listening. She called again, asking if anyone was there, her voice echoing and dying in the corridor. She strained into the gloom, trying to spot any movement. A dark shape began to resolve itself at the edge of the flashlight's reach, stopping with its head raised. A strange, liquid snuffling sound drifted toward them, and Pendergast whispered, "Not yet." The creature moved a little farther around the corner, the snuffling growing louder, and then the stench wafted down the hall, violating her nostrils. The beast took another step, and Pendergast again whispered, "Not yet." Garcia's hand shook so violently, he could barely press the transmit button, hissing for coffee. An agent named Slade responded, saying coffee was indisposed and Slade was now in command. Garcia reported their dire status. The creature was outside breaking in and begged for a team. Slade asked why he hadn't been informed, and if Garcia had his weapon. Garcia, almost in tears, said a shotgun was useless. They needed a bazooka. Slade told him to hold tight, assuming the door was metal, but Garcia corrected him. It was just a wooden institutional door. Slade said even if they sent someone, it would take 20 minutes, and Garcia would have to handle it himself, urging him to keep cool and aim. Garcia sank to the floor in despair, his fingers slipping from the button. It was hopeless. Down in the tunnel, Smithback gripped the belt, playing it back to the group, as the water rose faster than ever, with surges every few minutes, and the roar of the waterfall growing deafening. The weakest clung to the belt rope behind him, the others treading water desperately, all silent from exhaustion. 2 more feet, and he could grab the ladder. D'Agosta, supporting an older woman beside him, remarked on the storm, laughing weakly. Smithback checked the distance, 18 inches, but D'Agosta told him to stop switching the light on and off. Another surge buffeted Smithback against the wall, and if the belt rope gave way, they'd all drown in 30 seconds. The mayor started telling a story to keep spirits up, but Smithback felt himself growing sleepy. Hypothermia, he realized. D'Agosta jerked him awake, telling him to check the ladder. The water had risen another foot in the past 15 minutes, bringing the ladder almost within reach, and Smithback played more belts back to the group. D'Agosta told Smithback he'd go up first, then help from below and follow last. He pulled the belt taut, grabbed Smithback's waistband, and heaved him upward. Smithback grabbed the lowest rung with one hand, handed down the light, then grabbed with the other. He pulled himself up, fell back with spasming muscles, then tried again, reaching the second rung. He leaned against the rungs, gasping, then climbed to the third and fourth, securing his feet. D'Agosta warned him not to step on anyone's hands, and Smithback felt a hand guide his foot onto the lowest rung. The firmness felt like heaven. He reached down to help an elderly woman, then turned and moved upward. The ladder ended at the mouth of a large horizontal pipe, where the roof met the tunnel wall. Smithback crawled into the darkness, assaulted by a putrid odor sewer. He thought, but he moved forward. The pipe opened into blackness, and he lowered his feet onto a hard dirt floor a foot below. He climbed out, moving cautiously, sweeping his feet over the darkness, grateful that the abominable stench wasn't the beast's smell. Dry things crunched beneath his feet, twigs, and he heard others grunting behind him in the pipe. The feeble light from below couldn't penetrate the blackness. He knelt by the pipe mouth, helping the bedraggled group out and directing them aside, warning them not to stray. One by one they emerged, collapsing against the wall in exhaustion, the room quiet, except for ragged breathing. D'Agosta came through the pipe, muttering about the reek and announcing the flashlight had finally died. He counted off the group by their tired voices, then said they needed to figure out their location and find higher ground if the water kept rising. Someone agreed. They needed higher ground anyway because of the stench. Smithback said it would be tough without light, and they'd need to go single file. Someone offered a lighter, but another warned of methane. Smithback winced as the wavering yellow flame illuminated the chamber. Then the lighter jerked away and darkness returned, but not before Smithback got a devastating image of what lay around them. In the corridor, Margo strained ahead in the dimness, moving the flashlight slowly, trying not to spotlight the beast as it crouched at the corner observing them. Pendergast murmured for her to wait until it showed itself fully. The creature halted in the gloom, a silent, crouched shape that might have been carved from shadow. Margo could just make out the reflected gleam of its small eyes watching. Every few seconds they winked out as it blinked, then reappeared fixed on her. It took one measured step forward, then stopped again, weighing its decision, its low frame coiled with tension. Then it began to move, a loping, unhurried advance that was somehow more terrifying than a full charge. Beside her, Pendergast shouted the command. Margo's hand shot up, fumbling for the switch on the miner's helmet. Light exploded down the corridor, and the sudden glare made the creature flinch, shaking its elongated head. The deafening crack of Pendergast's revolver slammed against her eardrums, and she saw a flash of blood appear on the beast's haunch. For an instant it twisted, as if to snap at its own wound, and in that frozen moment, Margo's mind seemed to detach from her body, cataloging details with terrible clarity, the pale, flattened skull, the crease of the bullet's passage scoring a white line above the eyes, the dense fur of the forequarters ending in long, hooked talons, and the scaled hind legs with their 5 clawed feet. Dried blood crusted its coat, while fresh crimson welled from the fresh wound. Another shot. The right foreleg snapped backward, and the creature's roar of rage shook the air. It whirled to face them, then lunged, saliva streaming from its jaws. A third shot rang out a miss, and the beast kept coming, accelerating with sickening purpose. The fourth shot. Margo saw the left hind leg jerk, as if pulled by a string, and the creature faltered, stumbling. But it recovered almost instantly, its hackles rising, and came on again with a renewed howl. The fifth shot hit, but the beast did not slow. In that moment, clarity came to Margo. The plan had failed. There was only one round left, and the charge could not be stopped. She cried Pendergast's name as she scrambled backward, the miner's light swinging wildly, her body moving on pure instinct. The creature's red eyes locked onto hers, and in them she read something that made her blood run cold. Not just rage, but recognition, and a terrible, triumphant awareness. On the floor of Security Command, Garcia listened, straining to make sense of the sounds from the corridor. He wondered if he had imagined the voice. He heard a trick of a mind pushed past breaking. Then came the first boom, muffled but unmistakable, followed by another, and another. He scrambled to his feet, his heart pounding. It couldn't be true. His fingers fumbled for the radio, even as a voice behind him asked if he had heard it too. More shots followed, two in quick succession, a pause, then another. Garcia's voice cracked as he announced that someone was firing in the hall. Then silence fell, heavy and absolute. He listened, breath held. Nothing. Waters whimpered from the darkness, asking if it was over, if they had gotten it. Garcia clutched his shotgun, the pump slick with sweat. Only 5 or 6 shots, and that thing had torn through a SWAT team. Again Waters asked, his voice rising with desperate hope. Garcia strained his ears. The hall gave back only silence. The brief flare of hope curdled into dread. Then came a rattling at the door. "No," he whispered, sinking back. "It's back." D'Agosta's voice cut through the darkness, sharp and commanding. Smithback, reeling backward, saw the sudden spark of the lighter and threw his arm across his face. He heard D'Agosta groan, then felt a hand clamp onto his shoulder and haul him upright. The lieutenant's voice was a harsh whisper in his ear, telling him to pull himself together, that he was needed. Smithback forced his eyes open, and his stomach heaved. The dirt floor ahead was littered with bones small and large, some splintered, some still trailing gristle. He muttered to himself, a denial that broke off as the light died again. When it flared once more, his gaze fell on a dog's carcass, its glassy eyes staring, its belly torn open. Around it lay more remains. Cats, rats, other creatures too mangled or decayed to identify. Someone behind him was screaming. The light shifted as D'Agosta moved ahead, calling for Smithback to follow, ordering the group to look straight ahead. Smithback placed one foot after another, keeping his eyes down to avoid the horror beneath. Then something caught his peripheral vision. To his right, a collapsed duct lay broken on the floor. Its metal supports still jutted from the wall like hooks. Impaled on them were bodies, human bodies, all decapitated. He stared, his mind refusing to process what he saw. Beneath them, scattered along the wall, lay small ruined objects he knew were heads. The bodies farthest from him were little more than skeletons. Then his gaze fell on the nearest corpse. On its wrist was a sundial-shaped watch. Moriarty's watch? Smithback's breath came in ragged gasps as he whispered the curator's name. D'Agosta, grim, asked if he had known the man. The lighter went out. Smithback froze. Someone behind him cried out, asking what kind of place this was. D'Agosta admitted he didn't know, but Smithback did. His voice came out hollow. It was a larder. The light returned, and he pushed forward, faster now, the mayor's mechanical voice urging the others on in the darkness behind them. The light died again. D'Agosta's voice came out of the blackness, reporting they had reached the far wall. One passage sloped down, the other up. They would take the high road. The lighter flared once more, and they moved forward. The ground softened underfoot, and the stench began to fade. Smithback caught a faint current of cool air on his cheek, and D'Agosta laughed with relief. The tunnel ended at another ladder. D'Agosta reached up, and Smithback heard a sudden rush of water, then the thud of something heavy overhead. A manhole. D'Agosta's voice cracked with disbelief and joy as he scrambled up the ladder and heaved against the plate. It wouldn't budge. He shouted for help, pressing his mouth to the pry holes, and then began to laugh, sinking against the metal rungs. Smithback collapsed beside him, laughing and crying at once, the release overwhelming. D'Agosta babbled through his laughter, exulting in their escape. Voices drifted down from the street above. D'Agosta called out, offering a reward. The voices haggled over the price. Through it all, D'Agosta kept laughing, finally shouting back his agreement. He turned and spread his arms, announcing to Smithback and the others that they were back in New York City. The door rattled again. Garcia pressed the shotgun stock hard against his cheek, tears streaming, trying to steady his breathing. It was trying to get in. Then he realized the sound had changed. It was a knock. Again, louder this time, and a muffled voice asked if anyone was inside. Garcia managed to choke out a response. The answer came back: Special Agent Pendergast, FBI. Garcia's hand trembled on the door as he pulled it open. In the dim hallway stood a tall, gaunt figure, pale and composed despite the blood streaking his face and soaking his shirt in dark, chaotic patterns. A flashlight and a heavy pistol hung from his hands. Beside him, a young woman with a miner's lamp strapped to her head was equally drenched in gore. For a moment, Garcia could only stare. Then the man Pendergast smiled and simply announced that they had done it. It was only then that Garcia understood the blood was not theirs. He tried to form a question, but his voice failed. They pushed past him into Security Command. The others in the room, Allen, Waters, Nesbitt, shrank back against the wall, frozen, as if the two arrivals were apparitions. Pendergast gestured with the flashlight toward a chair, addressing the woman as Ms. Green, and she sank into it with a shaky word of thanks, the lamp on her forehead bobbing. Pendergast sat down and asked for a handkerchief. Allen produced one. Pendergast passed it to Margo, who wiped her face, then returned it. He cleaned his own hands and face with meticulous care, thanked Alan, and handed the soiled cloth back. Alan started to pocket it, then stopped, letting it fall to the floor. Alan's voice was barely a whisper as he asked if the creature was dead. Pendergast confirmed it, simply and finally. When Alan pressed, asking who had killed it, Pendergast gave credit to Margo. She corrected him, insisting it was his shot, but Pendergast explained that she had told him where to aim. A detail, he said, he never would have considered on his own big game, always had eyes on the sides of their heads, making a shot to the eye impractical. This creature, however, had a primate's forward-facing eyes, offering a direct path to the brain. With a skull that thick, a bullet fired into the brain would ricochet internally until it was spent. Garcia, incredulous, asked if they had killed it with a single shot through the eye. Pendergast admitted he had hit it several times before, but the beast was too strong and too enraged. Nothing else could have stopped it in time. As Pendergast adjusted his tie with fastidious precision, an oddly calm gesture given his blood-soaked shirt, Margo found herself remembering the moment the creature's brain exploding from its shattered eye socket, horrifying and beautiful at once. It had been the eyes themselves, those furious, knowing eyes that had sparked her desperate idea as she scrambled backward through the stench and the creature's hot breath. Now, suddenly, a wave of delayed shock hit her. She clutched herself, shivering uncontrollably. Pendergast motioned for Garcia's uniform jacket and draped it over her shoulders, kneeling beside her, his voice low and steady, telling her it was over. Through chattering teeth she insisted they had to find Dr. Frock. Pendergast soothed her, promising they would, but not just yet. Garcia asked if they should make a report. The radio had barely enough battery for one more transmission. Pendergast agreed, adding that they needed to send a relief party for D'Agosta. Then he frowned, anticipating the need to deal with Coffee. Garcia shook his head. Coffee was out. A change of command had taken place. An agent named Slade was now in charge. He handed the radio to Pendergast. Pendergast accepted it, a flicker of relief crossing his features. He admitted he would have taken Coffee to task, responding sharply to insults. A bad habit, he said, but one he found hard to break. 4 weeks had passed, and spring had finally arrived in New York. Margo entered Frock's office to find Pendergast and D'Agosta already there. Pendergast studying something on a low table while Frock spoke animatedly beside him, and D'Agosta pacing restlessly, picking up objects and setting them down again. The latex claw cast sat on Frock's desk like a grotesque paperweight, and a large cake, its icing already softening, occupied the center of the sunlit room. Frock greeted her warmly, gesturing for her to come closer. Through the bow windows, the Hudson sparkled beneath a blue sky, joggers moving in steady streams along the promenade below. On the table lay a large reconstruction of the creature's feet, placed alongside the Cretaceous fossil footprint plaque. Frock traced the tracks with evident satisfaction, observing that they belonged to the same order if not the same family, and that the creature's hind feet indeed had 5 toes, another link to the Mbun figurine. Margo studied the two side by side and privately thought they didn't look all that similar, but she suggested fractal evolution as a possibility. Frock agreed. It was possible, though it would take extensive analysis to confirm analysis that was now impossible, since the government had whisked the remains away for unknown purposes. The conversation turned to the aftermath of the opening night disaster. Public sentiment had shifted from shock to fascination, and finally to acceptance. For the first 2 weeks, the press had been consumed with the beast, but conflicting survivor accounts created confusion, and the only conclusive evidence the corpse had vanished in a government van, its whereabouts unknown even to Pendergast. Attention had soon turned to the human cost and the lawsuits against the security system manufacturers, the police, and the museum. Now, weeks later, the creature was seen as a freak anomaly, and interest had waned. Survivors no longer appeared on talk shows, a planned cartoon series had been cancelled, and action figures sat unsold. Frock offered sherry, but the others declined. D'Agosta made a crack about needing a different drink, and Pendergast gave him a look of theatrical horror. D'Agosta picked up the claw cast, remarking on its nastiness. Frock agreed, explaining that the creature was part reptile, part primate, the reptilian genes providing strength and speed, the primate genes contributing intelligence and possibly warm-bloodedness. When D'Agosta pressed for a definitive answer about what the creature actually was, Frock admitted they didn't have enough data, and might never know, since the creature appeared to have been the last of its kind. A recent survey of the Tepui showed complete devastation. The plant the creature depended on, posthumously named Liliaceae embuonensis, was now extinct, the swamp poisoned by mining and the area napalmed. No traces of similar creatures remained. While Frock normally deplored such environmental destruction, in this case, it seemed to have rid the world of a terrible menace. As a safety precaution, the FBI had also destroyed all remaining packing fibers and plant specimens in the museum. Margo asked if there could be another creature elsewhere, but Frock dismissed the possibility that Tepui had been a unique ecological island. Pendergast added that a thorough search of the sub-basement had turned up no further signs of the creature. Margo remarked that the creature had looked sad in death, almost lonely. Frock agreed, noting that it had traveled 4,000 miles from its jungle home, following the last specimens of the plant that kept it alive and free from pain. But it had also been evil and fierce. He had counted at least 12 bullet holes before the remains were taken away. The door burst open and Smithback strode in, brandishing a manila envelope and a magnum of champagne. He pulled out a sheaf of papers and announced his book contract, grinning broadly. D'Agosta scowled and turned away. Smithback crowed about getting everything he wanted, making his agent rich, and himself as well. He then grandly declared he would donate half the royalties to a fund for Officer John Bailey's family. D'Agosta told him to get lost, but Smithback insisted, adding hastily that the donation would begin after the advance had earned out. D'Agosta warned him in a low voice that he expected cooperation. Smithback thanked him for it. Pendergast interjected that D'Agosta was now a captain, news that surprised Margo. D'Agosta confirmed the promotion, then pointed a finger at Smithback, demanding the right to review anything written about him before publication. Smithback started to invoke journalistic ethics, but D'Agosta cut him off with a blunt dismissal. Margo whispered to Pendergast that the collaboration would be entertaining, and he nodded in agreement. A soft knock announced Greg Kawakita, who appeared at the door apologizing for interrupting. Frock insisted he come in and introduced him to Pendergast and D'Agosta as the author of the XIII program that had produced the creature's profile. Pendergast expressed his gratitude, saying none of them would be there without it. Kawakita deflected the credit to Frock, adding modestly that he had only assembled the pieces, and that the program hadn't predicted everything, the forward placement of the eyes, for instance. Smithback joked that success had made Kawakita humble, then turned to Pendergast with questions, noting that the champagne didn't come free. He asked whose bodies had been discovered in the creature's lair. Pendergast shrugged and said there was no harm in sharing the information, though it wasn't yet for publication. 5 of the 8 remains had been identified: 2 homeless people who had sought warmth in the old basement, a foreign tourist on Interpol's missing persons list, George Moriarty, and a man named Montague, a museum employee who had vanished years earlier. Margo whispered a mournful acknowledgement of Moriarty, having avoided thinking about his final moments for weeks. Frock exclaimed in surprise that the story about Montague had been true. Pendergast confirmed the administration's culpability. Wright, Rickman, Cuthbert, and likely Ippolito had suspected something was prowling the museum. When a large amount of blood was discovered in the old basement, they had it cleaned up without alerting the police. When Montague vanished around the same time, they did nothing to investigate. They also suspected the creature was connected to the Whittlesey expedition, and those suspicions likely motivated the decision to move the crates, a move that, in hindsight, precipitated the killings. Frock wheeled himself back toward his desk, agreeing wholeheartedly. The creature was highly intelligent and understood it would be endangered if discovered. It had curbed its natural ferocity for self-preservation. Upon first arriving at the museum, desperate and feral, it had killed Montague when it saw him with the artifacts and plants. But afterward, It grew cautious. It knew where the crates were, and had a supply of the plant until the packing material ran out. It consumed sparingly, supplementing its diet with rats, escaped cats, and occasionally unlucky humans who wandered too deep into the museum's hidden spaces. It always concealed its kills, and for several years it remained largely undetected. Then the crates were removed to the secure area. The beast grew hungry, then desperate, then murderous with rage at those who had deprived it of its sustenance, beings who could serve as a poor substitute for what had been taken. The frenzy built, and it killed, again and again. Frock wiped his forehead but continued. The creature hadn't lost all rationality. It had hidden the policeman's body in the exhibition, even in its bloodlust, aware that the killings were drawing unwanted attention. It had likely intended to bring the body back to its lair but couldn't, since the exhibition was far from its usual haunts, so it hid the body instead. The hypothalamus was its primary objective. The rest was just meat. Margo shuddered at the thought. Pendergast admitted he had often wondered why the beast entered the exhibition. Frock raised a finger, explaining the figurine of Mbovuan was inside a depiction of the beast itself, its only link to the home it had lost utterly. Smithback pressed for how Wright and Cuthbert had connected the creature to the Whittlesey expedition. Pendergast explained they knew why the ship from Belazine to New Orleans had been delayed, much as Smithback had discovered. They had read Whittlesey's journal and knew the legends. When Montague disappeared and blood was found near the crates, the pieces came together. Cuthbert had more or less confirmed it as best he could. Frock noted the terrible price Wright and Rickman dead, Cuthbert institutionalized. Kawakita observed that this made Frock the top contender for the directorship. Margo thought that was typical of Kawakita to notice. Frock dismissed the idea, he was too controversial, and besides, the directorship didn't interest him. He had too much new material for his next book. Pendergast added a detail. None of them knew the killings hadn't started in New Orleans. There had been a similar murder in Belém, in the warehouse where the crates were stored before shipping, a discovery he'd made while investigating the shipboard deaths. Smithback suggested that must have been the creature's first stop, bringing the story full circle. Then he pressed Pendergast about Whittlesey. Pendergast confirmed the creature killed Whittlesey, and they had found a souvenir in its lair, a medallion in the shape of a double arrow, apparently Whittlesey's family crest. Smithback and Margo both recognized it from the journal and letterhead. Why the beast carried it from the Amazon remained a mystery. D'Agosta, through a mouthful of cake, mentioned other artifacts in the lair, a pile of Maxwell's seed pods, car keys, coins, subway tokens, and a beautiful gold pocket watch. The watch's owner, tracked down, said he'd lost it 3 years ago when pickpocketed at the museum. The creature had hung it by its chain from a nail in the wall. It liked beautiful things, another sign of intelligence. Smithback asked if everything had been taken from inside the museum. Pendergast confirmed there was no evidence the creature had ever left the building. Smithback raised the exit. Pendergast had been guiding D'Agosta toward, but Pendergast simply said D'Agosta had found it. They had been very lucky. Pendergast moved toward the cake, thanking Frock for the party. Frock said it was a small gesture for saving their lives. Pendergast admitted he might be attending under false pretenses. The directorship of the New York office was up for reassignment, and he might not be leaving permanently. Smithback smirked, asking if Coffee was out. Pendergast confirmed it, noting Coffee would be heading to the Waco field office. The mayor, who had become a great fan of D'Agosta, thought Pendergast had a good shot at the position. Frock offered congratulations, but Pendergast said it wasn't certain, nor was he sure he wanted to stay, though the place had its charms. He joined Margo at the window, asking about her plans. She had decided to stay at the museum until finishing her dissertation. Frock claimed he had refused to let her go. She added that she'd received an offer from Columbia for a tenure-track assistant professorship starting next year, her father's alma mater, so she had to finish. Smithback declared they'd have to celebrate over dinner that night at Café des Artistes, and reached for the champagne. Everyone gathered as Frock produced glasses. Smithback popped the cork with a flourish. D'Agosta asked what they should drink to. Smithback offered his book. Frock proposed Pendergast and a safe journey home. Margo quietly suggested George Moriarty. There was a moment of silence. Then Smithback gave a theatrical blessing, and Margo punched him playfully. The needle sank into the rabbit's haunch, and the animal jerked. Kawakita watched the dark blood fill the syringe, then placed the rabbit back in its hutch. He transferred the blood to 3 test tubes, loaded them into the centrifuge, and flicked the switch. The hum built to a whine as the machine separated the blood into its components. He sat back in the wooden chair surveying the dusty, dim office. He preferred it that way, no sense drawing attention. The early days had been difficult, finding the right location, assembling equipment, paying the exorbitant rent for a run-down Queens warehouse. The computer had been the hardest to acquire. Instead of buying one, he had hacked into a mainframe at Solokhov College of Medicine, a secure site from which to run his genetic extrapolation program. Through the grimy window, he could see the shop floor below, dark and largely vacant, lit only by the greenish glow of aquarium tanks along the far wall. 24 plants, give or take. He would need more soon, but money was becoming less of a problem. It was remarkable, he reflected, how the most elegant solutions were the simplest. Once you saw it, the answer was obvious. But seeing that answer was what separated the timeless scientist from the merely great. The M1 riddle was like that. He, Kawakita, had been the only one to suspect it, to see it, and now to prove it. The centrifuge's whine decreased, and the completed light blinked red. He removed the tube's clear serum on top, white blood cells in the middle, red cells at the bottom. He suctioned off the serum, placed drops of the cells into watchglasses, and added reagents and enzymes. One watchglass turned purple. He smiled. It had been so simple. After Frock and Margo had approached him at the party, his initial skepticism had turned to fascination. He had been on the periphery before, not really paying attention, but from the moment he was carried along Riverside Drive with a hysterical crowd, he began thinking. In the aftermath, he asked questions. When Frock pronounced the mystery solved, Kawakita's curiosity only grew. Perhaps he had more objective distance than those who had fought the beast in the dark. But whatever the reason, there seemed to be small defects in the solution. Minor contradictions everyone had missed. Everyone except Kawakita. He had always been a cautious researcher, yet insatiably curious. It had served him well at Oxford and in his early museum days. His caution had led him to build a keystroke capture routine into the extrapolator for security reasons, of course, but also to learn what others might use it for. So it was natural he would examine what Frock and Margo had done. A few keystrokes, and the program reeled back every question they had asked, every bit of data they had entered, every result they had obtained. That data pointed him toward the real solution, which had been under their noses all along had they known what questions to ask. Kawakita had learned to ask the right questions, and along with the answer came a stunning discovery. A soft knock sounded at the warehouse door. He descended the stairs, moving silently through the gloom, and slid back the iron bar. A small, wiry man named Tony stepped inside, looking around nervously at the darkness. Kawakita led him to the far end of the warehouse, where a long table stood under dull infrared lamps, covered with drying fibers. He scooped up a handful, weighed them, adjusted the amount, and slid the fibers into a Ziploc bag. The man produced a wad of crumpled bills, 5/20s, and Kawakita counted them before handing over the bag. The man began tearing it open eagerly, but Kawakita stopped him. The man apologized and moved toward the door. Kawakita suggested trying larger amounts, steeping it in boiling water to increase the concentration, promising more on Tuesday. The man thanked him and left. Kawakita bolted the door. It had been a long day, and he was exhausted, but he looked forward to nightfall, when the city's sounds would subside and darkness would cover the land. Night was rapidly becoming his favorite time. Once he had reconstructed what Frock and Margo had done with his program, everything else fell into place. He needed only one fiber, but the secure area had been painstakingly cleaned, the crates emptied and burned, the lab spotless. Nobody had remembered to clean out Margo's handbag, notorious for its untidiness. She had thrown it in the incinerator days after the disaster, but not before Kawakita found the fiber he needed. The supreme challenge had been growing the plant from a single fiber, taxing all his knowledge of botany and genetics. He had channeled all his energies into it. Thoughts of tenure vanished, a leave of absence taken. 5 weeks earlier, he had achieved it, the surge of triumph when the little green node appeared on the agar-covered petri dish. Now he had a large, steady supply growing in the tanks, fully inoculated with the strange reovirus that dated back 65 million years. The plant was a perversely attractive lily pad, blooming almost continuously with deep purple blossoms and bright yellow stamens. The virus concentrated in the tough, fibrous stem. He was harvesting 2 pounds a week and poised to increase his yield exponentially. The Kathoga had known about this plant, he thought. What seemed a blessing became a curse. They had tried to control its power, but failed. The legend told it best: the devil's child, Ingbibun, had run wild, turning on its masters. It could not be controlled. But Kawakita would not fail. The rabbit serum tests proved he would succeed. The final piece fell into place when he remembered D'Agosta mentioning the double arrow pendant found in the creature's lair. Proof, they said, that the monster had killed Whittlesey. Proof, rather, that the monster was Whittlesey. The day everything came together was an apotheosis. It explained everything. The creature, the museum beast, he who walks on all fours, was Whittlesey. The proof lay within his extrapolation program. He had placed human DNA on one side and the reovirus DNA on the other, and asked for the intermediate form. The computer gave the creature. The reovirus in the plant was astonishing. It had existed relatively unchanged since the Mesozoic era. In sufficient quantities, it could induce morphological change of an astonishing nature. Everyone knew the darkest rainforests held undiscovered plants of almost inconceivable importance. But Kawakita had already discovered his miracle. By eating the fibers and becoming infected with the reovirus, Whittlesey had turned into Buvun. Mbavuan, Kawakita reflected, was the word the Kathoga used for both the plant and the creatures it created. He could now piece together their secret religion. The plants were a curse, hated, and needed. The creatures kept enemies at bay, but constantly threatened their masters. The Kathoga likely kept only one creature at a time. More would be too dangerous. The cult centered on cultivation and harvesting, with the climactic ceremony being the force feeding of the plant to an unwilling victim. Large quantities were needed initially to ensure enough reovirus for the transformation. Afterward, only small doses were required, supplemented by other proteins, but the dose had to be maintained otherwise. Intense pain and madness would follow, as the body tried to revert, with death intervening before completion. In desperation, the creature would seek a substitute. The human hypothalamus was by far the most satisfactory. In the comforting darkness, listening to the tranquil hum of the aquaria, Kawakita imagined the jungle drama. The Kathoga, seeing a white man for the first time. Crocker, Whittlesey's companion, had likely been found first. Perhaps the creature was old or enfeebled. Perhaps Crocker killed it with the expedition gun as it disemboweled him. But when the Kathoga found Whittlesey, there was only one possible outcome. Kawakita wondered what Whittlesey must have felt bound, ceremonially force-fed the reovirus from the plant he himself had collected days earlier. Perhaps they brewed a liquor from its leaves, or simply forced him to eat dried fibers. They must have attempted to create a monster they could control, one that would keep out road builders, prospectors, and miners poised to invade the Tepui from the south and destroy them. A monster that would terrorize surrounding tribes without terrorizing its masters, ensuring the Kathoga's security and isolation forever. But civilization came anyway. Kawakita imagined the Whittlesey thing, crouched in the jungle watching fire fall from the sky, burning the Tepui, the Kathoga, the precious plants. He alone escaped, and he alone knew where the life-giving fibers could still be found after the jungle was destroyed because he had sent them there. Or perhaps Whittlesey had already left when the Tepui was burned. Perhaps the Kathoga had again failed to control their creation. Maybe Whittlesey, in his pitiful, terrible condition, had set his own agenda, not staying as their avenging angel, but simply wanting to go home. He had abandoned them, and they had been destroyed by progress. But Kawakita was largely indifferent to the anthropological details. He was interested in the power inherent in the plant and its harnessing. You needed to control the source before you could control the creature. That, he thought, was exactly why he would succeed where the Kathoga failed. He controlled the source. Only he knew how to grow this difficult swamp lily from the depths of the Amazon, the proper pH, temperature, light, nutrients. Only he knew how to inoculate it with the reovirus. They would be dependent on him. And through genetic splicing with the rabbit serum, he had purified the virus's essential strength, engineering it to be cleaner while diminishing some unpleasant side effects. At least, he was fairly sure he had. These were revolutionary discoveries. Viruses inserted their own DNA into victim cells, typically instructing them to make more viruses. That was true of every known virus, from flu to AIDS. But this virus was different. It inserted a whole array of genes, reptile genes, ancient ones from 65 million years ago, found today in the lowly gecko. And it had apparently borrowed primate genes over time as well. A virus that stole genes from its host and incorporated them into its victims. Those genes, instead of making more viruses, remade the victim. They instructed the body's machinery to change bone structure, endocrine system, limbs, skin, hair, internal organs. They changed behavior, weight, speed, cunning. They gave uncanny senses of smell and hearing while diminishing eyesight and voice. They gave immense power, bulk and speed while leaving the hominid brain relatively intact. The virus turned a human victim into a terrible killing machine. But victim was not the right word. A better word was symbiont. It was a privilege to receive the virus. A gift from Greg Kawakita. It was beautiful, sublime. The possibilities for genetic engineering were endless. Kawakita already had ideas for improvements, new genes the reovirus could insert into its host human genes, as well as animal. He controlled what genes would be inserted. He controlled what the host would become. Unlike the primitive, superstitious Kathoga, he was in control through science. An interesting side effect of the plant was its narcotic effect, a clean rush, without the unpleasant come-down of other drugs. Perhaps that was how it had originally ensured ingestion and propagation. For Kawakita, this side effect had provided cash to finance his research. He hadn't wanted to sell it originally, but financial pressures made it inevitable. It had been easy. The drug was already called glaze by a select coterie of eager users. The market was avid, and Kawakita could sell as much as he could make. Night had fallen. He removed his dark glasses and inhaled the warehouse's rich fragrance. The fibers, water, dust, ambient combustion, mold, sulfur dioxide, a multitude of smells. His chronic allergies had vanished. Must be the clean Long Island air, he thought wryly. He removed his tight shoes and curled his toes with pleasure. He had made the most stunning advancement in genetics since the discovery of the double helix. It would have won him a Nobel Prize, had he chosen that route. But who needed a Nobel Prize when the whole world was suddenly there for the plucking? There came another knock at the door. The end. And so, we arrive at the end of our journey through the shadows of the museum. Thank you for listening, for letting this story take root in your imagination. Few people know that the novel's terrifying creature, the M-born, was born from a real zoological mystery. Douglas Preston, while researching at the American Museum of Natural History, stumbled upon accounts of a legendary beast said to haunt the Amazon, a creature that supposedly left mutilated prey in its wake. That kernel of folklore, combined with the museum's own collection of unclassified specimens, became the seed of the nightmare. The writing process itself was unconventional. Preston and Child would alternate chapters, each building upon the other's work, but they quickly discovered they couldn't resist rewriting each other. Entire sections were dismantled and reassembled in what they described as a creative wrestling match, a process that forged their distinctive voice but also nearly ended their partnership before it began. It took years to find the rhythm that would define their legendary collaboration. Did you know the museum's setting was almost entirely different? Early drafts placed the story in a university laboratory, but the authors realized the true horror lay in public spaces, the grand halls where families walk, where children gaze at dioramas, where the past feels safe and contained. By setting the terror in a place of learning, they tapped into something primal, the fear that the very institutions built to protect knowledge might instead harbor our destruction. The novel's themes run deeper than surface terror. It's a meditation on scientific arrogance, on the consequences of removing nature from its context. The creature isn't evil, it's displaced, a victim of human greed and curiosity. Preston has often said the story was influenced by Joseph Conrad's Heart of Darkness, that same descent into a jungle where civilization's thin veneer peels away. When the film adaptation arrived, the production faced challenges few audiences knew about. The Field Museum in Chicago opened its doors to the crew, but filming at night among ancient artifacts created an eerie authenticity the director had desperately wanted. However, the museum's collections weren't always cooperative. Some exhibits were so fragile that the crew had to film around them, adjusting shots to avoid disturbing priceless specimens. The creature itself, designed by Stan Winston's team, took months to perfect. They studied primate anatomy, big cat musculature, and even bat physiology to create something that felt biologically plausible. The practical suit was so heavy that the performer inside could only work in 10-minute bursts. Winston's team built cooling systems into the costume, but even then, the actor nearly collapsed during extended shoots. One curious detail: the film's sound design incorporated real recordings from the Amazon howler, monkeys, jaguars, and insects layered and distorted to create the creature's terrifying vocalizations. It gave the monster an authenticity audiences couldn't quite place, something that felt unsettlingly real. While the film took liberties, leaving out the beloved character of Agent Pendergast, it did capture something essential: the claustrophobia of the museum after dark. Director Peter Hyams, known for his work on Outland and Time Cop, brought a gritty, noir-inspired visual style that complemented the story's urban dread. If this tale has stirred something in you, the original novel offers a far deeper experience, an intricate mystery with layers of scientific detail and character development that the screen could never contain. Preston and Child have since written nearly 24 novels together, but Relic remains the foundation, the story that proved two minds could create one unforgettable nightmare. Thank you again for joining this journey. If you enjoyed this retelling, consider subscribing. More stories await, and we'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments. What did this story make you feel? What secrets do you think still hide in the quiet halls of your own imagination? Because perhaps the most chilling truth is this: every museum, every archive, every collection of human knowledge contains mysteries we haven't yet uncovered, and sometimes the stories we tell about them are the only way to keep the darkness at bay.